This is Audible.
Asher's War by Jason Brant. Read by Wayne June. One. Tube of Terror. Grime coated Christie's fingers as she grabbed hold of the handle hanging in the middle of the subway car. She winced and jerked her hand back as if a snake had latched onto it. Though she couldn't see anything untoward on her palm, she imagined the plethora of germs rooting their way into her pores. Christie didn't have a paralyzing fear of bacteria, but she'd seen one too many weird people vomit on the floor of the subway or wipe their nose with their fingers before grabbing a hold of the pole in front of them. DC's rail system had plenty of crazies on it at all times, but an army of the bizarre attacked during the late night hours when Christie commuted home. Her shift at the bar ended at 11, and she rarely got out of there until closer to midnight. The crowds in the stations had thinned by then, replaced by a string of weirdos who ogled her legs and made profane comments. Her work uniform consisted of a form-fitting white shirt that buttoned up the front and a short black skirt. She hated the outfit, but she loved the tips it brought in. A little thigh and cleavage action always coerced a couple of extra bucks out of the pockets of a few drunks by the end of the night. What she really loathed were the coos and caws the uniform attracted on the damned subway. Christie normally brought leggings in her purse to pull on before heading home, but she'd slept through her alarm and had forgotten to pack her essentials. She hadn't even remembered to put on deodorant before she sprinted out the door. Without something to hold on to, the lurch of the train rolling out of the station made her stumble back a step. She bumped into something soft and turned around, coming face to face with a man standing just in front of the rear door of the car. A 3-day beard covered his cheeks and double chin. His breath reeked of alcohol. A sweaty sheen made his skin look unhealthy, and his musk was unbearable. "There's more where that came from." The man grinned at her, revealing an uneven row of yellowed teeth. "You can rub on me all you want, honey." Christie tried to do two things: hide her grimace and fight against the bile worming its way up her throat. She only managed to keep from vomiting. The man's grin faltered. "Don't pretend you didn't dig that." Christie had learned several years ago not to engage with the crazies. No matter what she said, they would take her words as an invitation to keep talking. Spinning on her heel without a word, she marched to the middle of the train. The fat man called after her, but she refused to turn around and acknowledge him again. A man retched to her right as Christie walked by, so she kept going. Nights like tonight made her want to cry the entire way back to her apartment. She'd thought of leaving the city dozens of times, but she still had 6 months left on her lease and didn't have the money to buy a car to avoid the madness of late-night public transportation. Besides, the cost of paying for parking in the garage under her building would bleed her dry inside of a few weeks. After finding an empty spot at the other end, Christie examined the seat for vomit, shit, blood, jizz, or anything else that might have come out of a human body. The coast was clear. Christie eased into the seat, shivering as the cool plastic touched her bare legs. Her head lowered until her chin rested on her chest. She mumbled, "I hate this so much."
"What's that, sweetheart?"
Christie looked up and saw a middle-aged woman with a prodigious belly sitting across from her. Her skin had the sallow, thin look of a drug addict. The unfocused gleam in her eye confirmed it. A sleeping man slouched beside her, his balding, pasty head resting on the woman's shoulder. Quiet snores escaped his open mouth. A line of spittle slowly descended to the woman's soiled T-shirt.
"Nothing,"
Christie murmured. The woman nodded and appraised Christie's legs.
"You a hottie."
Christie said nothing.
"Yeah, you be smoking."
The woman grinned at her, revealing a missing incisor.
"You could make some paper with a body like that. I know a guy, if you interested."
Over the years, Christie had heard a lot of lewd comments about her appearance. Several men had offered to have sex with her right there in the aisle. She'd been offered cocaine, heroin, and untold bottles of booze secured in paper bags in exchange for a handy. But she'd never been offered what sounded like a full-time job as a prostitute before. The idea was so preposterous that she struggled not to laugh. Oblivious to the way Christie's mouth trembled as she fought against the giggle, the woman nodded her head as if she'd said something profound.
"Yeah, you be some high-priced snatch, that's for sure."
Christie didn't find it so funny anymore. The woman shrugged her shoulder, jostling the man's head.
"Right, Willie?"
The man's eyes fluttered and then opened.
"What's that?"
The drool hanging from the corner of his mouth plastered against his chin, though he didn't seem to notice.
"What you wake me up for, bitch? Ain't she a hottie?"
Christie didn't like the direction things were moving, so she got up, intending to walk back to the other end of the car, when she spotted the fat man still undressing her with his eyes. Willie finally wiped the spit from his face as he stared at Christie's legs.
"I'd hit that."
Without a word, Christie turned around and headed for the door opposite the obese man. She'd never actually walked between subway cars before, and a pang of fear settled in her stomach as she reached for the handle. Saliva Boy said something about her ass as she opened the door and stepped through. The experience was much less terrible than she'd expected. A blast of wind, some noise, and then she was through, opening the next door and stepping inside another car, escaping the cesspool of humanity behind her. Only 3 people inhabited it, all spaced out and quiet, minding their own business. Christie let out a small sigh of relief and walked forward, thankful the rest of her relatively short commute would be uneventful. A couple in their early 20s looked up as she stepped near, each giving her a small nod. They shared a few whispers and laughed before turning their attention to their intertwined hands. The image made Christie smile. She hadn't gone on a date in a long time, but she always got a warm feeling at the sight of young love. Love was a concept that had recently begun to feel foreign to her. Although she was only 30, her job at the bar made her feel much older as she watched 21-year-old kids drink themselves stupid before disappearing into the bathrooms to grope each other in the filthy stalls. Just seeing a couple hold hands made her momentarily feel a bit better about the state of the human race. Taking a seat toward the middle, Christie took a deep breath and crossed her arms over her chest. She held a small purse in her left hand, which housed only a handful of the dollar bills she had on her. After a mugging last year, she'd learned not to carry more than $20 in her purse after leaving the bar. Her job meant that she always had cash on her as she went home, so she'd begun hiding a fold of bills in her bra. Considering how meager her bank account was nowadays, she couldn't afford to have some junkie take what little she had. Just in case one of the heathens from the other car followed her, Christie pulled her cell phone, along with a pair of noise-canceling earbuds, from her purse. She often wore these on her way home because it blotted out the bustle of the city and helped her unwind. She found some Blackstone Cherry on her playlist and cranked up the volume. Guitar riffs smothered the drone of the subway, the clacking of the rails. A burly man sat across from her 2 seats down. Tangles of disheveled black hair stood out sporadically around his head. A thick, unkempt beard covered his cheeks and neck. He wore jogging pants and a hooded sweatshirt that only partially hid what appeared to be a muscular physique. His eyes cut left and then right, constantly scanning both ends of the subway car. Sweat covered his forehead. A small silver cylinder passed between the fingers of his right hand, rotating and flipping in a practiced rhythm. Christie averted her eyes, not wanting the man to see she'd been watching him. He was obviously either very nervous or very high. She didn't care to find out which one it was. Her gaze crept back to his hand, her curiosity getting the best of her. The small object tumbled and rolled, its frenetic movement never slowing. The man glanced at her, caught her staring. He held her gaze for several seconds before looking back to the rear of the car. Christie didn't see the dull, hazy look of someone on a bender. His eyes were clear and sharp. He was nervous, alert. Christie didn't want to know what had him on edge. The subway would reach her stop in a few moments. After, she could put the evening behind her and curl up in her warm, sagging bed. She considered getting up yet again and moving to another seat. The crazy man across the aisle wasn't bothering her, but his nervous state proved infectious. She clutched her purse tight, preparing to stand when the train stopped at the next station. The man turned around and glanced out the window at the platform behind him. All of his muscles tensed. Even though the hour was late, at least 40 people dotted the station, waiting for the doors of the train to open. Christie followed the man's gaze as best she could, sifting through the crowd ambling toward the edge of the platform. Most of the commuters had sagging shoulders and groggy expressions, their long days finally playing out as they traveled home. But a handful of men stood out. They stood in the middle, intently scanning the gaggle of commuters. 4 of them wore gray suits. The man in front wore a black suit and tie with a white shirt. He stood a few inches taller than the rest, his scowl carved a few millimeters deeper. Small plugs jutted slightly from each of their ears. The doors slid open. The crowd surged forward, and when the man in black spotted the burly dude sitting in the train, all hell broke loose. The man across the aisle from Christie whirled around and dropped to the floor. He mouthed something at her, but she couldn't read lips adeptly beyond the names of drinks and 4-letter words. "What's happening?" she asked. Instead of responding, the bearded man reached behind him and pulled a black pistol from his waistband. "Oh, God!" Christie exploded to her feet as the first commuters filed into the subway car. Her eyes darted to the besuited men, hoping for help. Instead, she saw them pointing guns in her direction. An iron grip grabbed hold of her wrist and yanked her down. She collapsed to the sticky aisle, banging her knees and palms on the floor. Gunshots exploded from the platform, overpowering her noise-canceling earbuds. The window behind the bearded man shattered. Christie ducked her head as glass showered over them. Bits of it clung in her hair and stabbed at her exposed legs. Pandemonium broke out in the train and station. People ran in all directions, some fleeing the cars, others entering them, pushing and shoving at one another in panic. Several people were shoved down in the aisles and doors, creating log jams that kept most of the crowd from escaping. The bearded man waited until the gunfire stopped, then popped up and shot through the hole where the window had been. He ripped off 4 rounds and ducked back down as the men in the suits returned fire. Christie screamed as the bullets punched holes in the seat above her. She flattened herself in the aisle, small fragments of glass cutting into her arms and legs. Ignoring the pain, Christie pressed herself under the seats as best she could. Southern rock music continued to blare in her ears. More of the commuters followed her lead, diving under the seats and pressing themselves below the windows. A young blonde woman wrapped her arms around a pole, squeezing her eyes shut, as if that would somehow protect her. The bearded man slid 2 feet to the right and sprang up again. He fired once before hunkering down in front of Christie. He looked left and then right, his jaw setting. He turned his attention to her. Christie tried to push further under the seat, wanting, needing to get away from him. He reached toward her face. She flinched away, swatting at his hand. His fingers wrapped around the audio cable running to her left earbud. He yanked it out, leaned toward her, and spoke directly into her ear. "Listen to me." "Stay away!" Christie shoved against his chest, but he barely budged. "Stop." He grabbed her left hand and wrenched it around so the palm faced up. "No matter what happens, you have to get this to Detective Andrew Lloyd." The bearded man placed the small cylinder in her palm, closing her fingers around it. The metal was warm and slicked with sweat. "What?" Christie stared at the object. She'd expected him to take her hostage, not give her something. "Detective Andrew Lloyd." "I don't understand." One of the gray-suited men appeared in the door 10 feet from their right, fighting against the panicked crowd. People saw the gun in his hand and shrieked even louder as they scrambled to get out of his way. He scowled down at the man with the beard as he shoved the silver-haired woman aside, raised his pistol. His first shot punched a hole in the floor just beside Christie's left hand. She jerked it back with a cry and twisted under the seat, hoping to have it disappear from his view. The din of screams around them reached ear-piercing levels. The bearded man shot him twice in the chest. Red stains appeared in his white shirt as he slammed back into the seat behind him. He landed atop a horrified man of 40. The man in the suit tried to raise his gun arm again, though the movement was sluggish, as if the pistol weighed 50 pounds. Blood ran from the corner of his mouth, curving around his chin. Another gunshot cracked beside Christie, the sound thunderous in the confines of the subway car. Her ears rang, nostrils burning from the smell of the fired round. A third hole blossomed in his chest. He stared at the bearded man for a moment before his eyes fell to the floor, and he remained still. The commuter underneath him squirmed and screamed as he attempted to extricate himself from the dead man atop him. Christie felt her gorge rise, bile stinging the back of her throat. A dry heave racked her stomach. More gunfire erupted as she fought against the urge to vomit. The man beside her peeked through the window before ducking down again. "Freeze!" a booming voice called from somewhere on the platform. Christie prayed it was the police. She promised herself that she would work harder to better herself if she could just make it out of the damned subway alive. There was so much she hadn't done. The idea of dying while wearing her slutty bar outfit made her want to throw up all over again. The bearded man peered over the bottom of the window for several seconds. "Shit!" Christie could barely make out what he said over the squealing passengers and the croon of Chris Robertson in her ear. "Drop your weapons!" The man spun and knelt in front of her. "Put your other earpiece in and get ready to run."
"What?"
Christie tried to look him in the eyes, but couldn't hold his gaze. She was scared shitless of him. Instead, she stared at the gun in his hand. Her throat clenched at the sight of it. "We don't have time for this." He grabbed her wrist and yanked her out from under the seat. Glass lacerated her thighs. Christie attempted to wrench her arm free, but his vice-like grip held firm. "Let go of me!" "I'm trying to save your life, you moron." He released her wrist, grabbing the earbud dangling by her stomach. "Put this in your ear. When I start to run, you follow. Don't stop, no matter what happens next. Do you understand?" "This is your last warning. Drop your weapons." Christie gaped at the man, but she didn't do as he said. She couldn't understand what listening to music had to do with him shooting the place up. Not being able to hear what was going on around them seemed impossibly stupid and dangerous. He jammed the butt into her ear and grabbed her wrist again. She winced against the pain from him shoving the earpiece in too far, but she didn't dare pull it out. The crazed look in his eye demanded her compliance. The music blared in both ears, adding a surreal layer to the madness around Christie. She felt like she was stuck in the middle of a movie with a bad sound mix, where the film score blotted the action out. The bearded man dragged her behind him as he hustled down the aisle in a crouched position. They stopped by the open door that had finally cleared of fleeing pedestrians. Most of the people in the car were now squirming themselves into and under the chairs. They retreated even further as Christie and the man approached. Her captor looked through the door and grunted. He moved past it, pulling Christie along. Stopped in front of the dead man. He plucked the earplugs from the dead guy's ears and jammed them into his own. Even though Christie had fallen into a full-blown panic, she still felt repulsed at the idea of the two men mixing earwax. They paused there, both kneeling down, the man watching out the door. Christie looked over his shoulder. She spotted a handful of police officers at the far end of the platform, standing at the bottom of the stairs leading to the street above. The cops aimed at the men in the suits 10 meters in front of them. The man in black was the only one who wasn't aiming a pistol back at the officers. Instead, he held up a device that was utterly foreign to Christie. She squinted at it, hoping to get a better look. It was a black box only a few inches wide and tall, but that was all she could make out. A high-pitched sound blared through the platform and subway car. Christie couldn't make it out because of the rock music hammering in her ears. She reached up to pull one of her earbuds out when the man in front of her swatted her hand away. He stared into her eyes, vigorously shaking his head. More confused and frightened than ever, Christie would have ignored him and done it anyway, but the reaction of everyone around them held her hand. The 50 or so people, standing, lying, kneeling, and hiding, all stiffened. Their faces fell slack. Shoulders slumped. Mouths drooped open. Eyes went vacant. Even the cops stood there with slack expressions, their guns dangling down by their hips. The bearded man burst forward, hauling Christie behind him. They stayed low, moving quickly, weaving their way through the motionless crowd on the platform. The people gaped at nothing as if they were entranced by the high-pitched sound they'd heard. Christy looked up at them as the man pulled her along. She stared into their vacant faces, terror overwhelming her. She'd heard of this happening once before. The massacre at Arthur's Creek. And God help them all, it was happening right now. The men in the suits were on Christie's left, their attention focused on the cops. The man in the black suit spotted them as they crossed the halfway point of the platform. He lowered the box in his left hand and raised a pistol in his right. The cronies standing behind him followed suit, all taking aim. Christie screamed. They fired. Bullets impacted the floor at her feet just as she moved behind a large, red-haired man who stood ramrod straight. The barrage of gunfire impacted his body, shielding Christie. Blood misted onto her face and hair. Her screams hit another octave, her throat burning. The bearded man who pulled her forward jerked violently and then canted sideways, landing on his shoulder. His grip wrenched even tighter, sending bolts of pain into her forearm and upper bicep. He grunted, rolling to his back, stared up at her. The gunfire subsided just as he released his grip. "Run!" he grunted. Crimson spittle burst from between his lips. "Run!" Christie looked to the armed men. 2 of them were reloading. The rest glared at her for a moment. The man in the black suit stalked forward, eyes locked on the bearded man. "Run, you fool!" The dying man's voice was little more than a breath. His muscles relaxed, head lowering until it touched the floor. Christie backed away as the black suit reached the bearded man and knelt in front of him. She moved faster, passing the police officers who still stood in place, their expressions dormant. The man in black ran his hands over the bearded man's body, searching his pockets and waistband. The scowl on his face deepened. His head snapped around, gaze locking on Christie. One of the cops in front of her twitched. Like a ripple in a puddle, the other people around them moved in similar spasms. The man in black stood up quickly and walked backward to his men, his eyes locked onto Christie. He didn't speak, merely glared at her. And then the spell encapsulating those on the platform broke. Their eyes cleared, mouths snapped shut. Growls escaped the throats of 2 women standing between Christie and the stairwell. The armed men moved away from the train, putting distance between them and everyone else. Their backs approached another set of stairs at the far end of the platform. Their movement drew the attention of the officers, who now wore sadistic grins. Christie used the distraction to her advantage and spun around, sprinting for the stairs. Pistols barked behind her. She kept going, struggling to keep her wits. Her shoulder slammed against one of the women at the bottom of the stairwell. The collision sent the crazed woman sprawling to the floor. The other reached out, snatched a handful of Christie's hair. "Where you going, slut?" Christie cried out as the woman yanked harder, spinning her around. She faced her attacker, barely able to keep from shrieking in terror. The woman had short, light brown hair and round, wire-rimmed glasses. She was short and had a touch of gray at her temples. Christie would have guessed her to be at least 50 years old. The armed men reached the other set of stairs. They were still walking backward, firing at the oncoming crowd. "Hang her out for a little while," the woman hissed, pulling Christie closer. "Play with us." The woman's free hand lashed out, her nails raking across Christie's cheek and nose. More of the insane commuters stormed across the platform, heading for the stairs, for Christie. They would be on her within seconds if she didn't extricate herself from the woman's grasp. Putting both of her hands on the woman's shoulders, Christie shoved with all of her panic-fueled strength. Pain blossomed on her scalp as a clump of hair tore free at the roots, taking bits of flesh with them. The insane woman staggered back, her feet tangling, and fell to the floor. Her limbs flailed as she tried to get up. She managed to trip 3 of the people hustling across the subway station. Ignoring the pain in her face and scalp, Christie spun and sprinted the final few feet of the platform. She hit the stairs at full speed, taking them 2 at a time, refusing to look behind her. Lewd calls echoed up the stairwell. The gunfire from below ceased. Christie burst into the empty street and cried out in relief. She'd expected to find a spattering of people walking around, but she saw no one. A traffic light hung over an intersection ahead, flipping from red to green. A handful of cars eased through the intersection. The voices down the stairs grew louder, their threats and taunts more grotesque. Christie raced down the sidewalk before cutting into a dark alley and disappearing into the night. 2. A visit from Mr. Clean. The crosshairs in the scope hovered a few millimeters above and to the left of the center of the target. They jiggled ever so slightly. Bree Manning slowly exhaled, held her breath for a full second, and then squeezed the trigger. The rifle kicked back against her shoulder. An echo reverberated through the open range and surrounding forest. Bree sat the butt of the rifle down on the shooting table, the barrel held in the air by the attached bipod. After pulling off a pair of earmuffs, she leaned over and peered through a spotting scope. "Not bad," she whispered. The bullet had hit the target an inch high and half an inch to the right. Considering the shot had been from 250 meters away, and in moderate wind, she couldn't complain too much. No one else was at the outdoor shooting range so early in the morning, which was just the way she liked it. Most people weren't crazy enough to wake up and practice their craft at the ass-crack of dawn. It worked for her, though, because she didn't have any hunters or wannabe tough guys hitting on her. The range was little more than a long field with targets at one end and a pavilion with 5 shooting tables under a tin roof at the other end. It was plain, simple, and private, exactly what she desired. Bree slid off the stool and jogged to a grassy area to her left. Her Ford Bronco sat in the early morning shadows, parked beside a gravel driveway that meandered through the woods to the range. The whoop of a distant helicopter crept over the trees. After warming up with a couple of knee raises, Bree sprinted 30 meters, spun around, ran back. She repeated that process 3 more times. Sweat beaded her brow, covered her back. Her breathing grew labored. Heart raced. Bree jogged back to the rifle and secured the butt against her shoulder. She looked through the scope, sighted the target. The reticle jiggled much more than in her previous shot. There was no chance Bree could hit the target with her pulse jackhammering. The helicopter drew closer, the drone of the rotors growing louder. Taking 3 deep breaths, she forced herself to relax. She focused on calming the reticle, her concentration blotting out birds chirping in the forest and the increasingly annoying helicopter. She exhaled slowly, held her breath, squeezed the trigger. As she looked through the spotting scope, the clamor of the helicopter grew to surprising levels. The thing was flying low. Much too low, considering where Bree was at the moment. The only time aircraft flew at such elevations in that neck of the woods was when the DEA was searching for pot plants. Even though she was curious to see what kind of bird was buzzing the treetops, Bree had to see where her shot hit. Boom! She made a fist, pumped it. The bullet had hit 3 inches left of dead center. Not too shabby. There was room for improvement, but no one would have considered that a bad shot. She stood and walked quickly out from under the pavilion. Wind and dust slammed into her face, and she looked up and saw the helicopter 50 meters above her head and descending. The damned thing was going to land on the range. What the hell? Bree held a hand up, shielding her face. The black helicopter lacked any kind of identifying markings on the side or tail. The plain appearance of it didn't sit well with Bree. Its skids sat down gently in the grass. The engine began to slow down, the racket easing up a bit. After several seconds, the back door slid open and a man in a suit stepped out. He jogged toward her in a hunched position, eyes squinting against the wind swirling around him. As he drew near, he motioned for her to walk with him over to the pavilion. Bree considered refusing to do anything he asked unless she saw some identification, but she decided against it. She'd always been a slave to her curiosity and needed to know what was going on. They walked over to where her rifle sat, its barrel pointing to the sky. The sound of the helicopter quieted down to a loud purr. They stopped beside her table and faced each other. Bree quickly scanned over the man. He wore black, slightly scuffed shoes. His off-the-rack brown suit seemed about a size too small around the chest. The way his neck, chest, and shoulders bulged pointed to a lot of time slinging iron around. The early morning sun gleamed off his freshly shaved head. He wore sunglasses that concealed his eyes. Bree could recognize a detective a mile away. She'd known a lot of them in her day. They had a certain cadence to their walk, a degree of intensity to the way they surveyed their surroundings. The question burning in her mind was why a cop would be riding around in an unmarked helicopter. Her eyes finally settled on his left wrist. A scar ran down the back of his hand, another traced along the center of his thumb. Pink, shiny flesh covered the part of his wrist she could see. Something bad had happened to him not too long ago. While she examined him, he returned the favor. Though she couldn't see his eyes, his head had tilted as he looked her over. He asked, "Bree Manning?" Why do detectives always start with questions they already know the answer to? She crossed her arms over her chest. I get that you do it with perps in the hope they'll trip up on some little detail, but why does that always bleed over into your regular conversations? Another smart-ass. Just what I need. The bald man grinned. I like you already. Yippee. Bree arched her eyebrows. You didn't answer my question. Well, I didn't realize that we wore our interrogation tactics on our sleeves. He nodded his head back at the helicopter. But in my defense, this is obviously anything but a regular conversation. Fair point, Bree thought. She stared at him, waiting to hear what he actually wanted. You spent 4 years writing tickets and arresting drunks in the Philadelphia PD, and another 2 as a SWAT counter-sniper. Bree's eyes narrowed. That wasn't even a question. Now you're just reading me my resume. The bald man's grin faltered. It's a little early to be at the range, isn't it? Never too early for hard work. How about we skip the small talk and you tell me why you just landed an unmarked helicopter in the middle of nowhere to talk to me? I have a few questions for you. Depending on how you answer them, you might get a job offer. I have a job. Do you? The bald man stepped back, inspected her setup on the table. We've been told that you're under suspension pending an investigation into you firing into a crowd of people. Against orders. He bobbed his head at the rifle. Nice. That a Remington 700P? Bree ground her teeth. I had the shot, so I took it. That psycho would have killed the hostages if I didn't. The shooting had occurred a month ago. Bree and her team had responded to a hostage situation at a used car lot, of all places. The perp had surrounded himself with hostages to keep from getting shot. Strict orders had come down to hold fire. The hostage-taker had grown more agitated by the minute and was about to murder an elderly woman when Bree had taken the shot. She put him down with a bullet to the heart. Saved a few lives. And had been suspended for her efforts. They'd said something about her putting civilian lives in unnecessary risk, but she knew that wasn't why they were pissed. She'd disregarded a direct order, and that couldn't be allowed. The detective bent down and looked through her spotting scope. He whistled. Nice shooting. What is that, 200 yards? 250. Who in the hell are you? Detective Andrew Lloyd. Call me Drew. He straightened out and leveled his gaze on her. Have you heard of me? Bree thought about it for a moment. Maybe. I'm not sure. I was in D.C. the day the president was shot. I helped take out the terrorist involved. Memories clicked into place. Bree recalled the press coverage. She'd seen the detective's face all over her television for a week or two. He was a Baltimore cop who had somehow gotten involved in an assassination attempt in Washington, D.C. How or why he'd been there had never been fully explained, as far as she knew. Okay, she said. What do you want from me? We'll get to that in a minute. Drew lifted his sunglasses, placed them on his head. His eyes were hard, intense. Why did you take that shot? You could have missed. Maybe hit the people you were trying to save. I already told you he was going to kill the hostages. And I don't miss. But you had to know they would have your ass in a sling for disobeying orders. So what? I didn't become a cop to sit by and watch people get killed because some asshole downtown is afraid of the city getting sued. Lloyd kept watching her. Why SWAT? Because I'm good enough. It's tough for a woman to get your position. So I've been told. Bree looked back at the helicopter. The rotors had slowed. Look, if you're going to keep beating around the bush rather than tell me what you want, then you can just get back in your bird and fly your ass out of here. Is that a fact? Lloyd chuckled. That's a fact. What if I told you that there was a job where you could save a whole lot more lives than a handful of people in a car lot?
Sure thing, buddy.
It was Bree's turn to laugh.
I heard the hero speech at the academy, too. Save it for the young and gullible.
Drew unbuttoned his suit, took the coat off. Without the jacket on, his chest and shoulders looked even thicker. Bree tried not to stare too much. After undoing his left cufflink, Lloyd slid his sleeve up, exposing his mangled hand and wrist. He held it up in front of his face, slowly twisting it around. "I saw you checking this out."
Gnarly. Bree squinted at the pink flesh. How did that happen?
Arthur's Creek.
Bree's eyes widened. You were at Arthur's Creek during the massacre?
I was. Drew pulled his sleeve back down. I'm still having a bit of trouble with the nerves in my hand, but the rehab is coming along.
The way he casually spoke of such a horrible wound made Bree wonder just who this Detective Andrew Lloyd really was. What kind of cop was involved in stopping presidential assassinations in a city outside his jurisdiction? How could he go from that to being present during the Arthur's Creek massacre? Those were the two biggest stories of the past year. Hell, the country had damn near flipped upside down after each of them. Bree had stopped carrying her cell phone after the Arthur's Creek insanity. Most people had. Something about unwittingly turning into a crazed psychopath had turned her off from technology lately.
She said,
"You have my attention."
"I can't go into too many details here. If you decide to come with me, you'll be fully briefed later today."
Go with you where?
That's classified. No one can know where you're going, or even that you've left. You'll be stationed with us, working with a small search and rescue team until our mission is complete. That could take anywhere from a few weeks to several months. He held up a hand. And no, I can't tell you what the mission is.
You can't tell me where I would be going, why, or even how long I'd be there? And I'm supposed to agree to this? What kind of idiot would say yes to such a stupid proposal?
8 idiots so far, myself included. Drew shrugged the jacket back over his thick shoulders. It's dangerous, highly classified, and bizarre. The pay isn't that great, and there aren't any medals waiting for us at the end of this. But if you want to make a difference, a real difference, then this is your chance. We'll also take care of your little problem with the city so you have a job to come back to. Bree studied her feet. What the detective was proposing sounded moronic and dangerous. No one built a team like that. Even still, Bree had to admit that she was intrigued. The madness that went over the cell signal in West Virginia had spiraled the country, and most of the world, into a blind panic. A lot of innocent people had been slaughtered during and after the cell phone call from hell. If there was any chance that she could be a part of the solution to whatever problem had caused the massacre, and how could she say no? "How long do I have to decide?" Bree asked. Drew looked over her shoulder, made a twirling motion with his fingers at the helicopter pilot. "About 2 minutes." Jesus. Bree ran a hand through her red hair. "Can I ask a few questions first?" "You can ask. I might not be able to answer, but you can ask." "Why me? I'm not some kind of Special Forces badass." "We have our reasons. Those will be explained in a debriefing later today. Should you accept, of course." "Later today? If I say yes, then we're leaving right now?" "Yep." Drew shrugged. "I know it sucks, but secrecy is of the utmost importance for this op. We can't have you asking around and throwing up potential red flags." "Red flags to who?" Drew just stared at her. "Fine," Bree grunted. "But if I say no, then I'll just go home and start digging things up about you. How is that any different?" "You don't know a damn thing about what we're doing except for my name and the fact that I was in Arthur's Creek when the shit hit the fan. That won't do much." Bree suppressed the rising level of frustration bubbling inside her. Nothing about her current situation had a semblance of fairness to it. She'd wanted to help people, to serve and protect and all that jazz. Now she just might have a chance to make a real difference, but she had no time to contemplate the ramifications of accepting whatever it was the detective was offering. The helicopter grew louder as the rotors picked up speed. "How did you get wrapped up in all of this?" Bree asked. "Through a friend." "Some friend? Tell me about it.
Drew nodded at the pilot, held up a finger.
Time to decide, Manning.
One last question. Do you know who sent the cell phone signal in Arthur's Creek?
Drew held her gaze. Yes.
I'm in. Bree set her jaw. When do we start?
Right now. 3. Slinging iron. I straightened my back out, bringing my hips under me, and completed my final deadlift rep. After a 2-second hold, I quickly lowered the weight, relishing the clanging of the plates as they landed on the platform. A dull, throbbing ache consumed my shoulders and back. I roared like a lion, king of the iron jungle. Too bad no one is around to bask in my glory. AC/DC blared over the gym's sound system, Brian Johnson wailing about kicking someone's ass. No matter what decade, good old AC/DC couldn't be beat when it came to lifting music. I rolled my engorged shoulders, enjoying the pump that inflated them. There was nothing like a good workout to make my problems feel small and inconsequential, even if just for a few minutes. Some stiffness remained in the shoulder I'd taken buckshot in not too long ago, but I couldn't complain too much. Considering what everyone else had gone through, I'd gotten off easy. Drew had partially degloved his hand while escaping a pair of handcuffs during the madness that was Arthur's Creek. We'd been held captive by a town full of people whose minds were mangled into a psychotic mess, and our end had been rapidly approaching when Detective Andrew Lloyd had decided to go full badass. Without so much as a whimper, Drew had pulled his hand through the cuffs, removing vast swaths of skin in the process, and took out a madman who was about to kill us. The shiny flesh on his wrist had healed for the most part, but he hadn't recovered full use of his hand yet. The surgeon who tried to put him back together said the nerve damage was severe. He couldn't promise Drew that he would ever be the same again. The dexterity in Drew's fingers had gone to shit for a while. The palm of his hand tingled constantly. Slowly but surely he'd worked his way close to normalcy again. He still couldn't lift weights, which had him lagging far behind me in the strength department. It wasn't like he could ever keep up with such a hulking mass of testosterone anyway, but now he had zero chance. And through all of that shit, I never heard him bitch about it, not once. He was the toughest SOB I'd ever met. Other than me, of course. Allison had been sliced up like a fillet of fish. I hadn't seen her since that day, but Drew had looked her up a few days ago and found that she was recovering nicely. From what he said, she'd even weaned off the sauce a bit. I wished her well. With any luck, she could lead a semblance of a normal life again. We hadn't heard anything from Jimbo. He'd taken a large monetary settlement from the government in Split Town. Couldn't blame him there. I would have done the same thing if given the choice. And then there was Sammy. She'd paid the ultimate price. "And it was all your fault," she whispered in my ear. I grimaced, shook my head. As Sammy died in my arms, I'd gone deep into her mind. Our personalities, our memories, our consciousness had intertwined in a way that I'd never experienced before. Unfortunately, that Vulcan mind meld had brought a piece of her back with me. To say that she was less than thrilled would be an understatement. No one could have witnessed the horrors that we had and not been fundamentally changed. Some things stuck with you forever. Some things pulled you out into deep water and tried to drown you. We'd all been running from our own personal demons since that day in West Virginia. It turned out that my demon was a woman who tried to save me, who had given her life because she wanted to make me a better man. So, yeah, I felt as guilty as a whore in church. Assuming they would feel guilty, that was. I bent down, picked up a gallon jug of water, and downed a few inches of it. Went to the pull-up bar, started banging out reps like a boss. "Your strength will fail you, just like it failed me." I grunted in the middle of a rep, kept going. Anger blossomed in my mind. The image of a demented doctor standing over Allison, slicing into the flesh between her exposed breasts, flitted through my mind. I remembered her screams, her blood, her fear. A growl escaped my throat as I did another pull-up. More grotesque memories filled my vision. Butch popping heads like melons with his hammer. A woman planting a severed head in her flower garden. A belt made of tongues. My anger boiled into fury. I let go of the bar, dropped to the floor. My chest heaved, back ached. Blood pumped through my hands as I worked them open and closed, open and closed. A heavy bag hung from the ceiling in the corner of the gym. I stalked over to it and hammered away at it with a barrage of punches. The bag hadn't been used much, and it was stiff as hell. My wrists weren't wrapped, and my hands didn't have gloves on them. Only an idiot would hit a heavy bag without any kind of protection. I didn't care. I threw bombs at the bag, channeling my energy into my fists. Guessed that made me an idiot. My knuckles split. Blood smeared on the bag, pattered to the floor. I punched harder, faster. The jug of water on the floor to my right began to vibrate. The gym mats under it were sluiced with water from the open top. Small weight plates on the deadlift bar rattled. A chain hanging from a hook on the wall clanged. I finally stopped pounding on the bag and stared at my bleeding knuckles. Took deep breaths, focused on relaxing. My fury slowly abated. The movement around me subsided. I regained control of myself little by little, willing my mind to calm. After everything stopped clattering around me, a piercing headache formed behind my eyes. That always happened after I had a bout of rage followed by my weird telekinetic shit. It felt like an instantaneous migraine set in. Wooziness overcame me as I stood there, and I had to grab onto the heavy bag to keep from falling over. I swayed on my feet for a few seconds, fighting against the pull of unconsciousness. The urge to vomit settled in my stomach. My vision blurred.
"Ashhole,"
A small voice called from overhead.
"You still in the gym, butt pirate?"
Namie. She was using the intercom system to give me shit while I was seconds away from passing out. And a nice girl. She paused for a second, though I could still hear a slight hiss coming from the speakers. She still had the mic keyed. Whenever the intercom was active in the gym, a microphone in the ceiling automatically kicked on. It saved meatheads like me from having to go across the room to a console to talk. All I had to do was speak, and she could hear me. I was a little preoccupied at the moment.
"I don't hear any plates banging around," she said. "Oh, God, you aren't rubbing one out in there, are you? I know you love those weights, Ashhole, but they can't love you back. We discussed this before. Just because you rub your dick—"
"What do you want, Short Round?" I grumbled. My vision had begun to clear.
"I can wait until you finish. Can't imagine it takes that long."
"Just tell me what you want." My teeth were grinding. "I'm a little busy right now."
"I know you are. That's why I said I'd wait. I can hear you grunting in there. It's gross."
"I'm going to punt you like a football when I see you." Namie laughed.
"Dude, I'd pimp slap you so hard that—"
"Get to the point, Short Round." Most of my symptoms had finally eased up. Only the piercing headache remained. That would last a good hour or so. Lucky me.
"Someone is extra pissy this morning," Namie huffed. "I need you up here in the lab."
"For what?"
"I need a test dummy. Emphasis on dummy."
"I'll be there in 20. Gotta shower first."
"Thanks, sweet baby Cthulhu, for that."
Namie switched off the comm system, and AC/DC came back through the speakers. I reached down, grabbed my water, poured some over my face, toweled it off after a few seconds. My anger had teetered on the edge of being uncontrollable the past few weeks. If I didn't get it wrangled into some semblance of restraint, I feared that my head might explode one of these days. The idea that I could move things with my mind would have excited me not too long ago. Now that the consequences of using my newfangled ability pounded in my head like a bass drum, I didn't want anything to do with it. Grabbing my stuff, I turned the music off and headed to my room. 4. Freaking out. Christie's hand quivered as she attempted to unlock the front door of her apartment. 2 hours had passed since she'd fled the subway, and her fear had yet to abate. Adrenaline had kept her legs moving even as exhaustion and cramps threatened to send her crashing to the sidewalk. She'd sprinted, jogged, and then walked through alleys and side streets until she finally arrived back at her apartment. After seeing what had transpired on the subway, Christie wanted no part of any public transportation. There was no chance in hell she'd ride a bus or take a cab. Even taking the fastest route home seemed like a dangerous idea. What if one of the crazies was following her? Christie knew the idea was ludicrous. They would have attacked her if they were tailing her. But rationality had taken a detour after what she'd seen at the station. She'd taken a long, meandering path to get back to her apartment, hoping to ensure that no one from the subway could have tailed her. The key finally slid home. Christie burst through the door and slammed it shut behind her. She worked all 3 locks, placed her back against the door, slid down it. Sobs shook her body. The keys and small cylinder the man had given her fell to the linoleum floor. She held her face in her hands, finally letting out a flood of emotion that had built inside her for the past 2 hours. The memory of the blood, the screams, and the death, they all overwhelmed her. The worst thing she'd ever witnessed in person before tonight had been a handful of fistfights at the bar. Those were scary, but they'd also had a trace of humor running through them. Watching 2 drunks wrestle around on a beer-soaked floor usually made her chuckle after it was over. There would be no laughing tomorrow as she recalled the horror of what she'd just experienced. Christie had read dozens of articles chronicling the PTSD problems that soldiers returning from war struggled with. She'd always sympathized with those poor men, but did so at a distance. It was one thing to acknowledge an issue, and something else entirely to live it. Wondering whether she would be struggling with that experience for the rest of her life made Christie cry even harder. How long she sat on the floor, tears coursing down her cheeks, she didn't know. After a while, her sobs eased, the tears washing away much of her fear. She'd made it home. She was safe. After wiping at her face with the back of her hand, Christie's eyes settled on the small cylinder on the floor. The temptation to toss it down the storm drain had remained strong for the long trek home, but she'd refrained. The man had given his life to ensure that whatever it was would get out of that damned subway. She picked it up, twisted it around in front of her face. It looked like a cheap lipstick tube. "Get this to Detective Andrew Lloyd," she thought. "That's what the man told me to do." Christie cupped the cylinder in her hand and pushed herself off the floor. She staggered into the kitchen, downing a glass of water. The bloody visage of the bearded man on the floor of the platform popped into her mind. She heard his screams, smelled his blood. She turned on the faucet, splashed water on her face, forced herself to breathe. After standing in front of the sink for nearly a minute, Christie abruptly spun on her heels and marched into the living room. Though her furnishings were meager, they were clean and decent-looking. She took great care of the few possessions she had, knowing she couldn't replace anything that was broken or worn out. The coffee table, sofa, chair, and crummy entertainment center all came from a second-hand store, but she felt a modicum of pride at how well she'd maintained them. A small flat-panel television sat atop the cheap entertainment center. Christie grabbed the remote and turned it on. The local news stations were going batshit crazy. Christie flipped through a handful before settling on the local CBS affiliate. A short-haired brunette woman sat in front of a backdrop of the Capitol building, staring intently into the camera. "Are still coming in, but initial reports are indicating the death toll could be in the dozens. As we learned earlier, the signal does not appear to have come through a cell phone. The incident is contained, and there is no reason for panic. I repeat, there's my ass." Christie dropped the remote to the aged coffee table in the middle of the room. "There are a million reasons to panic." Even though it had taken Christie nearly 2 hours to get home after fleeing the subway, the idea that the men in the suits had used a different mode of transmission for the signal hadn't occurred to her. They'd used some form of device to broadcast the crazy into everyone.
Everyone had looked at cell phones as if they were poisonous snakes after Arthur's Creek. They thought staying away from the airwaves would keep them safe. But now, Christy shivered.
Subways temporarily shut down.
The newscaster brushed a lock of hair from her forehead.
A state of emergency is in effect for...
Christy held the small cylinder up again, rolling it between her fingers. Her old, slow-as-hell laptop sat on the floor beside the coffee table. A power cable snaked from the side of the computer to an outlet to the left of the television. The battery had kicked the bucket over a year ago, and Christy had barely scraped together the money to get a new one. Even though she'd finally saved enough cash and popped the battery in a few months prior, Christy struggled to break the habit of always keeping the laptop plugged in. She reached down, grunting from the small effort. Exhaustion had come, gone, and returned again. After setting the computer in her lap and opening the lid, she waited for what seemed an interminable amount of time for the operating system to wake up. As she did every time she used it, Christy considered slinging the piece of crap across the room. If only she could afford an upgrade. Christy went to Google, searched for Detective Andrew Lloyd. A handful of news stories popped up, most from several months ago. The title of one read, "Detective Tracks Down Serial Killer Andrew Phillips." A handful of pictures of teenage girls lined the top of the article. Christy felt her throat tighten as she read the first few sentences. Phillips had kidnapped, raped, and murdered young teens for years. The vast majority of the other articles described the attempted assassination of President Thomas. Detective Lloyd had discovered the plot and helped to stop the assassin. Christy vividly remembered that day. It had the same emotional impact on her as 9/11 had, as Arthur's Creek had. Some days were etched in her mind by their associated horrors. She could remember where she was when the Twin Towers fell. She could recall what she'd been eating when the Secret Service attempted to kill the president. She scrolled through the list of articles hoping to find an interview with the detective, but couldn't find much. He'd given a small statement after the assassination attempt, but that had been it. He didn't seem to address the media much. That was a far cry from some of the detectives Christy had seen on shows like 48 Hours Mystery and 2020. Some of those men basked in the glory of their catch. That didn't appear to be the case with Lloyd. No profiles came up on Facebook, Twitter, or LinkedIn. One of the articles about the serial killer mentioned the station where Lloyd worked in Baltimore. Christy typed the department name into Google, found a phone number. She fished her cell phone from her purse and tapped it in. Her pulse quickened as the phone rang in her ear. She hadn't done anything wrong, but knowing that her involvement in whatever had happened in the subway was about to get even deeper made her anxious. An automated system answered her call. It took her an obnoxious amount of time to ring through to the homicide department. Christy wasn't even sure if that was the department where Lloyd worked, but she assumed that to be the case if he was tracking down serial killers. The phone rang several times. A man eventually picked up.
"Homicide, Detective Johns."
Christy's mouth popped open, but no words came out.
"Hello."
Johns had a gravelly voice, as if he'd smoked cigarettes since a young age.
"I can hear you breathing. Say what you gotta say or hang up. I don't have time for—"
"I'm looking for Detective Andrew Lloyd,"
Christy blurted. Johns paused.
"Who's this?"
"I'd rather not say. I need to talk to Detective Lloyd."
"He's on a leave of absence. I'm handling his caseload until he comes back. If you've information on any—"
"When will he be back?"
Christy spoke quickly, her words crowding one another.
"I have to talk to him."
"I don't know when he'll be back. But, miss, you can tell me whatever it is. I worked with Detective Lloyd for years. He trusts me."
Christy chewed on her lower lip. She considered spilling everything she knew to the man on the other end of the call, but fear held her tongue. What exactly was she getting herself into? Could she trust a random detective that she called on the phone? The Baltimore police didn't have the best reputation lately. As she sat there and thought about it, she realized she didn't even know why she'd called. Some guy had shoved an object in her hand while he was dying and told her to pass it along, and for some unknown reason she'd decided to comply. She didn't ask for any of this.
"Miss,"
the man asked.
Are you still there?
Never mind.
But Christy ended the call, tossed the phone onto the cushion beside her. She glared at the cylinder.
Time to go bye-bye.
Feeling better about her decision to step away from the craziness of the morning, Christy got up and quickly walked into the kitchen. She opened the cabinet door under her sink and threw the object into the trash can. It bounced off the side with a thunk before tumbling to the bottom. Christy was about to slam the door shut when she noticed something had changed with the cylinder. Before, it had been a solid silver color. Now there was a small black line running around the curved surface at one end. She reached down, picked it up. As she inspected it, she noticed that the line wasn't a color, but a gap. She grabbed the top and pulled it off. It was a cap. A USB connector stuck out of the top. The man had given her a thumb drive. 5. I don't smell like shit. They said you couldn't teach an old dog new tricks. I still hadn't figured out who they were, but the certainty that they were full of shit was at an all-time high. If I'd learned one thing over the past few debacles, it was that I didn't shower enough. Every single time things went haywire in my life, I somehow had to wade through the troubled waters while smelling like a sewage plant. I decided to become a maniac when it came to showers. If I was going to punch murderers in the face and get in gunfights with terrorists, then I could at least smell pleasant while doing it. It just wouldn't do to have a magnificent Adonis such as myself being dragged down by terrible B.O. I stepped out of the shower and toweled off. With any luck, that would be the first of many for the day. It was the kind of thing that Drew and Namie would have normally poked at me for, but they both approved of the new, clean Asher Benson. My living quarters were small, but clean. That in itself was a minor miracle. Drew liked to feign shock at the neatness of my space. What a friend. It wasn't too difficult to keep your place tidy when you didn't have many belongings. It also helped when you actually threw the garbage out rather than stacking it in the corner. Amazing, I know. Ever since the massacre, I'd aimed all of my energy into finding Smith and emptying a full mag into his stupid, scarred face. That entailed getting my shit together, for the most part. I worked out, helped reman the psych ward, and focused on honing my unique talents. I still drank a lot, though. That damn monkey climbed higher up my back with each passing week. The effect the booze had on quieting the voices in my mind was my best excuse, though. I planned on hanging on to that gem as long as I could. The space the government had given me to stay in was essentially a studio apartment. I had a bed, fridge, oven, computer, and television all jammed into the same room. At least the shower and toilet were in a separate space. Cases of beer were stacked high beside the fridge. The urge to crack a can open tugged at me a bit as I got dressed. I resisted the urge. Barely. Instead, I grabbed a jug of protein powder and dumped a few scoops in a shaker. My epic muscles wouldn't feed themselves. The powder tasted like cardboard, but it made me feel like He-Man. After pulling on some jeans and a t-shirt, I stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom and stared at myself. I did that every morning, facing who I was, what I'd become, the things I'd done. It was part of my daily routine now. I had to embrace all the bullshit surrounding me, not run from it. The old me ran.
"You'll get them all killed,"
Sammy whispered. No. I grabbed the sink, ground my frustration into it.
"Everyone you care for will end up like me."
I tried to convince myself that the voice wasn't Sammy's, but the specter of whatever part of her I'd taken with me as she died. It didn't work. Hearing her soft voice speak those horrible words really kicked me in the nuts. My stomach tightened every time it happened. I hadn't told anyone about our little conversations because I knew they'd take me off the mission and out of the psych ward if they knew. Drew would be all motherly about it. Namie would shit on me. Nelson would have kittens. I couldn't get my revenge if I sat on the sidelines with electrodes connected to my temples.
My mind wandered out, tendrils of consciousness floating through the building before settling on Namie. I didn't read her thoughts or invade her privacy. It's too much, just got a feel for her mood level. She was agitated, downright pissed off. Fantastic. I considered getting a beer again as I walked to the door, but decided not to be too pathetic already this morning. The hallway outside, much like my room, didn't have much character. Gray paint covered the walls. Cheap Berber carpet stretched across the floor. Doors lined the walls down the hall where new recruits to our little operation would live. A few men were in them now, though most were empty. Drew and Namie had rooms around a corner to my left. They were both really pissed off that they were being held here. Even though our current living situation kept us safe, that didn't change the fact that we were essentially prisoners. I'd been a slave to my affliction for the past half a decade, so I didn't care as much as the others. My life sucked nads no matter where I slept at night. And to be honest, this beat a cabin out in the middle of nowhere with empty beer cans stacked 4 feet high in the corner. Nelson was the only part of the psych ward who didn't currently live at the installation. No one knew about his involvement with us, so permission had been granted for him to go home every night and sleep in his own bed. Namie, Drew, and I were all prime targets for Smith, so we were granted Jack and shit. Because of the chaos created by the massacre, President Thomas, whose life I had so graciously saved earlier in the year, had his feet held to the fire. After Murdoch had nearly killed him, Thomas's approval ratings shot up. But when an entire town had been churned into a bloody pulp, he'd fallen out of favor with the people. What had once appeared to be a slam-dunk re-election for him next year was now in serious question. He'd managed to sell the idea of an outside terrorist being the cause of everything to the public, but people wanted said terrorist's head on a stick, and he hadn't provided it yet. Even worse, his own government was turning against him. Those in the Senate knew that something else was afoot, and they were asking questions. When Murdoch had crushed the psych ward, he'd also killed the handful of people outside of the organization who even knew it existed. Only Thomas and Smith had remained, and they were in the middle of a nasty divorce. The FBI, CIA, and Secret Service were all running their own investigations into what had occurred, and were coming up with Jack squat as far as I knew. I figured it was only a matter of time before they turned something up, and then all hell would break loose. The world wasn't ready to hear about telepaths and mind control. After what happened in D.C. and Arthur's Creek, it would be my head on a pike as soon as people learned about my gift. No one would care that I'd helped to stop those 2 events. People feared what they didn't understand. While I was pounding beers in West Virginia, the psych ward had been restarted by a man named Albert Nelson. He'd been charged with resurrecting a program from the dead. The previous psych ward used individuals with unique talents, such as myself, to pilfer secrets from other governments and terrorist organizations. The new version of the program currently had one goal: find Smith and take him out. That mission was the only reason they'd managed to talk me into joining this little shindig. Before bringing me on board, Nelson had recruited Namie and Drew, who were chomping at the bit to get after Smith after the whole Murdoch fiasco. Nelson had sent them to Arthur's Creek to find me, convince me that joining a secret government program that wanted to exploit my malady was in my best interest, and to integrate me with the team they were forming. I had balked at the idea, but not anymore. Even though I knew better than to expect anything but an unhappy ending from being involved with the government, I decided it was time for me to step into the ring and throw a few haymakers. Unfortunately, we weren't doling out ass-kickings just yet. The psych ward was currently outside of congressional oversight, and a secret of the highest order. To keep it that way, President Thomas had ordered us to be stashed away on Aberdeen Proving Ground, a tiny little post in Aberdeen, Maryland, about 30 minutes northeast of Baltimore. The post was primarily used for research and didn't have any soldiers or Marines stationed there. Abandoned World War II buildings covered most of it. As far as military bases went, Aberdeen ranked high on the crapometer. Locals referred to it as Aberdump.
But being stationed there kept us out of the limelight and in a spot where no one would think to look. Bragg, Hood, or Meade were all more obvious choices, which was why we weren't there. It wasn't too much of a stretch to figure they'd stashed us here so that I couldn't get into trouble, too. We were in the middle of the most downtrodden, abandoned section of the post. There wasn't anyone around for half a mile. I couldn't get a glimpse into the heads of any government researchers if they kept me hidden away. Though I'd focused all of my efforts on finding Smith, I still discovered the occasional nugget of information from a government-funded scientist who strayed too close to our building. While most of the research happening on APG had to do with ordnance, vehicles, or tactical armor, there were a few other programs of bigger significance happening. I knew for a fact that a large-scale particle collider was being constructed underground. The fact that the project had never been announced to the public and must have required a colossal budget made me wonder just what in the hell they were doing. A secret project of that scale made me uneasy. Sometimes I wanted to spend a little time to find out what kind of nonsense the Department of Defense was up to on the post, but usually I was just focused on my own little war. Asher's War, as Drew called it. There would be time for intergovernmental...
Completely free and made with care. This audiobook is for you. Rest for a bit. Let the music soothe your thoughts, and we'll carry on soon. Thank you.
Snooping later. Heading for the stairwell, I went up to the next floor to meet Namie. The building we'd taken over fit our needs surprisingly well. The place had sat empty for the better part of a year when we'd moved in. It had been built less than 2 years ago for one of those shady security services contractors used by the military. They hired former Spec Ops badasses to run questionable operations in Iraq and Afghanistan that the government didn't want to openly align themselves with. The DoD canceled the contract after a handful of Afghani citizens were murdered during a black op last year. Because of its former use, the building had living quarters, office space, a gym, cafeteria, shooting range, and a full-on training center on the top floor. Hell, it even had a helipad on the roof and a secured room on the 4th floor Namie used for her digital forensics crap. Nelson had adapted a bit of it for specific purposes, but the fit had worked out quite well. The place was huge for how many people we had working in our operation, but it gave us room to grow. Not that I planned on being around for long. I pushed through the door leading to the 4th floor and walked down to Namie's office. Secure rooms like hers required a lot of unique specifications during their construction. They had used steel studs instead of wood, had small vent openings for heat and air conditioning, and a bunch of other little things that I didn't know or care about. The designs were meant to make the room secure for storing classified information. That didn't do a whole lot of good when you had a telepath hanging around. I stopped in front of the metal door and grinned down at its heavy-duty combination lock. Only 2 people, Namie and Nelson, were supposed to know the combination. It used a 5-number sequence I'd long ago pried from Namie's mind. I could get in and out whenever I wanted. Instead of putting in the numbers, I pounded on the metal with my palm. Having to get up and let one of us in all the time annoyed the hell out of her. Being the wonderful friend that I was, I did my best to get under her skin as much as possible. Namie opened the door, glared up at me.
I know your mind-raping ass figured out the combination weeks ago. Stop being a dick and just use it.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You're such a douche canoe.
Namie stepped back and waved me past her.
Get in here. I gotta test some shit on that stupid head of yours.
6. Needing answers. Allison sat in front of her computer, sipping coffee. The Java tasted much better than the beer she would have cradled just a few months ago. Alcohol still tugged at her thoughts most of the day, but the burning desire to sprint to the store for a 30-pack had dwindled to a smoldering coal. As she did every morning, she searched the internet for references to Asher Benson. And just like every other morning, nothing came up. The man was a ghost. He'd saved a lot of lives in West Virginia, had personally carried Allison from danger, and no one even seemed to know he'd even been there. "Who are you?" she whispered at the screen. She'd found some older articles about him, but nothing recent. The same applied to Detective Lloyd. The cop had protected her as the madness spread throughout the town, and yet there was no mention of him in any of the news coverage. A veil of secrecy shrouded their involvement, and Allison wanted to know why. She wanted to personally thank them for saving her life, and beyond that, she needed to know what she had seen Asher Benson do to a bench. While a crazy doctor was carving her up like a Thanksgiving turkey, Asher was tied to a bench, struggling against his bonds. One second he sat there, fury in his eyes. The next he was standing in front of a destroyed bench, sections of the broken slats still tied to him. While he was a big man, the strongest person in the world couldn't have done that. Something extraordinary had happened, and Allison ached to understand what it was. The secrecy surrounding them only amplified her intense curiosity. After a handful of surgeries to deal with her wounds and a horrible infection from the incision in her chest, Allison had left her life in Arthur's Creek behind. She'd lived a sad, forgotten existence there anyway. The massacre gave her the push she'd needed to drag herself out of the slump she'd floundered in since the death of her husband. She'd moved east, relocating to southern Maryland, and purchased a small house with a monetary settlement from the government. She owned nearly 20 acres of woods full of trails that she ran along every day. The long jogs helped her sort through the emotions, the guilt, and the horrifying memories that hounded her. Yet her thoughts always returned to what Asher had done. Everything else that transpired that day had a rational, if horrible, explanation. What he had done to the bench should have been impossible. A few days ago, Allison had called the police department that Detective Lloyd worked for. They told her that he was on sabbatical. Allison thought that was something only college professors did. If she could get a hold of Drew, then she might be able to get a few answers from him. If nothing else, she hoped that he could at least point her in Asher's direction. It was her only play. She grabbed her cell and stared down at it for a moment, rotating the device in her hand. Not owning a phone had saved her life during the massacre. She'd purchased one after moving to Maryland, even though it seemed a crazy thing to do. Most of the country was petrified of technology at the moment, but Allison was just now embracing it. Living through the atrocities that she had suffered had emboldened her. Risk aversion wasn't a primary concern anymore. Having a smartphone plugged her back into a world she hadn't realized she'd missed. She brought up previous calls and touched the number for the police department again. Held the phone to her ear. Listened to it ring a few times.
"Homicide, Detective Johns,"
a gruff man answered.
"I'm looking for Detective Andrew Lloyd."
The man grunted.
"Is this a joke?"
Allison's brow creased.
"Excuse me?"
"Who is this?"
"I'm not sure what that has to do with—"
"Were you the woman who called here earlier? You don't sound quite the same."
Confused, Allison waited a moment before saying,
"I'm not sure what you're talking about."
"Detective Lloyd has been away for months, and now I get 2 women looking for him within a few hours."
He breathed into the phone several times.
"I'm handling Detective Lloyd's caseload while he's away for a while. What can I help you with?"
"I really need to speak to him. It's important. Do you know where I can find him?"
Detective Johns huffed.
"That's what the other woman said. This ain't passing a smell test, lady. What's your name?"
"Allison Henley. I met Drew in Arthur's Creek."
A pregnant pause settled over the line. After several seconds, Johns said,
I don't know what you're talking about. Detective Lloyd works in Merlin, not West Virginia." Something about the measured way the detective responded to her mention of Arthur's Creek set off an alarm bell in Allison's head. He knew something. She sat ramrod straight, her grip on the phone tightening. She needed information.
"That's the official story, all right."
Allison gulped, her throat and mouth suddenly dry.
"But I was there with him, and I need to talk to him. If you know how to get through to him, I'd appreciate it if you would help me out. Otherwise—"
Allison let the sentence trail off. "Otherwise what?" John's tone turned defensive. "I hope you aren't threatening."
"Otherwise, I might have to talk with the press about Drew's involvement there that day. I'm sure they'd be curious to know why someone who helped save President Thomas's life was also involved in the Arthur's Creek massacre."
Allison had no intention of speaking to the press. They'd hounded her for an interview after she'd left the hospital. Only her moving to another state had stopped their constant harassment. But she had to do something to get through to Drew, even if it meant a little fib or two. Silence stretched out between them for nearly half a minute. Allison opened her mouth to ask if he was still there when he finally responded. "Detective Lloyd is on indefinite leave right now." The measured manner had returned to John's words. "I'm handling his caseload in the meantime. If you have any concerns, I can answer." Allison ended the call. Johns had called her bluff.
Damn it.
She poured the rest of her coffee out and then walked out the back door into the brisk morning. Her mind wandered to a destroyed bench in the middle of her old hometown, its broken slats tied to a large man, as she jogged through the forest surrounding her property. 7. Testing Shizzle out. Mamie's long black hair was pulled up in her customary pigtails that made her look all of 12 years old. The Naruto t-shirt she wore didn't help. I wasn't sure what a Naruto was. Didn't really care either, but I assumed it to be one of those weirdo Japanese cartoons she fawned over. "Douche canoe?" I asked. Mamie walked through a secondary security door, which she never actually used, and stepped into the Digital Forensic Center.
"I have 2 gifts, Gigantor. I can hack computers like a boss, and I can come up with interesting ways to dump on your life. I'm not sure which one I'm better at."
The Forensic Center stretched 20 feet wide and 30 feet long. A dull drone filled the room from the dozens of desktops, servers, and data backups Mamie had running at all times. Nelson had installed a secondary industrial-level air conditioner just for that room, due to the heat baking off all the hardware. Mamie plopped down in a chair in front of her primary workstation. It had 4 monitors stretching end to end, each running a series of windows full of computer mumbo-jumbo that I didn't understand. Code scrolled through several of them like a series of film credits. A 5th monitor, connected to yet another PC, sat on the edge of her desk with a bizarre anime playing on the screen. I nodded at the cartoon. "Glad to see you're working hard,"
says the guy who was rubbing one out in the gym.
I laughed and leaned against her desk. "What do you want, Short Round?" Even though we gave each other flack all the time, Mamie and I had grown to become the unlikeliest of friends. We had little in common other than our penchants for foul language and hunting down Smith, but we got along like siblings. I thought of her as the annoying sister I never had. Mamie didn't have a husband or boyfriend, but she was extremely close with her mother. After she'd moved into our new facility, Nelson had transferred her mother into a type of witness protection program. He feared that Smith would go after our loved ones. Melissa, Drew's girlfriend, had received the same. She didn't take the news positively, however, and ditched his ass. I didn't much care for Melissa, and watching her skip out on Drew during such a rough time in his life really cemented my feelings. I couldn't blame her, per se, and it still pissed me off. Who would want to stay with a man whose mere proximity put her life in mortal danger? Apparently not Melissa. He handled it decently, better than Mamie dealt with the relocation of her mother, anyway.
"The final signal detectors came in from CAIS. They've supposedly cut the lag down to milliseconds."
Mamie swiveled around in her chair. her feet dangling almost a full foot from the floor.
I need to test this shizzle out on your noggin.
I grunted. Fine. CAIS was a massive military contractor that specialized in computer and information systems. After Smith's cell phone signal in West Virginia had sent an entire town into a murderous tizzy, CAIS had been granted a several billion-dollar contract to figure out how to detect and prevent another broadcast from happening again. It had taken them several months and a handful of faulty prototypes, but they'd eventually managed to get a working system in place. Namie had explained how it worked to my dumb ass, but I didn't fully grasp any of it. What could I say? I punched and shot things for a living. She spewed a lot of buzzwords like end-to-end encryption and microchips, which didn't mean a hell of a lot to me. Basically, they were soldering some kind of system into cell phone towers that would automatically scan any outgoing calls or data for the madness signal. If the call was clear, everything would work normally. At least I thought so. Hell, I didn't know. I drank beer and lifted weights during my free time. Tinkering with nerdy stuff wasn't even on my radar. The first prototypes had introduced a significant delay into the system and made phone calls a garbled mess full of people talking over one another. Using the internet was almost impossible. Namie couldn't watch her nonsense cartoons on her phone without wanting to throw it across the room.
You have that constipated look on your face again,
Namie said, peering back at me over her shoulder.
Thinking really does hurt you, doesn't it?
What exactly keeps me from twisting you up like a pretzel and depositing you in this trash can? I tapped the receptacle beside her desk with the front of my shoe.
My cuteness. That and the fact that I'd whoop your big ass.
She grabbed a set of headphones from under the rank of monitors and handed them to me.
Put these on like a good boy.
I snatched them from her. If anyone ever listened to the way we talked to each other, they would think we were mortal enemies.
Who says we aren't?
The fact that you're still alive is a good indicator. I pulled the headphones down over my ears and gave her a thumbs up. Namie didn't trust CAIS to get the job done right, so she had Nelson secure her each version of the prototypes for testing. And by testing, I mean she would blast a version of the signal at me. We'd learned I was immune to the insanity-inducing effects of the signal, much in the same way that another telepath couldn't read my mind. That was great and all, but it gave Namie a reason to use me as a guinea pig. Even still, she always got nervous that the signal would work on me one of those times, and I would actually follow through on my pretzel-twisting threats. Her fingers blurred across her keyboard for a second before she looked back at me.
Ready?
That's what a thumbs up means.
Fair warning, Gigantor,
Namie said, pointing up at my face.
If you go all psycho on me, I'll have to put you down.
I'm quaking in my boots. Get it over with. She grabbed another headset with a microphone attached and slipped it on. Took the computer's mouse in her hand. A series of small clicks came through my headphones. I paused, listening. Even though I knew that nothing would happen to me if the system failed, the idea of the madness signal blasting into my ears always made me anxious. Namie pushed the microphone in front of her face closer to her mouth.
Goddess to shitbird, goddess to shitbird. Do you read me, shitbird?
My body went rigid. I stared straight ahead. Mouth fell slack.
Respond, shitbird.
Namie glanced back at me.
Shitbird?
She gaped up at my unresponsive face.
Ashley?
I didn't respond, just stared at the wall above her monitors.
Balls!
Namie tore the headset off and jumped from her chair with the nimbleness of a drunk. Agility wasn't an attribute of hers. She hissed a long stream of curses, the words blurring together.
Fuck, 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 fuck.
My hand shot out, grabbed hold of her tiny wrist. She tried to tear out of my vice-like grip. My eyes cut down to hers, drilled into them. Panic lit across her face. Then I smiled. So much for putting me down. Namie stared at me for a full second and then deflated, slumping against the wall.
You son of a bitch! I think I just unloaded in my pants.
Charming. I took the headset off. I didn't notice any lag in the signal that time. I think they've got it down.
To hell with the signal. My heart is jackhammering like a Chippendale on ladies' night.
Namie took 2 shaky steps back to her chair and hopped into it. Putting her forehead on the desk, she mumbled,
Gods, I hate you.
I almost felt bad for scaring her so much. Almost. It was too funny. Just remember that next time you feel like giving me tood. I grabbed another chair from the desk adjacent to hers and pulled it over and sat down. Besides, you took on Murdoch. You could handle me, no problem. Namie lifted her head. A sticky note stuck to her forehead.
You killed Murdoch, not me.
Only because you brought that big-ass pistol back for me to use.
That's true.
She pulled the square piece of paper from her face and dropped it into the trash.
I am pretty awesome.
We sat in silence for a moment, both focused on the sticky note in the garbage can. I felt awkward. There was rarely a moment when we weren't trashing each other.
Ashley?
Namie paused, then closed her mouth. She stayed quiet for a moment.
How do you get those images out of your head?
Even though she hadn't come out and said it, we both knew she meant the things we'd seen in that mountain town not so long ago. I don't know that you can. I thought about Barker, a soldier who had died while under my command. I think you just learn to live with it.
Well, that sucks.
It does.
Do you ever talk to anyone about it?
She turned and looked at me with a nakedness that took me off guard. It was a rarity that Namie exposed herself as anything but a cynical smart-ass. She kept her feelings at arm's length, hidden behind her sharp wit.
About the things you've seen?
No. I shook my head. Maybe Drew if I've had a bit too much to drink, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't. I'm a moron, so you should probably do the exact opposite of me. Her eyes dulled, gaze growing distant.
I keep seeing that woman trying to plant a severed head in her flower bed. No matter what I do, I can't stop thinking about it.
I wanted to tell her about my battles with Sammy. She wasn't alone in her struggles to cope with what we'd gone through. But I couldn't. I feared the consequences of letting even Drew know about the new occupant in my head. I'm sorry, I finally said. Namie's eyes focused again.
For what?
Getting you involved in all of this craziness. You should be at home watching weird-ass Japanese game shows.
Did you attack the forensic building I worked in? Namie asked. Did you make my co-workers kill themselves?
Well, no, but
if ifs and buts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
I blinked. The hell does that mean?
It means shut up. We're in this together, much to my dismay, and the only person left to blame is Smith, since we already laid Murdoch down for a nice dirt nap.
Namie turned toward her monitors.
Anyway, I'm glad to hear that lag in the decryption system is fixed. They're already deploying new chips into cell towers. The entire network should be secured in just a few weeks.
I considered pressing her more about the emotions she struggled with, but I decided against it. You couldn't make someone open up if they weren't ready. Besides, talking to me about it might make things worse. When I got involved with something, it inevitably went downhill. When are they going to announce it to the public? I asked instead.
No idea. Hopefully soon so people will calm down.
The new system was supposed to guard against Smith pulling another job with his monstrosity of a weapon. We could only hope that it would do as advertised. Smith was a smart bastard who always seemed to be a step ahead of us. The whoop of an approaching helicopter cut our conversation short. Namie turned toward another array of monitors mounted to the wall behind me.
Drew's back. Hopefully he got that tough chick to agree to work with us. I need some more estrogen around here. All this testosterone is making my skin break out.
I swiveled around in my chair and watched the monitors. The screens were connected to a series of security cameras around the building. Most of them showed closed doors and empty hallways. Several were pointed at the chain-link fence surrounding our compound. The monitor in the upper right-hand corner of the array had the helipad on the roof in view. We sat and watched as the chopper eased down until it landed on the white H painted in the middle. I felt the presence of Drew's mind and that of the pilot, Jack Shea, and they had a woman with them. An excited, confused, and resolute Bree Manning. They do, I said. That means it's finally time to get the team together. Amy pumped a small fist in the air.
"Avengers, assemble!"
I'd started to stand, but stopped in a partial crouch.
"What?" "Good gods, man, you need to get out more."
8. Whirlwind. Cool air washed over Bree's face as Detective Lloyd slid the door of the helicopter open. He hopped out and jogged, bent over, across the roof of the building they'd just landed on. Bree followed him, her hair blowing wildly under the slowing blades of the chopper. Lloyd stopped in front of a metal door. He swiped a card key in front of a reader. The door popped open several inches. The drone of the helicopter died down as they stepped inside. They stood on a small landing at the top of a dark staircase. Bree had looked over the building as they approached. It was 5 stories high and nondescript. Other than the helipad on top, it appeared physically similar to a lot of the others they'd flown over on the base. The newer ones, anyway. Farther inland, Bree had seen a lot of older, decrepit structures that appeared to be abandoned.
"Where are we?"
Bree asked. Lloyd started down the stairs. "Aberdeen Proving Ground."
"The military base?"
"It's a post, actually."
"What's the difference?"
Bree followed him down the stairs. The walls were plain cinder block. Nothing clued her into what kind of facility they were in. "The Air Force uses bases. The Army uses posts." Drew paused, head cocking to the side. "I think. I never had much interaction with the Chair Force, so I could be completely making that up."
"The Chair Force? Do I sense a little bitterness?"
"Damn right. Everything in the Air Force is nicer. My dumbass signed up with the wrong branch when I went Army. At least we were tougher."
Bree couldn't tell if he was joking or not. "Are you going to tell me what's going on or why I'm here yet, Detective?"
"Soon. And call me Drew."
They stopped at the next floor and entered through a closed door. After walking down a hallway, Drew stopped in front of another door. He gestured toward it.
"Wait in here. We'll be meeting with you and the others soon, and then we'll answer all of your questions."
Bree paused. What was she doing? She didn't know who or what was in there, wasn't sure what they wanted her to do or why they wanted her to do it. She stared at the door handle. Something about that moment made it feel like the point of no return. She still didn't know anything of any real importance. If she turned back now, she might be able to return to her semi-normal life. Back to what? She thought. I probably lost everything when I shot that man. She doubted that her position with SWAT was secure, even if the investigation into her actions cleared her name. No one liked a woman taking up the spot a bigger and faster man could have on the team. They would likely use her current situation as an excuse to replace her. And then what? Writing parking tickets? Arresting drunks? Bree hadn't signed up for that. She grabbed the handle and opened the door. Stepped inside. 3 men sat in the room, all facing the door. They gaped at her. She stared back.
"Good luck."
Drew closed the door behind her. A handful of empty folding chairs were scattered around the small room. There were no windows. A large mirror stretched across part of the wall to her left. Bree had seen several of those in her day, all of them in interrogation rooms. The fluorescent lights in the ceiling were much brighter than those in the hall, forcing her to squint as her eyes adjusted. The man on the left nodded at her.
"Howdy."
A thick brown beard covered his face and neck. The bottom of it almost touched his barrel of a chest. His shoulders, arms, and torso were all thick. His hands rested in his lap, meaty, wide fingers interlaced. The hair on his head was cropped short. "Hi." Bree nodded at all 3 of them.
"Briggs,"
the man said, a rumbly Texas drawl matching his stocky frame.
"Frank Briggs."
He stood and walked over to her, extending his hand. "Bree Manning." She took it, felt his palm and fingers envelop hers. Bree prided herself on her shake, knowing how important it was to make a good impression with men like this. Her strength surprised most people and made them squeeze her back to compensate. But not Briggs.
He could have crushed her hand with ease if he wanted. Nice grip. He released her hand and went back to his seat. Bree grabbed a chair on the opposite side of the room and sat down facing their direction. They kept staring at her. Briggs finally gestured to the man beside him. This is Billy Hucks. Hucks gave her a slight nod. He was taller and lankier than Briggs. His limbs were longer, his face leaner. Gray peppered the hair at his temples. He also had a beard, though he kept it short and neat. Sweat covered his flushed skin as if he'd just come in from a run. His blue eyes watched Bree closely. They had an intensity that she'd seen in other men before. If she had to guess, he was some kind of special forces hard-ass, same as Briggs. And that's Nick Tate, Briggs said, pointing at the man on the far right. Tate didn't look at Bree, he scowled at her. He didn't have a beard like the others, but he also kept his hair short. Crow's feet creased the corners of his eyes. Lines ran across his forehead. The others had unusually dark tans, especially considering fall had arrived a few weeks ago. But Tate was an entire shade darker. His skin had a weathered, been-around-the-block quality to it. He looked like an old leather shoe to Bree. She nodded at all of them.
Nice to meet you.
You bringing us lunch?
Tate growled. His voice had a scratchy quality as if he'd gargled with sandpaper earlier in the day.
Excuse me?
Did I stutter?
Bree stiffened.
You got a problem, old man?
Yeah, you.
Tate sat up in his chair, glowering at her.
I got a big goddamn problem if you're here for the same reason we are.
Briggs rolled his eyes, sighed.
Calm down, Tate. To hell with that.
Tate pointed at Briggs.
You damn well know what I'm talking about.
Frustration made Bree's hands bunch into fists. She'd dealt with that kind of nonsense ever since she'd joined the force, seeing as how she'd actually been recruited to be a part of whatever in the hell this was. She hadn't expected the same type of treatment. She wanted to punch its smug face in. Bree shrugged instead.
I don't know why I'm here.
If they put you in this room, it's to be with us.
Tate turned back to her.
And I'm not dragging some woman around because she can't keep up when things get real.
I can keep up with any man.
Bree returned his glare, refusing to blink. Giving any kind of concession to a jackass like that would only lead to more grief for her.
Tate scoffed. You couldn't even do a combat tour with the regular army, let alone us.
Forcing herself to remain calm, or as calm as she could, while being insulted by an asshole, Bree focused her attention on Briggs.
What did you do? Why are you here?
They haven't told any of us exactly why we're here, just that we're going to do some heavy shit. Briggs took a deep breath, his thick chest rising several inches. I'm a ranger. Did 3 tours, 2 cut short by wounds.
Wounds?
Bree was surprised to hear he'd been sent home from war twice. Usually they don't do that if you weren't seriously injured. Briggs tapped his right thigh. Got around in the leg, healed up good, no big deal. He pointed to the left side of his chest. Took a knife between my ribs right here. Hard to breathe and fight with a punctured lung.
Jesus.
Bree had spent time with some tough men in her day, but Briggs raised the bar. Briggs lifted his hands, palms up, as if to say, no big deal. Been out of the game for going on 2 years now. Till that bald guy came calling, anyway. He cocked a thumb at Hucks. Since my 2 compadres here aren't in the best of moods, I'll speak for 'em. Sweat beaded on Hucks's forehead, although he never wiped at it. He just kept watching Bree while Briggs continued. Old Billy here's a former SEAL. Lots of search and rescue missions. Ain't that right, big guy? Hucks finally said, 1 or 2. Eloquent as always. I keep trying to get him to stop all that damn running and join me in the weight room, but he ain't listening yet. We got to get rid of those chicken legs, Billy. Briggs grinned at Tate. And the nicest man in all the land down there was Delta Force. If Tate hadn't acted like such a jackass from the moment Bree had stepped into the room, She would have whistled in appreciation. She'd never met anyone from the legendary Delta Force before. In fact, she'd heard they didn't even really exist in the way the general public thought. A bunch of rumors surrounded the outfit, and no one seemed to be able to confirm or deny most of them. They supposedly recruited their members from the best of the other Special Forces groups.
"And that's why you can't keep up with us,"
Tate growled.
"While you were sucking dick in college, I was assassinating Al-Qaeda leaders in Afghani caves."
"Listen up, asshole. All I did was walk in the room and sit down." Bree smirked at Tate. "If you want to get embarrassed in front of your friends, come on into my wheelhouse." Tate's face tightened, eyes narrowed.
"Say that again, and maybe I will."
"Come on, man." Briggs shook his head. "Just leave her."
"Shut up, Frank. I'm not talking to you."
Bree moved her right hand closer to her waist, anticipating a move from Tate. He was itching for a fight from the moment she'd walked in. She was prepared to give him one. 9. Alpha of Alphas. Namie followed me into the dim room, her breathing slightly labored. "You should join me in the gym and get yourself in a little better shape." I closed the door behind us, and it grew even darker.
"Eat a dick,"
Namie huffed.
"Round is a fine shape."
"Never know when we're going to be in trouble again, and you'll have to run out of here with your hair on fire. A few people want us dead, you know?" Namie stood in front of a large one-sided mirror that showed us the next room.
"I'll jump on your back and ride you out of here like the horse you are."
The voices coming from the next room got louder and angrier, cutting us off. We listened to the argument coming in from the speakers. Through the glass, we watched as Frank Briggs, Billy Hucks, Nick Tate, and Bree Manning got to know each other. Briggs did all the introducing. The man sure liked to talk. Whatever gift of gab he had, he must have stolen from Tate and Hucks, because they didn't say much, unless they were pissed off. Judging from the scowl on Tate's face and the anger baking off his mind in pulses, I'd say that he passed pissed off a few miles back. Manning sat across from them, her shoulders tense. She was less than pleased as well.
"Why is he sweating like a virgin on prom night?"
Namie pointed at Hucks. He was running when we called him in. "What's with all the sex jokes today?"
"They're fun and sexy, like me. Guess you wouldn't be the smelliest dude around anymore."
Namie nudged me with her elbow.
"Thanks for washing the stank off your ass before coming to my office. I like you a little better this way. #little.
Coming from Namie, that was a compliment. I'd opened my mouth to ask what the hell hashtag meant when the door behind us opened. Drew walked in. Even though he must have rolled out of bed at ass o'clock in the morning, he still wore a nice suit and tie, and his head was freshly shaved. "Looking spiffy, Drusif." I looked back to Bree Manning. "I'm guessing you didn't have any issues getting her to come along, since she's already picking a fight with Tate."
"She was as easy as the rest."
Drew stepped beside me, watched the group of badasses through the mirror.
"They all want to kill the terrorist behind Arthur's Creek."
He leaned toward me, sniffed.
"Congrats on showering 2 days in a row. You're almost an adult at this point."
Namie and Drew high-fived each other. "Aren't the two of you just hilarious this morning?" I watched Tate get more agitated by the second as he argued with Manning. "Where's Nelson? Shouldn't the boss man be here?"
"No idea."
Drew shook his head.
"I got a text that he'd be late, but that's it. I've been out of the loop all morning because of her."
"We got this," Namie said. "I'll whip him into shape."
"I think Bree is going to do it for you."
"Hell yeah. Girl power."
"You didn't search her, did you, Drusif?" I asked.
"Did I pat her down? No, but her clothing made it obvious she wasn't armed." "Why?"
"Watch her right hand. Get ready for a show." All three of us fell silent as we observed Tate and Manning eye each other like a couple of wild animals. Manning's hand slowly inched toward her waist. Tate leaned forward in his chair, his face reddening.
Briggs tried to pacify Tate, but he wasn't having any of it.
"Go for it, pussy," Manning said. "You aren't afraid of a girl, are you?"
Tate exploded to his feet and closed the distance between them in an instant. "Shit!" Drew spun on his heel, heading for the door. Without taking my eyes off the two of them in the other room, I grabbed Drew's arm and held him back. "Just watch." Bree had managed to get out of her chair in time to confront the furious Tate, but his speed hadn't allowed her to meet him halfway. He stood mere inches from her, his face angled down as he seethed at her.
This story is yours to enjoy absolutely free. Let's pause for a minute with some calming music. We'll continue shortly. Thank you for spending time with us.
"That isn't what's stopping you." Bree gave him a small, devilish grin. "Oh, yeah? Then what?" That was the moment I was waiting for.
"This is what's stopping you."
Bree tapped a small blade she held in her right hand against the inside of Tate's thigh, just under his crotch. Tate's muscles clenched. His gaze dropped even further, watching her hand as she continued to tap the blade against his leg.
"I have no doubt you could beat me in a fair fight," Bree said. "Problem is that I don't fight fair. Now back away unless you want to be pissing out of a tube for the rest of your miserable life." "Holy crap!" Namie clutched her chest. "I think I'm in love with her."
"Keep it in your pants," I grinned at Bree through the mirror. "She is pretty badass, though." Manning had just pulled off a masterful play. Tate had seen and done more insane shit in the wars in the Middle East than everyone else in that room combined. He'd cut more throats than a Colombian drug lord. For Manning to get the drop on him was ridiculously impressive.
"Where did she even pull that knife from?" Namie asked. "I completely missed it."
Drew closed his eyes, shook his head. "From her belt. The buckle has a hidden blade. She pulled it out while his attention was elsewhere." He looked at me out of the corners of his eyes. "You're lucky she didn't slice and dice him, Ashley." "Wasn't a concern." I tapped my temple. I knew Tate wouldn't lay hands on her, and I knew she wouldn't cut off little Tate unless he did. He was just jockeying for his role as the beta of the group. Through the window, Tate slowly backed away, his permanent scowl a little deeper than usual. Manning sat down at the same time he did, both of them watching each other like predators circling a downed kill.
"Beta?" Namie asked. "You mean Alpha?"
"No, I mean Beta." She looked up at me.
"Because this Manning chica is now the Alpha?"
"No, she's the Beta at best."
"I'm super confused then. Who's the Alpha?"
I turned and walked to the door. After I opened it, I stood in the frame, letting the light from the hallway bathe me in a dramatic silhouette. I glanced over my shoulder at Namie. "You're looking at him."
"Oh, for fuck!"
I closed the door, cutting her off. The grin on my face was so wide that it hurt. It wasn't every day you could set up a wisecrack like that and then walk someone as sharp as Namie into it. I strolled around the corner to the door of the interrogation room and went inside. All heads turned toward me. The glares they gave me would have made a weaker man cry. But not me. I was too awesome for that. "Sup?" I pulled up a chair, sat down. "I'd appreciate it if you didn't get into fistfights with each other on the first day. That's usually a second day kind of thing." "Who are you?" Tate asked. He glanced at the mirror. "How many of you are watching us in there? And why do you have us just sitting here?" "He's down, tough guy," I held my hands up in a pacifying gesture. I'm going to answer all of your questions as best I can.
You're in charge of this operation? Briggs asked.
No way. Tate shook his head as he looked me over. You look like a pog who lifts weights and then sits in an air-conditioned office all day. POG stood for People Other Than Grunts and was used by enlisted men to shit on officers. It was usually fairly accurate. Considering the ordeals I'd gone through, I didn't think it really applied to me anymore. They'd learn that soon enough. The door behind me opened. Nelson stuck his head through it.
A word, Lieutenant?
Lieutenant, Tate grumbled. Told you he was a pog.
I'm not an LT anymore. I got up and stepped into the hall. Nelson, Namie, and Drew stood in a semicircle. All of them had worry lines a mile deep etched in their brows. Albert Nelson was a former CIA officer they'd sent over to restart the psych ward. I often referred to him as a pencil neck due to his slight frame and narrow face. But the man was a tireless worker and had earned a begrudging respect from me. Most of the CIA employees I'd met were real assholes. Nelson kind of was too, but I tried not to hold that against him. He genuinely wanted to put Smith away, so that gave us at least something in common. He wore a suit and tie, though the knot was loose and pulled down. Normally he donned a dress shirt, but shunned the jacket and tie. Seeing him in such formal attire made me wary of what I was about to hear and where he'd just come from. "What is it?" I asked. "Smith's men were spotted in Washington, D.C. this morning."
Nelson grabbed his tie and undid the knot. He folded the fabric and stuffed it into his pocket.
"They used a mobilized version of the signal in a subway platform. 50 people are dead."
My chest tightened. Jaw clenched. "Considering you aren't stuffing us into a chopper and flying us to D.C., I'm guessing they got away." Nelson grimaced. I wanted to punch a hole in the wall. Damn it.
"We're still waiting on a copy of the surveillance footage, but early word is they were chasing someone. We don't know who or why, but hopefully the footage will give us some kind of clue. Identification of the bodies is underway, too. Once we have names, maybe we can find some kind of a connection."
Nelson stuffed his hands in his pockets.
"I was just in a teleconference with the White House. President Thomas is about to pull the plug on us."
"What?" Drew's head snapped around. "We just got the team together 5 minutes ago."
"He says that's part of the problem."
"Are you kidding me? He gives us almost no budget, a building in the middle of nowhere, and a list of operational requirements that—"
"I'm well aware of our limitations, Detective."
Nelson looked at all three of us in turn.
"He's going to shut us down unless we come up with some actionable intel ASAP. He doesn't see the point in running the risk of having Lieutenant Benson around if we aren't producing results."
I didn't like the sound of that. I was a commodity to the government. Commodities that lost their worth were cut loose. That usually meant said commodity might find some new housing in a concrete cage with a beautiful view of a chain-link fence. Our facility had dozens of armed guards surrounding it at all times. They weren't there to keep us safe. Their job was to watch me. Until it wasn't. A call from the White House might turn those guards into aggressors.
"What good is having a goddamn telepath help us if he isn't even allowed to leave the base?"
Namie put her hands on her hips.
"He can't figure out why we haven't found Smith yet? What kind of a—"
Nelson cut her off.
"President Thomas has temporarily lifted the travel restriction from Lieutenant—"
"I've been telling you to call me Ash, Asher, or Sir Badass for a long time now." Nelson closed his eyes, took a deep breath. It was plain to see that his stress levels were reaching the head-exploding point.
"Fine. Asher's travel restriction has been lifted. We're allowed to begin operational missions effective immediately."
I loved the way they called my lockdown a travel restriction. They made it sound like I wanted to take a jaunt to the Caribbean instead of hitting up a bar or something. Up until now, our primary jobs had been less than exciting. Drew and Namie scoured over what little evidence remained from the old psych ward. They recovered data from hard drives and tried to dig up old personnel files. Nelson and I put together the team of misfits in the other room.
I also drank beer and wallowed in self-loathing. Good times were had by all. "Decent timing," Drew gestured to the door behind me. "We brought Bree Manning in just now. The whole team is here." "With minimal training together," I grumbled. "Sure, they're a bunch of tough guys. Tough people. But their experience and training is all over the place. They might as well speak another language when it comes to pulling off an op. The 3 bros in there have only known each other for a few days. Bree has known them for 30 seconds and already threatened one with castration."
"That was the tits,"
Namie giggled. All 3 of us slowly turned toward her. Sometimes I wasn't sure if I should give her a high five or inspect her brain for obvious signs of trauma. Nelson inspected his feet for a moment. "I interrupted you in there just now. Did you debrief them on the situation?" "No. I guess we'd better get started." "What about their training?" Drew asked. "Are we going to throw them to the wolves without ever having worked together?" "Normally I would say no." Nelson glanced at me. "But if they can take Lieutenant Asher with them, then that's going to have to be good enough. He can provide advance warning to them before they engage hostiles." Drew's frown deepened. "But I'm open to suggestions, Detective." Drew stood motionless for several seconds, then shook his head. "Then let's inform the team what they're up against and get busy. Either we catch Smith with the meager resources we've got, or we're shut down. God knows what they'll do with us if we aren't useful to them anymore."
"I'm so glad that knowing Ashley has made me a liability to Washington."
Namie looked up at me.
"Balls."
That about summed it up. We followed Nelson into the room.
"You're going to get them all killed, Asher. Every last one of them,"
Sammy whispered. 10. Curiosity killed the Christie. Christie paced around her living room, kneading the thumb drive in her hands. She'd thrown it in the trash and fished it out again a dozen times in the past 20 minutes. Indecision clung to her every thought and action. Part of her wanted to plug the drive into her computer and see what was on it, but another part knew that could get her killed. What if there was information about the device that caused everyone in the subway to go mad? Maybe industrial secrets were contained on it. It could have even been a small bomb disguised to look like a thumb drive. Christie jumped at the thought, dropping the drive to the floor. She flinched as it bounced twice and slid under the couch. If it had been a bomb, then dropping it like an idiot probably wasn't the smartest idea. She knelt down and reached under the couch. Dust bunnies brushed against her fingers. After she grabbed the cylinder and wiped off tangles of hair and dust from its surface, she pulled the cap off again and stared at the USB plug. What could be so important on such a small device? She was being silly. How bad could it possibly be? Before she could talk herself out of it again, Christie walked around her couch and sat down. She plugged it in. Waited forever for the PC to detect the device and pull it up. The drive appeared. She double-clicked it. A window popped up, asking for a password. Damn it! Christie typed in "crazy people" as a joke and hit enter. The little window shook on her screen, and the password window cleared. She stared at it for several seconds. Probably for the best anyway. Without putting another password in, she hit enter again, with the field blank, and then a single folder opened in the window named Phase 2. Christie's heart rate accelerated. Sweat slicked her palms. She opened the folder, found a series of files. She opened the first one, a doc file. Some kind of blueprints or schematics popped up. Christie tried scrolling down, but just found image after image of the same confusing plans. Her cell phone bleated beside her. Christie flinched, almost dropped her laptop. Leaving it open, she placed the old computer on her coffee table and reached for the phone. It was her mother. She accepted the call. "Mom, you won't believe what happened to me today." 11. Dropping knowledge. My name is Albert Nelson. I'm currently in charge of this operation." Nelson stood in the middle of the room, facing the new hires. Namie Drew and I sat behind him, closer to the door. "What is this place exactly?" Bree asked. She'd returned her tiny knife back to her belt, where it pretended to be a buckle. She gestured at Namie. "And shouldn't the girl leave before we get into this? Why is she even here?" Namie deflated in her chair. Her love affair with Bree Manning had just crashed to a screaming halt. "I'm not a goddamn little girl." Namie crossed her arms over her chest. She mumbled, "Shitlords," under her breath. "Really?" Manning's cheeks reddened. "Sorry." We sat there for nearly 20 minutes, listening to Nelson describe just how boned we all were. He went over Murdoch's rampage through D.C., the old mission and capabilities of the psych ward, and how Smith had caused the horror in Arthur's Creek. A laugh escaped me at one point as I listened to the entire story. I couldn't help it. The narrative Nelson had weaved was preposterous. Sure, it was all true, but that didn't make it any less absurd. The whole thing sounded like the basis for a crappy thriller novel, but it was even worse than that because only an asshole would write an idiot like me in as the hero of a story. You'd have to be a real loser to conjure me up as the protagonist. The four newbies gaped at him throughout most of it, their disbelief etched all over their faces. At the end, when they were obviously not buying what Nelson was selling, he told them about me. That led to more incredulous questions, followed by me going through the whole mind-reading rigmarole. Everyone always asked the same questions. What am I thinking now? That I'm full of shit. What color is in my head? Blue. What number is going to win the lottery next week? I'm a telepath, not a precog. What the hell is a precog? I need beer. Lots and lots of beer. It was the same thing every single time someone learned what I could do. They asked me the same questions with the same disbelief before finally pulling away from me in fear. Everyone was worried that I would know all the fucked up things that passed through their minds 1,000,000 times a day. And they were right to fear that. I did hear those things. Unfortunately for them, I'd already scanned all of their minds the moment they touched down on the roof of our building. Part of our screening of new recruits consisted of me verifying they hadn't already been turned by Smith. If Tate's scowl deepened any more, the corners of his mouth would have dragged on the floor. He stared at me dead in the eyes and asked, "You actually think we're going to buy this scam, asshole?" "Actually, it's Asher." "What?" "You said asshole when you meant Asher." "You think you're funny?" "As a matter of fact, I do." Tate tensed, and I could tell he was about to lunge across the room at me. The man was wound so tight that a caravan of horses couldn't have yanked a needle out of his ass. He'd seen too much during his time overseas, done too much that had caused him to lose most of his ability to act like a civilized human being. I held a hand up. "Calm down, tough guy. We're on the same side here." "Not sure that we are." Tate glared at me, but he stayed seated. "Your parlor tricks aren't fooling me." Hux sat quietly, watching and listening. The man was a calculated, intense thinker. He didn't make rash decisions. I liked that about him. He stood in stark contrast to Tate. And myself. He finally said, "Why the four of us? I've been out of the game for almost a year." "We're in a tough spot." Nelson finally sat down, his shoulders sagging. Even though the morning was young, weariness permeated his every move. "We've discovered that Smith is blackmailing members of the government. So far, we've uncovered more than half a dozen FBI and DHS employees he'd coerced into doing something for him. Sometimes they would pass him information. Other times they would disable a surveillance system for several minutes. Because of that, we can't just approach someone still in active duty for fear that he'll learn about what we're doing here." "So you grabbed a bunch of beat-down old war horses?" Hux shook his head. "That doesn't make any sense." He gestured at me. "You've got a man who could vet anyone. We don't know who he's watching. If he found out that we were recruiting for a new team, he could use that information against us. If he found out where we were located, things would get ugly. Nelson glanced at Manning for a moment. And we had other stipulations we had to consider. You were also selected because none of you has any immediate family, no kids, no spouses, no ties to the world. Manning's features tensed, but she stayed quiet. Nelson continued. Make no mistake. This mission is more dangerous than anything you've tackled before. Not just for you, but also for everyone you know. Smith has unique resources at his disposal that he'll use to manipulate you. If you love a dog, he'll find out and have it killed. If you're dating someone new, he'll kidnap and torture them. After what he did to our country in Arthur's Creek, it's safe to assume that there is no line he won't cross. We selected you because the only thing you have to lose is your life. Manning really bristled at Nelson's explanation. Frustration and embarrassment radiated from her mind. She hated that her career choices had forced her to abandon the normalcy that she craved. She wanted to get married someday, to have kids. That she had to set those desires aside to pursue a career with SWAT ate at her every day. Hearing that Nelson had chosen her because of those sacrifices angered her. That only made her even more conflicted because she realized that her hard work had paid off. She had been chosen because of her qualifications and the hard lifestyle decisions she'd made. And yet that bothered her. She ached to be at the top of her field and still be able to go on the occasional date, but she had yet to figure out how to rectify the two. I focused on closing my mind off even more. Her thoughts had bled into mine, and I'd found myself wrapped up in her inner turmoil before I even recognized my mental drift. Digging around in her personal conflict made me feel dirty. Peeping Toms had nothing on me. What exactly are we supposed to do here? Briggs asked. Every Fed in the country is after this Smith guy after the hell he unleashed. What more can we do? No one else knows about what we're doing. Only President Thomas and the people in this room have any knowledge of the psyops our country has been running for years. That gives us an upper hand over the other law enforcement agencies. We've just been granted full autonomy to pursue Smith within our borders, and we have a limited amount of time to do it. Nelson folded his hands in his lap. We're understaffed, underfunded, and the time constraints placed upon us are less than ideal. But we've put together a good team, and we're going to do our best to bring the greatest terrorists this country has ever known to justice. Tate clapped slowly. Great speech. Hux interjected. That sounds wonderful and all, but it doesn't answer how we find a man the entire FBI can't track down. We're under the umbrella of the Department of Homeland Security. The President has granted us unbridled access to any investigative details the other bureaus and agencies have dug up. Nelson cocked a thumb over his shoulder at me. And we have our very own telepath. If we can track down even one person who knows anything about Smith or his whereabouts, Lieutenant Benson will get everything we need from them. I didn't bother correcting the lieutenant thing again. Damn, it got old, though. Drew's phone chirped in his pocket. He pulled it out, checked the screen. Excuse me. He slid out of the room, pulling the door closed behind him. Nelson watched him leave, eyes narrowing. As much as I understand your confusion and agitation, we don't have time to deal with everyone's concerns. You don't have time to answer all of our questions? Bree asked. But you want us to put our asses on the line? I stood up. Smith used this madness signal in the subway of Washington, D.C. this morning. 50 more people are dead. How long until he uses it over the PA system at a football game? You're all here because you want to save lives. This is your chance. 12. A woman-child. Bree followed the small woman-child down the stairs. Her thoughts were still reeling from the bullshit that Nelson and the giant man Asher had been slinging. Telepaths and mind control. Bree scoffed as they stepped onto the next floor and walked down a hallway. Something funny? Mamie asked over her shoulder. Her pigtails swayed with each step. Everything about this is a joke. They moved past several doors before stopping in front of one. Namie waved her hand toward it.
Your domicile.
Bree grabbed the handle, opened it. Light from the hall spilled into a tiny, dark room. It looked more like a dormitory room than an apartment. She grimaced as she looked at the small bed, desk, and kitchenette area.
You're kidding, right?
Nope. Namie shook her head, pigtails flapping.
Welcome to paradise.
Bree grunted. She walked inside, flipped the light on. Namie followed. 2 objects Bree recognized sat on the floor at the foot of the bed. They were both duffel bags that she took to the gym and to work. She bent down, unzipped one. Some of her clothing was jammed inside, unfolded and wrinkled. She grabbed one of her bras and held it up.
You broke into my house and went through my things?
Bree glared at Namie.
Went through my underwear? Take a pill, sweet cheeks. I didn't go through anything. I got better things to do than sniff your panties.
Bree grimaced. The little woman had quite a mouth on her. Namie gestured to the corner of the room.
We're in a time crunch here, so I'm sure they wanted to speed your arrival up.
The custom rifle Bree had shot that morning sat in the corner of the room, propped against the side of a refrigerator. Several boxes of ammo and her spotting scope were stacked beside it.
I didn't give permission for any of this.
Bree dropped the bra and walked to the rifle. She picked it up, inspecting it for damage or dirt. She worked the action. Everything seemed to be in order.
Someone seeing what color your thongs are will be the least of your concerns.
Namie plopped down on the bed.
Ashley probably already knows shit about you that no one else does.
Ashley?
Asher, Ashley, whatever. The big meathead who sat in there with us. If he's cleared you to be here, then he's already been balls deep in your brain.
Bree recoiled.
I'm not sure I even know what that means, but it sounds disgusting. I do my best.
Namie flashed a toothy grin. Having worked with cops for so many years, Bree had grown accustomed to coarse language and sexual innuendos. She even liked to let loose a streak of profanities when the time called for it. But that woman took things to another level.
I'm not buying this telepathic bullshit.
She placed the rifle back in the corner and turned to Namie.
You can drop the act. It's not. Spare me. I know a mentalist when I see one. Girlfriend, you in for a rude awakening. You think being a cop has you prepared for what's coming? I've seen shit that would make you blow chunks all over the place. This isn't a magic act. Ashley is a big doofus, but he's the real deal.
The grin slid from Namie's face.
He saved my black ass more than once.
Bree could only shake her head. She couldn't believe an obvious con artist had managed to fool so many people into believing his nonsense. He'd known a lot about all of them, sure, but that just meant he'd spent time studying their files, and good mentalists had a vast array of tricks up their sleeves to extract information from their marks on the fly. They could make educated guesses about someone that were eerily accurate. It often made people think of them as supernatural, or telepathic, as that Asher scammer had made everyone believe. Namie watched her.
You find out soon enough?
I highly doubt that.
You're a sassy one, aren't you? I like it. You're going to need that to get through the crap we're going to dive into.
Namie slid off the bed.
I've got to get back to work. In the closet over there you'll find your uniform and body armor. Try it on and make sure everything fits. I have a feeling you'll be wearing it soon. Shit is going down.
The small woman jaunted out of the room, leaving Bree to stare at the open door.
What the hell have you gotten yourself into?
She asked herself. 13. Thinking hurts. I stood in the hallway by myself, watching Drew's back as he talked into his phone. Everyone else had left the interrogation room. Nelson went back to his office. Namie had taken Manning to her room. The three stooges, who had been in the facility for a few days already, went to the shooting range. They were up there now, talking about how full of shit I was. Manning thought the same thing. While we were in the room, they hadn't believed what I was saying. Now that they were away from me, their disbelief had turned to outright scorn. They viewed me as a huckster and a con artist. That didn't surprise me much. They'd all experienced incredible things in their line of work, but nothing had ever appeared to be supernatural. Everything was real, grounded. I didn't even like thinking about my abilities as supernatural. That didn't feel right. It cheapened the shittiness of what I had to deal with. It wasn't that I had some kind of paranormal powers like a member of the X-Men, but more that I'd, unfortunately, unlocked a part of my brain that most people hadn't. And it sucked. Drew finally ended the call and walked back to me.
That was Detective Johns. He's covering my caseload while I'm playing spy with you.
Okay.
2 women called him today looking for me. One refused to tell him anything, which raised his suspicions. He traced their number and he got me a name.
You aren't exactly blowing my skirt up with this riveting information.
She lives in D.C.
Oh.
Yeah.
Drew worked in Baltimore. There was little reason for someone from another city to be calling him about a case he was investigating. The timing of the call and the happenings in the capital earlier in the morning might not have been a coincidence. Drew was nodding at me.
Does it hurt?
What?
Thinking. I can practically see you working things out in that tiny brain of yours. Smoke's coming out of your ears.
Hilarious.
Thanks.
Drew stuffed his phone in his pocket and then he took his jacket off.
I'll get Amy to pull up some info on her, see what her deal is. If she had anything to do with what happened in the subway this morning, then this could be our first break.
You said 2 women called you today. Did you sign up for one of those online dating sites?
If I signed up to an online dating site, then why would they be calling me? They'd send me an email. You should at least know what you're talking about if you're going to give me a hard time.
Damn. I really needed to learn more about that internet thing. It just might catch on one day. I shrugged. I don't know how these things work.
Maybe you could sign up for one of those classes little old ladies take so they can learn how to check their email and use the incredibly complicated Google.
I miss this. I grinned, clapped him on the shoulder.
What?
This. Giving each other shit all the time. Just like the good old days when you'd come by my apartment and give me an ass chewing for being drunk by noon. We stood in silence for a moment. It got awkward. I grunted. Not saying I want to hold hands or anything.
You're the one making it sound like we used to date.
Drew's shoulders sagged.
The other call came from Allison.
What? I felt my stomach tense. Allison Henley?
Yeah. She basically threatened me. She said she'd go to the press and tell them I was in Arthur's Creek during the massacre if I don't call her back. I'd bet my pension that she wants to know about you.
Damn it. Nelson is going to blow his lid. I closed my eyes, leaned my head back so my face pointed at the ceiling. It wouldn't surprise me if Nelson had her detained in some military prison camp so she couldn't talk. We were under enough pressure and scrutiny already without the press learning that Drew and I had been in West Virginia during the massacre. The heat around us had finally subsided after the events of D.C., and we didn't need things getting hot all over again. And what really worried me was whether she knew anything about me. She'd seen what I could do, but she'd been badly wounded and in a serious state of shock. I hoped she didn't remember anything. If nothing else, her state of mind at the time would keep her from being certain about what she'd seen. But why else would she be dropping the hammer on Drew? She knew something. If she started weaving fantastical tales about Drew and me, and Nelson would have no choice but to lock her up somewhere. I couldn't abide that. Being in my orbit had harmed enough people.
We'll have to deal with her later, Drew said. Don't tell Nelson anything about Allison until I can talk to her.
I promised not to tattle to the hall monitor.
We need to get moving or we'll lose Smith's trail from this morning.
Drew's face hardened.
If we haven't already.
He's a little slicker than the typical scumbags I have to find. Shocking that former intelligence officers and spies are good at avoiding detection. Who knew? We headed for Namie's office. 14. Hashtag. I rapped my knuckles on Namie's metal door. "Housekeeping."
Eat me,
she called from within the office. The door opened a moment later.
You know, I can't get any goddamn work done if I have to deal with you two clowns all day. If I have to answer this door every 5 seconds, I'm going to go postal.
Drew ignored her rant. Did they grant you access to the DHS databases yet?
Some of them, yeah. FBI and DEA criminal databases, too. Not all of them, though, obviously.
Good. We need you to look someone up. Drew walked past her, disappearing through the next door.
Well, come on in,
Namie said sarcastically.
I have all the time in the world to look random crap up for you guys. It's not like I'm in here trying to recover data from burned and crushed hard drives or...
Stop your bitching. You won't be the one getting shot at when we find Smith. Namie paused.
That's a decent point, Gigantor.
Another anime played on one of her monitors. A small Japanese girl had giant tentacles wrapped around her on the screen. Drew stared at it. Jesus, Namie, what the hell are you watching in here?
It's a brilliant series about...
That was a rhetorical question, Short Round. I sat in a chair opposite her desk.
Oh, well, fuck you too.
Namie hopped in her seat, spun around so she faced her desk.
Who do you need me to look up?
Her name is Christy Tolbert. She lives in D.C. Drew held his phone out so Namie could see the screen. This is her phone number. Namie brought up a window on her computer. She went to Facebook. What are you doing? I asked. You can check up on your boyfriend later. Namie showed me her middle finger over her shoulder.
Don't sass me, Dick Cheese. Assuming she's a plain old civilian, Facebook will have a much more accurate profile of her than any law enforcement database, and it'll be a hell of a lot faster. We'll know everything about her in seconds.
Nice thinking, Drew said. We should have had you on the payroll in homicide.
You couldn't afford me.
I sat behind them in my own little Luddite world. Maybe I did need to sign up for one of those old lady classes about the internet. I never would have thought of using Facebook to look up someone. Because I was old, I guessed. Christ, I needed a beer.
Got her.
Namie leaned back, crossed her arms over her chest.
Hashtag huzzah.
Christie's profile picture showed her standing behind a bar in a provocative uniform, a pitcher of beer held in each hand. My kind of woman. I leaned forward. So why would she be calling Drew? Namie scrolled through her feed, finding nothing.
Don't know. She's a bartender. Seems kind of unhappy with her job, judging by her posts.
If she's a bartender, then she might have been on the subway this morning if she worked really late. Drew drummed his fingers on Namie's desk. Is the security footage from the attack available yet?
I haven't checked. I've had to answer the door every 5 seconds this morning.
Namie looked up at Drew.
Vamonos, Baldy.
He took a big step backward. Namie grabbed her desk and shoved herself to the right. Her chair rolled along plastic on the floor. She slid down to the next desk where she grabbed hold, stopping in front of another computer.
This is on the Cipronet. I can't access the other federal databases unless I use this connection. It's kind of a pain in the ass.
Namie grinned at me over her shoulder.
I look pretty cool sliding around the office, all right?
You and I have very different definitions of cool.
Definitions? That's a 4-syllable word. You feel okay after using that?
I hate all of you. I got up, walked over to her, looked over her shoulder at the monitor. Namie's fingers worked their magic across the keyboard. She went to a sparse-looking website, logged in, tapped away at a series of screens so quickly that I didn't have time to read them. I was starting to get seriously concerned that I might in fact be a total moron. She and Drew were operating on another level. Was I always so stupid, or did the drinking and the traumatic brain injury make things worse? The urge to flex in their faces hit me. I fought it, though, not wanting to make them incredibly jealous of my beautiful sculpted muscles. I was still more awesome than they were, obviously. Drew rolled the sleeves of his dress shirt up to his elbows, exposing his mangled wrist. Namie glanced at it.
How's the Freddy Krueger joint doing, anyway?
Getting better. My fingers still tingle, but I'm getting movement back.
The scars are unholy.
My wrist modeling career is probably over. More screens zipped by. More clicks came from the mouse. Then another window popped up.
Got it,
Namie said.
Looks like it just went up 20 minutes ago. What do you want to see?
Skip to the attack, then backtrack 30 seconds. The video showed a relatively quiet subway platform. Commuters stood around waiting for the train to arrive. Everything seemed fine, calm. Namie moved the cursor over a timeline to the bottom of the video and worked her way through until chaos erupted. She clicked a little further back until everything was relaxed in the window again. All three of us leaned closer to the screen. After 30 seconds or so, a group of men in suits appeared at the bottom of a staircase in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Most of them wore gray. One was in black. The man in black. My jaw clenched at the sight of him.
You make him sound like he's a boogeyman,
Namie said. He and I have unfinished business. I wanted to punch holes in the walls. Anger flooded me as I watched the men walk across the platform. I remembered the brawl I'd engaged in with the man in black in the hallway of a hotel. He'd beat the ever-living crap out of me. I'd chalked him unconscious and stomped on his face. Good times were had by all. That human waste of space had worked as Smith's right-hand man for as long as I'd been involved in this craziness. His fingerprints were all over everything wrong that had happened in my life over the past year. Sammy's blood stained his hands.
Yours, Asher. My blood stains your hands.
I swallowed a knot that had formed in my throat. A pen on the desk in front of me began to shake. I watched it, my anger boiling. My vision tunneled as I stared at it. Everything around me slipped into darkness. Let it go, Asher, let your anger go. The pen vibrated violently, clattering on the wood surface. Let it go. It zipped off the desk and smashed into the wall behind it. From far off, miles away, I heard Drew calling out to me. His voice got louder, punching through a fog that had descended around me. Hands grabbed my shoulders, spun me around. I glared at him. Ash? Drew shook me. Can you hear me? The rage that encompassed me pulled back a bit. I closed my eyes, forced in a deep, shaky breath. Can you hear me? Drew squeezed my shoulder with his good hand so hard that it hurt. He still had a lot of strength left. Yeah, I mumbled. I hear you. Stop squeezing my shoulder like it's little Drew when you're alone on a Saturday night. What the hell just happened to you? Drew asked. His grip eased up, though he didn't outright release me. I opened my eyes, saw both of them gaping at me. Drew was concerned. Namie was scared. Sorry, I said. Seeing him really pissed me off.
You went full Bruce Banner.
Namie watched suspiciously.
And then you mind-fucked my poor pen.
Drew asked, Did you move the pen on purpose? No. Yes. Sort of. It started moving without me even thinking about it and flew off the desk when I focused. I thought you couldn't control it. Usually I can't. Drew finally let go of me. You really spaced out there. It looked like you were going to trash the room. What's going on, man? I thought about it for a second, wondering if I should just tell them about Sammy playing the bongos inside my head. I'm good. If that's good, then I don't want to see bad. You and I have been in the lowest of lows, Ashley, and I've never seen you like that before. So don't give me that crap. Just tell me what's wrong. My resolution returned. I straightened up, squared my shoulders. I'm good. I just want to catch these bastards, that's all. I didn't need to be a telepath to see that neither one of them believed me. Drew couldn't read minds, but he knew a lie when he heard one. The guy was a walking polygraph machine. After several uncomfortable seconds, they both decided to drop it. I knew Drew would jump on me again when we were alone, though.
He was a dogged S.O.B. Guess he had to be with the whole detective shtick. Namie had paused the video when I freaked out. She started it again, and we watched Smith's flunkies walk across the platform. A train eased to a stop, and the doors opened. And then all hell broke loose. The man in black and his merry band of assholes skinned a few pistols and turned the place into the OK Corral. They lit up the train with a hail of gunfire. Commuters freaked out. "Pause it," Drew said. "Who are they shooting at? Do we have any footage from inside the train?" "Hang on." Namie performed more digital foo and another video popped up. "We do, but the quality is ass. Looks like they recorded it on a potato." The camera appeared to be stationed in the corner of one end of the train car. It was in black and white, and as grainy as a field of wheat. Drew inched even closer to the screen. Namie played the video. There was no sound. A few people were scattered throughout the car. In the middle sat a man with a thick, unkempt beard. He had the look and style of a former Spec Ops something or other. "That's our player." I leaned over Namie. "But who the hell is he?" A woman in a skimpy outfit walked into view, moving away from the camera. She sat across from the man. As she took a seat, we caught a view of her face. Even though the video had the quality of an 80s porno, we could all see who it was. Christy Tolbert, bartender extraordinaire. Bingo! Drew reached into his coat, which he'd tossed across the back of a chair. He pulled out a tiny pad of paper and jotted some notes on it. "The pieces are coming together." When the time in the video of the train caught up with the one on the platform, we watched as the man in the car returned fire. He pulled Christy down, and they had some kind of exchange. The three of us huddled together, giving the monitor our rapt attention. We were kids watching our first horror movie when our parents finally let us stay up late. The bearded hombre kept speaking to her even as she tried to move away from him. Something passed between them. "What is that?" Drew asked. Looks like a thumb drive," Namie said. We rewound the video a few times, but we couldn't be certain. I wasn't sure rewinding was really a thing anymore, was it? It wasn't like we were watching a tape. Man, I should probably check my mail to see if my first Social Security check had arrived. Maybe I could catch an early bird dinner soon. Christy and the bearded man each put earbuds in before storming out of the train. He was dragging her along behind him. Namie switched the video to the security camera on the platform. The man in black had some kind of a device in his hand. "That must be what they use to transmit the signal," Namie said. "That's scary as shit." I had to concur. CAIS had created an encryption system that would supposedly protect our cell phones. But that wouldn't do anything if a maniac could drive down the street with a megaphone and infect everyone within earshot. At least that would keep the problem local and stop them from getting an entire city at once, I guessed. Seeing the bright side wasn't easy when dealing with those jerkweeds. We continued watching as everyone but the men in suits, Christy, and the bearded wonder all went stiff. The man eventually went down under a barrage of bullets. Christy escaped and called Drew later. "Balls." Namie stopped the video. "Guess we should find her." Drew was already punching her number into his phone. He held it to his ear, listened in silence for almost 20 seconds before cursing and ending the call. "Straight to voicemail." "If we found out who she is, then you can bet your ass that Smith can." I pursed my lips. They might have her already. I don't know what he had at her, but if it was important enough for Smith's right-hand man to make an appearance, then it must be something big. Drew turned to me. "I'll call down to DCPD, get some officers to her apartment and see if we can bring her in. You get the team together. We need to head down there in case Smith's men show. I'll fill Nelson in and get approval for an op." I nodded. My teeth were grinding. "Hopefully our guys are ready." "And girl," Namie said. "They better be." Drew grabbed his jacket. "Time to saddle up." 15. Passed out. Christy lathered shampoo in her hair. The hot water coming from the shower head washed over her neck and shoulders.
Her muscles slowly relaxed, the tension in them finally washing away. She felt a migraine forming at the base of her skull and working its way up. That often happened during particularly stressful times. The events of the morning had pushed her further mentally and physically than she'd ever gone before. The migraine would probably be one for the record books. She could only hope that a hot shower and a few ibuprofens would dull some of the sharpness. She stood in the water until the room had filled with steam and her skin had reddened from the heat. The chirpy sound of her phone's ringtone greeted her as she stepped out of the tub. Normally, she would have run through the apartment naked to answer it before the caller hung up. It had always been an oddity of hers that she hated letting a phone ring, but today she was just too tired. Running anywhere, for anything, would have taken a Herculean effort. After toweling off, she brushed her teeth, pulled on a t-shirt and boxers, and promptly crashed on the top of her bed. She didn't bother to crawl under the covers. Sleep took her within seconds. She never heard the commotion breaking out in the streets surrounding her building. 16. Stressed. Bree sat behind Briggs in the third row of seats in a large SUV. He grinned at her over his shoulder and then faced forward. She tried to return it, but her jangled nerves made it difficult. 20 minutes ago, the big man, the one who claimed he could read people's minds, had pounded on her door and told her they were going on their first mission. Bree couldn't believe it. Just a few hours ago, she'd been at a shooting range wondering what would happen with her career in SWAT. Now she was part of a secret search and rescue team, if that was what it could even be called. Truth be told, she didn't know what she'd gotten herself wrapped up in. They'd given her a legitimate DHS badge. She'd spent part of the morning filling out forms to get a top-secret security clearance. They'd outfitted her with an all-black military-style uniform. She had her rifle and a few dozen rounds of ammunition. A .45 caliber sidearm was holstered around her right thigh. They each had black ski masks to conceal their identities. Nelson had met all of them outside the building before they'd climbed into the vehicle and warned them to keep their faces hidden at all times. He'd hammered home what would happen to anyone they knew if that Smith guy found out who they were. It all seemed incredibly implausible to Bree. How could someone have so much power, have so many moles inside the government, that he could get to almost anyone? Then again, she thought, these people believe in mind control. We'll probably have to write a wish list for Santa Claus when we get back. Maybe the stork can bring me a baby when I finally decide to retire. The pilot of the chopper, whose name she'd just learned was Jack Shea, sat behind the wheel. He'd been with the horribly named psych ward the longest. He kept quiet for the most part, only responding to questions with 1 or 2 word answers. Bree had found out that he was a former Army Ranger and was now a helicopter pilot. And that was about it. His black hair was short, his face clean-shaven. He had a thin, wiry build. Hux sat in the front passenger seat. He didn't bother talking much either. Beside the affable Briggs was the asshole Tate. He kept scowling back at Bree. She agonized over the fact that they were about to do something that would most likely be dangerous, and one of her teammates viewed her with open disdain. Knowing that he had zero confidence in her made her wary of what could happen when bullets started whizzing by. They sat in silence for the most part. Tate grumbled every so often about the stupidity of sending a team into the field that hadn't trained together. On that, they all agreed. The idea that the field of combat was actually inside America's borders made Bree queasy. She'd wanted this, yes, but now that it was go time, she'd begun to second-guess herself. All the men in the SUV were warriors. They were total badasses with dozens of confirmed kills. The missions they'd executed came straight out of Tom Clancy novels. Bree had only fired her weapon in the line of duty once. She'd killed 1 man in all of her time with SWAT. Did she really have what was required to run with those guys? She closed her eyes, forced herself to relax. They wouldn't have chosen her if she couldn't hang with the big dogs. The door beside her opened, and the big man slid into the seat beside her. Ready to go, ladies? Asher asked. He looked at Manning. No offense. None taken, she said in her best I'm not scared shitless voice. The rest of the crew nodded their affirmation to his question. Everyone have their masks and comms? Asher placed a small earbud in his right ear. The cable snaked down his neck and disappeared under the black body armor he wore. Not our first rodeo, boy. Tate slid his earpiece in as well. Bree did the same. No sound came out of it yet. Briggs peered back at Ash. You were an LT? Army? That's right. Ash tapped his temple. Discharged after I took a little bump on the noggin and started hearing voices. Turns out the Army doesn't want crazy people running around with automatic rifles. So, we have a pog and a female cop going to war with us? Tate asked. I can't wait to get shot in the back when one of you blows your assignment. Nobody's sneaking up on you when you're with me, Cupcake. Ash held an M4, the stock of the rifle sitting on the floor between his legs. He also had a .45 holstered against his leg. Several pockets of a tactical vest held extra magazines. Like the rest of them, his face mask sat on top of his head, not pulled down over his face yet. Tate grumbled something that they all ignored. Where are we going? Shay asked from behind the wheel. Get us on 95 South, Ash said. Drew will call in the address shortly. Shay put the SUV in gear and drove away from the building. They stopped in front of a gate made of chain-link fence and topped with barbed wire. The gate didn't move for several seconds before sliding open. As they pulled out of the compound, Briggs turned around as best he could with all of his gear on. No one told us exactly what we're doing. Drew, Detective Lloyd, got a call this morning from a woman in D.C. He hasn't spoken to her yet, but we've confirmed that she was in the subway this morning when Smith's men showed up. Ash adjusted his vest. The man who engaged with them passed her something and helped her escape before they put him down. We're going to her apartment building and grab her and whatever it was the man gave her. She know we're coming? Briggs asked. We can't get a hold of her. We're hoping that Smith doesn't have her already. Drew has a few officers heading there now to hold her for us. What if Smith does have her? Bree asked. Then she's fucked. Bree grimaced. She asked herself for the 10th time what she'd gotten involved in. Hux pulled down the visor in front of him and looked at Ash in the mirror. And if Smith's men show up while we're there? Weapons free, Ash said. They won't hesitate to shoot us, so don't extend them the courtesy. He looked over at Bree. The plug in your right ear is the comms. All of you have a second noise-canceling earbud on the left. We're hoping it will block the signal that was broadcast this morning. If we encounter Smith's men, make sure to immediately put the other bud in. I don't care if you're engaged at the time or not. Bree reached inside her collar with a finger, felt around until she found the bud. She wanted to vomit at the idea of suffering from the effects of that damnable signal. Benson was watching her. The last thing you want to do is go crazy and start shooting up civilians. Don't screw around with this. So our asses will just be hanging out in the wind without both of these in, but we won't be able to hear shit if we're using them the whole time. Tate brayed with laughter. It figures. It's a catch-22, Asher said. Nothing we can do about it right now. Bree ran her fingers along the barrel of her rifle. It sat across her lap, its cool steel keeping her somewhat grounded. They drove through the main gate of the post and headed for I-95, the largest highway on the east coast of the United States. Why ain't we flying? Briggs asked after several minutes of silence. All air travel around the capital has been shut down. A wry smile touched Asher's lips. That, and I'm not allowed within a mile of the National Mall, or the Pentagon, or the NSA. On account of your, mutant powers? Briggs did everything short of using air quotes to show how little he believed what Ash had said. Bree wanted to give him a high five for his skepticism. Something like that. Asher's grin broadened. You'll believe me soon enough. As they accelerated onto the highway, the traffic heavy but moving quickly, Bree felt her heart rate quicken. It would take them a while to get down to the city, but that didn't calm her nerves. Oh, there's one more thing. Benson's grin faltered. Riots are breaking out around the city. What? Tate's head snapped around. Are you kidding me? No. Thousands of people started protesting shortly after the attack this morning. They're pissed that the government isn't protecting them from terrorism. They turned violent about 30 minutes ago because nothing keeps you safe like burning down your own city. By the time we get there, D.C. will probably be in full-blown chaos. The cops are already locking down most of the main highways and streets. Sweet baby Jesus, Briggs grumbled. We're supposed to swoop into the middle of a city during a riot and pull a woman out? This is the best plan we got? This is it. Benson rolled his neck. It cracked several times. He passively stared ahead. Bree fidgeted in her seat. She checked her rifle's ammunition twice, made sure she had extra rounds in her vest, examined her sidearm. The further down the road they got, the more nervous she became. She was used to drug raids, not fighting paramilitary-style terrorists. Beside her, Asher looked as if he might fall asleep. The casual way he watched the traffic flow around them made it appear as if he was merely on a Sunday drive. 17. Team Asher Benson. I worked hard at appearing relaxed and prepared, even though I wanted to stick my head out the window and scream. Sweat coated my palms and ran down from my armpits. The gear strapped to me felt like it weighed 2 tons. Manning sat beside me, her blood pressure through the roof. I didn't want to show any fear because of what it might do to her resolve. She would go through with the mission no matter what, that was her character, but I needed her as calm and collected as possible. Her eyes kept cutting over to me. Relax, I leaned over to her. You're here with us for a reason. Tate sneered back at us. You nervous? That's all we need, you firing a high-powered rifle near us while you're quaking in your boots. Get off her ass, Tate. Briggs shook his head. We got enough to worry about without you pounding on your chest the whole way there. I wished Drew were there with us. He was a much better leader than I could ever hope to be. His calm demeanor put people at ease. He'd fought hard to get Nelson to approve of him coming down with us, but the man in charge had given him a hard no. Drew's wrist hadn't recovered enough for him to be fully effective during the mission, so Nelson had scrapped his involvement. I thought Drew might clock him and go anyway, but cooler heads had prevailed. Besides, Nelson had been right. If things went downhill, which they almost always did when I was involved, then we needed everyone operating at full capacity. The dexterity in Drew's fingers hadn't fully returned yet. If his hand failed him at the wrong time, we could all die. So instead, Nelson and Drew were working on getting us drone surveillance over Christy Tolbert's apartment building. It would be difficult for them to pull off without raising too many red flags in another agency. We didn't want any interference from the FBI. President Thomas had made it very clear we were to take care of Smith ourselves if at all possible. He didn't want anyone else knowing about the psych ward and its past transgressions. That made me wonder what would happen to us once we took out old Scarface. As I looked at the sky through the window, I wondered how many drones were above us just then, keeping an ever-watchful camera lens pointed at me. The guards outside our facility provided 24-hour surveillance on me, but they couldn't conceivably follow us into D.C. I assumed they had eyes in the sky above me. And I had little doubt that Thomas would never let me live freely again. I was too dangerous. My best bet at living in peace was to play his game. I almost laughed as I thought about it. To live in peace, I had to charge into bad situations with a team of armed special forces tough guys. Up was down and left was right in my life. The hits never stopped coming for Team Asher Benson. Shay kept the speedometer pegged at a minimum of 90 miles an hour. The beefy engine under the hood maintained that speed with ease. Cop cars pulled out after us twice, their lights flashing, only to stop pursuit when they saw our U.S. government license plates. Traffic slowed to a crawl when we were 5 miles outside of the Beltway. Shay put us on the shoulder and slowed down to 40. Cars honked as we zipped by. The tension inside our vehicle rose with each passing moment. We sat in silence, preparing ourselves mentally for what would come next. It was go time. 18. Falling apart. Pounding and shouting at Christie's front door dragged her out of a restless sleep. Gunshots and blood had filled her dreams. She twisted and rolled on top of her bed until the blankets were wrapped around her so tightly that she could barely move. The hammering on the door paused for a second. "Police! Open up!" Christie froze. Did she hear that right? Was a police officer knocking at her door? If so, how had they found her? Fear crept up her spine. She'd fled the scene of a crime. Would she get in trouble? "Open the door, Miss Talbot!" The pounding resumed, even harder this time. Christie fought to extricate herself from the comforter and sheet wrapped around her arms and torso. Finally getting free, she ran from the bedroom. She paused at the entrance to her kitchen, glancing at her laptop. The lid remained open, the strange thumb drive still plugged in. She decided then to give it to the officers and tell them everything. Wiping her hands clean of the entire mess would take a gigantic weight off her chest. She didn't care if it got to that Detective Lloyd guy or not. She just wanted to be free of the whole thing. The door shook in its frame as the man continued to pump his fist against it. "Coming!" Christie would have grabbed the thumb drive then, but she feared the officer might blow the door off its hinges if she didn't answer in the next second. She undid the locks, opened the door. 3 officers stood in the hallway. They all wore harried expressions. "Christie Talbot?" the officer in front asked. He was shorter than the others, though his shoulders were a bit broader. "Yes. Look, I'm sorry that I didn't—" "You have to come with us." "Am I under arrest?" The hair on Christie's arms stood on end. She'd never been in trouble with the police before. The officer in front looked over his right shoulder at the oldest of the 3. Something passed wordlessly between them. The man in front turned back to her. "No, but we have to take you into custody." "I don't understand." "We'll explain the situation when we have you safely in the squad car." The officer glanced at her T-shirt and boxers. "Get dressed quickly, please." Christie realized she didn't have a bra on. She crossed her arms over her chest. Blood rushed to her cheeks. That was when she heard glass shatter outside in the street. Her nostrils twitched. She smelled smoke. "What's going on?" she asked the officer. His name tag read Hart. "Miss Talbot, I need you to get dressed." He held a pacifying hand up. "There are protesters outside who are causing problems. It's nothing we can't handle, but we need to get you away from here as soon as possible. You'll be fine." Christie stood in front of the door for several seconds, her tired mind struggling to wade through any options she had. She didn't know if she even had any other than to go with the cops. "Come in." She kept her arms over her breasts as she backed up, cognizant of how cold she felt. Surely the officers would notice, too. "The thumb drive is plugged into the computer in the living room." As the officers stepped inside, she turned and walked to her bedroom. "What are you talking about, Miss Talbot?" Hart asked. "That's why you're here, isn't it?" Christie closed the bedroom door behind her and stripped her shirt off. She quickly dressed in jeans and a hooded sweatshirt. Hart didn't respond from the living room. The officers spoke in hushed tones that she couldn't make out through the closed door. Tires squealed in the street. Glass shattered. Metal rended. Christie ran to the window in her bedroom and pulled the curtains back. A red car had driven through a glass bus stop in front of her building. Its right front tire was propped up above the top of the bench, slowly spinning as it hung in the air. The driver's side door opened. A small man stepped out. Blood ran down his face from a cut on his forehead. He blinked rapidly as he teetered beside the car, a confused look in his eyes. Someone shouted from down the street. A group of men stormed toward the driver, screaming at him. There were 5 or 6 of them moving side by side. The man in the center held a wooden baseball bat. He shouted at the bloodied driver and jabbed the bat into his chest. The driver stood still, gaping directly at them. He didn't say anything. More people moved in behind the group of men. "They're forming a mob," Christie whispered to herself. The group of men circled the driver. They screamed at him. One of them shoved him, and then the man with the bat swung it. He hit the driver in the stomach, doubling him over. "No!" Christy covered her mouth with her hand. The rest of the men began punching and kicking. Mercifully, Christy couldn't see the actual blows landing because the man fell to the street. Her view of him was obstructed by the mob of people surrounding him. The crowd pushed in around the fight. 2 of them jumped on the car and stomped on the hood. They kicked out the lights. Christy staggered away from the window, a choked sob escaping her throat. Had the men from the subway found her? Had they used the same device she'd seen earlier? Or were the people outside simply rioters? "Miss Talbot." Officer Hart pushed her bedroom door open just as she reached out for it. "We have to go. Now." There would be no more arguing from Christy. She didn't care why they needed to take her into custody. She just wanted to get away from the mob forming outside. She followed him to the living room where the other 2 officers waited by the front door. A quick glance at their name tags told her they were Penn and Koch. Penn was slightly taller and younger, Koch the oldest of the threesome. "They're breaking into a full-blown riot," Penn breathed. "They're killing a man outside right now." Hart grimaced. "We have our orders." "But they're murdering him." "God damn it, Penn." Hart looked back at Christy. "God damn it. Okay, we'll get her to the car, then you and I will see what we can do for him. To hell with the orders." He stepped in front of Koch. "You take her to a gunshot fired in the street." Christy ducked down and cried out, "What's happening?" "We got to get her out of here." Koch grabbed her upper arm, pulled her to the door. "They're losing their minds out there." "Why are they doing this?" "They're rioting because of the subway attacks this morning." Hart pulled his firearm out of its holster and then poked his head through the door. He checked both directions of the hallway and then stepped outside Christy's apartment. He waved at them to follow. "I'm sure you heard about it on the news." Koch and Christy came up behind him. Penn took the rear. They moved down the hall quickly. "I was there." Christy's confusion grew. "Isn't that why you're here?" Hart stopped a few feet in front of her and spun around. "You were there during the attack? And you escaped?" "I thought that's why you came for me." Christy shook her head. She needed sleep. Fatigue had clouded her thoughts, made it hard to make sense of anything that was happening. She would give every penny she had for another hour or 2 of rest. Hart looked at Koch. "That's why she's so important. She might know something about the attacks. That's why they sent us here together." "But I don't know anything." The officers ignored her. "We have to get her out of here." Koch grabbed the small radio by his shoulder and spoke into it while he took a few steps away from them. A door beside them opened a few inches, an elderly face peering through the crack. "Go back inside, ma'am." Hart pointed at her. "Keep your door locked and stay away from it." The old woman watched him for a second, the lines of her face deepening as she thought it over. Then she closed the door. Her locks clicked into place. "Miss Talbot." Hart took hold of Christy's arms, pulled her in front of him. "We have 2 cars outside. We can make it there, but I need you to stay close to me. Do you understand?" A tear spilled down Christy's cheek. She nodded. "Good. We'll keep you safe." "We need to move." Penn held his pistol in both hands by his waist. "The longer we stay here, the worse it's going to get outside." Koch came back. "Half the city is going crazy. They can't send anyone else to help us." "Shit," Hart growled. He looked at both of the officers. "We got this, but we got to move fast, and for God's sake, don't fire on anyone, understand?" They started down the hall again when Christy pulled up. "What about the thumb drive?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Hart reached the door leading to the stairs. He glanced through a tiny window in it before pulling the door open. "We were only told to get you." "But we're trying to keep you alive, miss. I don't give a damn about a thumb drive." Christy dropped the subject and quietly followed them. The officer had a point. If no one else cared about what the man in the subway had given her, then why should she be concerned with it? The streets were filled with rioters. There were more pressing matters at hand than a stupid memory stick. They took the stairs quickly, moving in a tight line with Hart in the lead. When they reached the ground floor, he paused by the entrance and peered through another tiny window. He turned back to Christy. "Our cars are in the parking lot behind the building. You know the one I'm talking about?" "Yes." Good. Once we're outside, I need you to stay right behind me. I'll open the back door of the cruiser and you jump in. Got it?
Yes, sir.
You boys ready? He asked the rest of them.
Let's do it,
Penn said.
I'm going to need a double whiskey when we get out of here.
Koch smirked.
We're going to be dealing with this goddamn riot all week. You won't be hitting up happy hour any time soon, son.
Stay focused. Hart opened the door and checked the next room. Clear. He stepped into the small lobby of Christie's building. Post office boxes for the tenants lined the far wall. The main door leading to the street sat on their left. Loud voices carried through the lobby from outside. A few people ran past the glass door. One of them had an upside-down bottle in his hand. Hart went right and plunged into a poorly lit hallway that led to the apartments on the first floor. Christie's eyes adjusted slowly as she moved from the lobby into the hall. She'd always hated how dark her building was, even in the middle of the day. They were only 15 yards down the hall when the main door in the lobby slammed open behind them. Christie didn't look back, but Koch did from beside her.
What the hell?
And then gunfire erupted behind them. 19. Hornet's Nest. As we exited Interstate 95, Drew chirped in our ears. His voice was clear, though it had a bit of an electronic bent to it.
We've got you on video from 10,000 feet.
I reached up, grabbed a small button in the wire leading to my right earbud. That drone have a weapon system?
Negative. Comms and surveillance only. You're on your own.
We're about a mile out, Jack Shea said from the driver's seat. He blew through a red light. An old Cadillac almost T-boned us on my side. The driver honked and gave me the double bird. I almost pissed myself. Like a true hero. He's up there, Jack. We won't do any good if you get us crushed like a tin can before we even get there. Got it. My bad. I looked at Manning. What little color her face had before was completely gone.
She's going to die, and it's going to be your fault.
I closed my eyes, thought,
Not now, Sammy. Please, not now. Why do you do this to us?
Even beyond the terrible sensation of having the beautiful, kind, and extremely dead Sammy in my mind, I was getting really tired of the broken record of insults I kept hearing. If she was trying to hammer home her point, then it was really working. The inner voices of commuters on the highway flashed by as we zoomed down the road. Now that we'd entered the city and slowed down, the barrage proved more cumbersome. I had to focus a little more to keep from hearing the thoughts of every Tom, Dick, and Harry in Washington. The morning was young, fortunately, so I still had a lot of energy reserves.
The riots are in full swing, Drew said. Hang a right on Mason up ahead and find a place to park. The final 2 blocks are packed with civilians. You'll have to go on foot.
Are you shitting me? Tate asked.
This is insane.
I had to agree with Captain Grumpy on this one. We were all wearing black cargo pants, body armor, black tactical vests, and black ski masks. On top of that, we had big-ass guns and bad attitudes. People who saw us running down the street were either going to flee like cockroaches when the lights turned on, or they would attack us.
If the riders catch you in the vehicle, you could be in trouble. Easier to go on foot. It's only 2 blocks, tough guy.
Tate continued to grumble. I picked up my rifle, popped the mag to make sure it was full, checked the chamber, peeked through the iron sights. Ready to rock. I'd done all of this before we'd left, of course, but I always did a last-minute inspection of my equipment before heading into hostile territory. It helped calm my nerves. Except it didn't really help that time. Smith's men were violent psychopaths who didn't care about the consequences of their actions. They'd murdered an entire town of peaceful people without batting an eye. Hell, we didn't even know why they'd done it. Never contacted anyone to negotiate a money exchange or for a surrender. Nothing. That made it all the more frightening. We were heading into a shitstorm, and we didn't even know what our enemy wanted. Smith was obviously butthurt over President Thomas shutting down his operation, but he'd taken things to a crazy level that didn't fit the perceived crime. On top of that, I was surrounded by people who didn't believe in the psychic abilities they might encounter in the next 5 minutes. If they thought what I could do was far-fetched,
I could only hope that we wouldn't run into another Murdoch type. That was another point that had me on edge. Where were the rest of Smith's telepaths? We'd been told that he had several working for him. Murdoch was dead. We knew he'd gone after a handful of our ilk before I'd given his head a new hole, but we didn't know if he'd killed them or not. There could be half a dozen telepaths working for Smith just then. If that was the case, then we were all in deep shit. Shay pulled into a parking lot with an attendant standing by the entrance. The man waved at us as we eased to a stop beside him.
"We're closed. The city's losing its damn mind."
"We won't be long." Shay flashed his DHS badge.
"You might want to go home. Things are going bad." "DHS? Oh, damn. Double damn."
The man's eyes widened at the sight of the badge.
"I'll leave the gate open so you can get out. Much appreciated."
Shay hit the gas and rocketed us into the parking lot. He eased off the accelerator as we approached the far end, then swung us around and parked across two spots. The front end of the SUV pointed at the exit for a quick escape. I liked Shay. He knew what he was doing.
"Check your weapons," Tate said.
Everyone complied but me. I'd already done it. 'Cause I was awesome. Manning's fingers shook as she worked the action on her rifle. Just watching her tense, jerky motions made me anxious. Her aim would be a complete shit show if she didn't get herself under control. "You gonna be okay?" I asked. "I'm good." She slammed the action home, looked at me. "I always get like this before a sting."
"No time to turn back now."
Tate pushed the button under his earbud.
"What's the clearest route to the building?"
That was why we'd brought Tate into the fold. Sure, the man was an asshole of epic proportions, but he knew how to run an op. Nelson had told him he would be in charge of the team while we were in the field. I'd agreed with that decision wholeheartedly. Not that my opinion mattered much, but I felt more important if I put my 2 cents in. My mission in the sandbox had been pretty hardcore, but they paled in comparison with the kind of action Tate had seen. If anyone could command a small contingent of alpha males, it was Tate. The only stipulation Nelson had given him was that he had to listen to any intel I provided on the fly. Tate obviously didn't believe that I would provide anything other than my stunning good looks to the team. He'd come around soon.
"Head north to the end of the block, then cut through the parking garage," Drew said. "It's hard to tell how many riders are in there, but the foot traffic in and out is fairly light. The apartment building is on the side of the garage." "Affirmative."
Tate turned to each of us one at a time.
"You all know what you're doing. Follow my lead and we'll get through this."
He glared at Manning.
"Except you. If you fuck this up and get one of us killed, I'll take you out myself."
Manning returned his glare but said nothing. He kept his attention on her.
"When we get to the parking garage, you're going to split off and move to the top of the structure. Get a line of sight on the apartment building and report in when you're set. Don't fuck around. We don't need to be standing in the middle of the street with our dicks in our hands while you take a coffee break."
"Got it."
"As for you," Tate said, glancing at me, "stay in the middle of the group and keep your mouth shut. If I hear you talk about any stupid mind-reading shit in the middle of this, I'm going to beat you within an inch of your life. All of that size you seem so proud of is going to slow you and us down. They saddled me with you, so stay the hell out of the way."
I struggled to hold in a laugh. "You noticed all the hard work I've been putting in." I looked down at my left bicep and flexed it. "That's really sweet of you, but I'm just getting out of a relationship. I'm not sure I want to jump into something else right away." Manning snickered beside me. The anger in Tate's eyes would have made a weaker man cry. It made me smile. I had a feeling he and I were going to trade fisticuffs at some point in the near future. I was looking forward to it.
"Better get a move on," Drew said. "Things are getting crazy down there. They just set a church on fire."
"Nothing says peaceful protest like burning down your place of worship." Briggs gave us all a predatory grin.
"Time to earn our paychecks, gents. And lady, stay with the car, Shay." Tate opened his door. "We won't be long."
"Affirmative." Shay peered in all the mirrors in quick succession. "Don't know how long I can sit here."
"Masks."
Tate pulled his down. The rest of us followed suit. Not gonna lie, We looked totally badass. We exited the vehicle. Down the street, right before the entrance to the parking garage, a crowd of people had formed in the middle of the road. Some of them were just standing there shouting. A few threw rocks and bottles. Several others were armed. Tate gestured toward the crowd with his left hand. "Move!" 20. Officer down. Officer Penn staggered forward, ramming into Christie. Her feet tangled and she spilled to the floor, her arm tearing free from Koch's grip. Penn landed on top of her with a grunt. He pinned her to the floor, his arms on either side of her. "Penn!" Koch spun on his heels, aimed down the hallway. He fired off 3 rounds in quick succession. "Are you hit?" Hart asked. He aimed over the top of Christie and Penn. "Yeah." Penn pushed himself up a few inches. Christie squirmed out from under him. Koch grabbed his mic, keyed it. "Officer down. We've got at least 4 armed men engaging." As Christie followed his eyes, she saw 2 men pop out from around the corners at the end of the hall. They wore gray suits and held scary-looking rifles. They were the same men who had shot up the subway platform, the ones who had used the device that had driven everyone insane. Panic engulfed her. The men fired down the hall at the officers and Christie. She screamed as holes punched in the drywall above her head, showering her in dust. The gunshots were thunderous in the tight hallway. She scrambled backward on her hands and knees, fleeing the violence, pure instinct driving her. Koch crouched down and returned fire. Hart joined him. Each of them shot half a dozen times before stopping. The men had slid behind cover again. "Get up!" Hart grabbed Penn under the armpit and heaved. "We don't stand a chance in here." Penn's face twisted in a mask of pain as he staggered to his feet. He stayed for a second before stumbling toward Christie. She jumped up just as he got to her and sprinted for the end of the hall. More gunfire thundered from their attackers, and she screamed again. Penn hollered something from behind her, but she didn't dare turn around. Every cell in her body told her that staying in the hallway would lead to her death. She reached the door at the rear of the building and slammed a forearm against the release bar in the middle of it. Light spilled into the hall as the door opened, temporarily blinding her. Christie kept pumping her legs, not even considering slowing down, even though she couldn't see where she was running. Her toes jammed against something, sending her sprawling. Pain bolted through her foot, up her leg. She fell into the parking lot, asphalt tearing at her knees and palms. The door kicked open again, and then slammed shut. "Move!" Hart shouted from behind her. Christie's eyes adjusted to the bright sunlight. She twisted her head around and saw Koch and Hart bracing the door closed. They backed away from it, their pistols aimed at the middle. Penn staggered drunkenly toward Christie. Blood dripped from his fingers on his left hand. The arm hung limply by his waist. He gripped the pistol in his right hand, though it was pointed at the ground. His eyes had a glossy, distant sheen over them. "Who are they?" Hart asked. He called for backup over his radio again. "They aren't rioters, that's for damn sure." Koch continued backing up, his pistol trained on the door. "How are you doing, Penn?" "Been better." Penn motioned for Christie to get up with his good arm. "Get in the car. Hurry." "They had M16s!" Hart cried. "M16s!" The chaos had Christie's thoughts twisted into knots. She didn't know if she should get back in the car or run away from all of it. The officers were there to protect her, but they weren't exactly doing an exemplary job. Penn meandered to a squad car 15 meters away and fumbled with the handle of the back door. He smeared blood over the white paint. "Get in! Now!" Christie continued to hesitate. "Move!" Koch reached her, though he kept his eyes on the rear door. Finally, Christie got up and sprinted for the car. She figured that her best chance was to be around someone who was at least armed. Even with the adrenaline coursing through her system, fatigue ate at her muscles. She'd spent too much time running early that morning to be able to do it all over again. She dove in the back seat. Penn slammed it shut behind her. Through the window, she watched the rear exit of her building. It remained closed. "Where are they?" Hart's voice was muffled from the closed door of the squad car. Koch didn't look away from his target. "Get Penn and the woman out of here. I'll take the other car as soon as you're out of the parking lot." "No, we can't. If they come through that door while we're driving away, we'll be sitting ducks." Penn slumped against the side of the car. His shoulders had rounded. The left side of his body drooped considerably. "Damn it!" Hart glanced at him. "Okay, I'll take them. You'll be right behind us?" "Yeah." Koch stepped in front of the car and stood between it and the building. "Go!" Hart helped Penn around to the other side and eased him into the passenger seat. The wounded officer collapsed onto it, his head slamming against the rest. He closed his eyes. Christie didn't like how shallow his breathing was. Her chest rose and fell in rapid succession. The fact that his appeared labored and slow didn't bode well for him. The rear door still hadn't opened, and Christie hoped that the men inside had given up chasing them through it. Maybe the officers would get her out of there in one piece after all. The mob in the streets didn't seem too bad all of a sudden. Hart jumped in behind the wheel and started the engine. He handed the mic from the radio in the dash to Penn. "Get dispatch to..." A window on the second floor of the apartment building shattered. Muzzle flare blazed. Koch twisted to his right and collapsed to his knees in front of the squad car. More gunfire came from the window. Blood erupted from Koch's back. He crashed face first on the parking lot. The windshield of the car spiderwebbed. Hart's screams were drowned by Christie's. 21. Have some fun. We raced down the sidewalk in a single file line. Our weapons were jammed against our shoulders, barrels pointing at the ground in front of us. Tate took point. He had a Spas 12. It was a devastating shotgun at short range. The weapon would likely prove to be a good choice in a small apartment building and in the narrow streets. The rest of us had M4 rifles, except Manning, who had her high-powered monster. People noticed us when we were about 50 feet from the SUV. The anger baking off their minds turned to fear at the sight of our guns and our black masks. They scattered out of the way, many running to the other side of the street. I didn't like being on foot in the middle of a riot, one that had started because of violence propagated against the American people. They were pissed that citizens were being killed and the government hadn't responded in a way they found acceptable. So seeing a group dressed like us made them think we were terrorists. In their eyes, we were responsible for everything that had happened over the past year. Say what you would about Americans, but when they thought something bad was about to go down, there was always someone who would step up and try to stop it. Their emotions pulsated in my mind as we hurried toward the parking garage. People feared us. They hated us. Several of them thought we were riot control officers, which made them even angrier. There was nothing rioters hated more than someone trying to control them. A man with a bandana tied around his mouth and nose stepped out from behind a set of some stairs leading into a brownstone. None of us had seen him right away, and our attention was on the crowd in front of us. He threw a wild punch that connected with the side of Briggs's watermelon of a head. The big Texan was running in front of me and never saw it coming. A grunt escaped him as he stumbled a step to his left, but he managed to stay on his feet. He must have had concrete in his skull to take a punch like that without falling over. Rather than open fire, I dropped the M4 that was clipped to my tactical vest. It dropped down in front of me, swinging against my side as I engaged the matter. He saw me coming and spun around. It didn't matter. I jabbed him in the nose with my left hand, then landed a straight teep kick square in his chest. He flew backward like he'd taken a 12-gauge shell to the sternum. Seeing the way I dropped the guy scared off a few others who were getting froggy and thinking about jumping. Briggs watched the man collapse to the sidewalk before looking back and giving me a nod. I hoped that it brought me at least a modicum of respect from the Texan. I didn't want these guys worried that I'd get them killed. They wouldn't operate at optimal efficiency if they were concerned about their 6 o'clock during the entire mission. Tate reached the front of the parking garage and cut through the entrance. People moved out of the way as if he were Moses parting the Red Sea. "Pigs!" someone shouted. Oink oink, I thought. The crowd closed in around the entrance as we moved inside, though they didn't follow us. Judging by their mood, I didn't think it would be long, though. They were looking to destroy things, and we were suddenly high on their list of grievances. "Easy now," Drew said in our earpieces. "Don't engage unless necessary. We don't need to make things worse." "Tell that to them," Hux replied. Those were the first words he'd said in a long time. Unlike me, he didn't run his mouth when he was nervous or scared. He focused. A few rioters were vandalizing cars inside the parking garage. One had a piece of rebar that he'd used to smash out the windows of a Mercedes. It was a damn shame seeing a jackass deface a work of art like that. Tate moved past the vandals without so much as a second glance. The idiots stopped smashing stuff as we ran by, shocked expressions on their faces. They watched us without saying a word. Even through the fog of emotions pressing in on my mind, I could feel the anxiety coming from the man with the rebar. He thought we were going to shoot him for smashing up the Mercedes. I didn't want to shoot him, but I wouldn't have minded tap dancing on his kidneys for a bit. "Manning!" Tate stopped in front of a staircase with a glowing exit sign above it. "Radio in when you're in position. Don't fuck this up." Bree paused long enough to look all of us in the eyes. "I've got your backs." Then she ran through the door and disappeared up the staircase. "I want you in the middle." Tate turned his gaze on me. He wasn't breathing hard, but sweat glistened under his eyes. "If you so much as point that rifle anywhere near my back, I'll—" Yeah. I gestured toward the other side of the garage. "Let's get this over with. I got a 30-pack of swill with my name on it back in my room." "Quiet!" Hux held a fist up. "Hear that?" The quiet pops of distant gunfire reached us. "Shit." Briggs adjusted his vest. "Any chance that's just rioters and not Smith's men?" "Give me a second." I closed my eyes. After 2 deep breaths, I lowered my mental defenses. A flood of thoughts and foreign voices washed over me. I fought against the tidal wave of anger and fear, searching for the distinct impressions of Smith's goons. Every time I'd encountered them, their presence had been obvious because there were blank spots in an otherwise painted canvas. Their minds were voids of nothingness that I couldn't penetrate. While their ability to fight off my telepathy kept me from gathering any kind of useful information from them, it also allowed me to know when they were present. In crowds as large as the one surrounding us, I would never have been able to unearth their locations if they were like everyone else. It would have been the equivalent of finding a needle in a haystack. As it stood, they were closer to a metal pipe in said haystack. I just had to dig around a little bit to find it. My eyes popped open. There were 5 of them in the building ahead. Hux, Briggs, and Tate gaped at me. "Bullshit!" Tate stepped forward. "I told you not to bring that." "You can argue with me later." I pointed at the building. "Those gunshots are coming from someone." "Where are you?" Drew asked. "It's taken you too long to get to the other side of the garage." Tate watched me a moment before using his microphone. "Exiting the garage now. Manning is on her way to the roof." "Affirmative. Remember, the objectives are the woman and the silver object that's probably a flash drive." Tate jammed the butt of his shotgun against his shoulder again. "If we can snag one of these bastards safely, we'll do it. But don't stick your necks out for it." "Let's have some fun," Briggs said. We ran to the other end of the garage and plunged into the street. 22. Shot through the heart. Hart managed to drop the car into gear before he slumped forward into the wheel. His eyes remained open, though they stared sightlessly into the dash. The car rolled forward at a snail's pace, veering slightly to the right. "Joe!" Penn managed to lift his head from the rest. Lethargic hands stretched out to his partner, touched his shoulders. Christy reached for the door handle and found there wasn't one in the back of the squad car. Panicked, she threw her shoulder against the door. It didn't budge. "Let me out," she pleaded. Penn started, as if he'd forgotten she was even in the car with him. His head moved slowly around until he looked at her. "They're dead. I'm sorry." Christy leaned toward the metal mesh that separated the front and back seats. "But you have to get me out of here. I can't open the door." The gunfire that had peppered the car had ceased. Steam rose from under the hood, which had dozens of bullet holes punched in it. Cracks stretched across the windshield. Penn blinked slowly. Turning around in his seat, he opened his door. He tumbled out and disappeared below Christie's line of sight. She slid across the seat to his side of the car and sat up as high as she could. Part of Penn's body was visible as he tried to roll over on the pavement. He got to his hands and knees. Blood covered his torso and left arm, turning his shirt into a sticky mess. The car continued to roll along. Christie's door moved even with Penn as he managed to get to his knees. He reached out and grabbed the handle. Gunfire came from the apartment building again. Thunks resonated from the hood of the trunk behind Christie. Her window shattered. Bullets tore through the seat, inches from her left arm. She threw herself flat against the door, pleaded with Penn. "Get me out of here!" Penn's eyes narrowed as he fumbled with the handle using his good hand. He focused as it moved past him, his arm stretching to its full length as he held onto the handle. And then the door popped open and Christie spilled out. She landed on her shoulder, tiny pebbles jabbing into her skin. She didn't notice the pain, just rolled to her stomach and pushed herself up. The car rolled past Penn, leaving him exposed. Christie reached for him. "Run," he whispered. 2 bullets punched into his chest, and he crumpled to his back. His dead gaze stared at the sky. Christie stared at him in horror. She couldn't believe that everything she'd experienced today could possibly be real. Another bullet slammed into the rear bumper of the car beside Christie. The sound of it punching through the metal startled her. She scooted backward on her hands and knees, staying behind the car. Keeping the vehicle placed between her and the apartment building, she didn't dare peek over the top. The gunfire stopped after a few more seconds, and silence fell over the parking lot. Even the people protesting in the next street had grown momentarily quiet. The squad car rocked as it bumped into a parked Silverado. It stopped then, the front bumper wedged against the rear panel of the truck. The engine wheezed and billowed steam. One of the tires was punctured and flat. Christie leaned against the rear wheel and squeezed her eyes shut. Tears ran down her cheeks. "Someone, please, help me." 23. Go time. Bree took the stairs 2 at a time. Her legs strained under the weight of all the gear, ammunition, and her rifle, but she pushed herself to climb even faster. She had to go up 3 flights in the amount of time it took the guys to reach the other side of the garage. Judging from the aggression of the riders outside, she figured her partners would need all the cover they could get. The din from the crowd in the streets quieted as she sprinted up the steps. Their rowdy protests were barely audible above the footfalls from her combat boots and her heavy breathing. "Where are you?" Drew asked in her ear. "It's taking you too long to come out the other side of the garage." Tate responded. "Exiting the garage now. Manning is on their way to the roof." "Affirmative." "You've got this," Bree thought. "This is what you've been training your whole life for." During her time with SWAT, she'd encountered some heavy situations. The nervous energy that flowed through her during standoffs and drug raids had been closer to a high for Bree than stress. She'd known she was an adrenaline junkie, even before she'd ever heard of the phrase. But this was different. The men in her group had done things she couldn't even dream of. And now, just hours after being picked up while at the gun range, she was storming the streets of Washington, D.C. like some kind of vigilante. She reached the top of the stairs and burst through the door leading to the roof. The crack of rifles immediately reached her ears. "Shit," she thought. "I'm too late." Bree sprinted across the top of the garage and weaved through the dozen cars parked sporadically around. When she reached a 3-foot ledge that surrounded the roof, she glanced over the top and spotted the apartment building across the street. Even more protesters filled the street between the garage and the building. Things were getting ridiculously messy for their first operation. They hadn't even trained together for the simplest of missions, let alone for one with so many complications. With a practiced grace, Bree lifted her rifle onto the ledge with one hand and deployed the bipod with the other. She placed the legs of the stand on the top of the concrete ledge. As fast as she could, Bree adjusted the scope on the top of the rifle, shortening the zoom distance because the building wasn't far away. She looked through the scope and fine-tuned the focus. Everything was in place. "I'm in position," she said into her mic. Then she took a deep breath and watched the exit of the parking garage below her. The rest of her squad would enter the street from that spot.
"Exiting the building,"
Tate replied. They appeared a moment later, moving in a straight line with Tate in the lead. Several of the protesters walking down the middle of the road spotted the armed men coming and backed away. They shoved each other aside as they tried to move out of Tate's path. Through the scope, Bree saw Asher glance up at her and wave. "He's a freaking lunatic," she mumbled. A tall, lanky man approached the group as they neared the entrance to the apartment building. Tate backed him off by shoving the barrel of his shotgun in the man's face. He threw his hands up and backed away in a hurry. They paused in front of the door. Tate kept his attention straight ahead. The rest of them turned and watched the crowd, ensuring no one snuck up on them.
"Entering the building,"
Tate said.
"Be careful,"
Drew replied. Bree said a small prayer as her team disappeared through the front door. 24. Asshole down. Tate plunged through the door and angled to the left, checking the corner. Hux went right. I walked fast to the far end of a small lobby and stopped beside a wall of post office boxes. Briggs brought up the rear. He pulled the door shut behind us and flipped the lock into place. No residents or militants were visible from our vantage point. I glanced down a dark hallway and spotted holes peppered through the walls. "Firefight," I motioned at the carnage. Some blood trailed down to a door at the far end of the hall. Drew said, "We've got some activity out back. Looks like the officers I sent to pick up the witness are under attack. Get moving." I let my consciousness wander out again. 4 men were on the floor above us. Another was higher up. I didn't sense any of them were outside engaging the cops. They must have been shooting from inside the building. "We've got 5 homeboys above us, 4 of them on the 2nd floor.
"Oh, really?"
Tate grunted.
"So we just ignore the bullet holes and blood leading us down the hall and follow your bullshit upstairs?"
"Yep." 2 of the men above us were walking from the back of the building to the front. They'd be directly above us in a few seconds. I grabbed the mic by my ear. "Manning, does the stairwell have any windows?" There was a small pause, then Manning said, "Yes, looks like each landing has a window looking into the street." "Keep an eye on the 2nd floor. You should see 2 men appear on the landing in a second or 2. I let go of the mic and watched Tate with a smirk on my face.
"We don't have time for this."
He gestured down the hall.
"Get ready to—"
"Got him. 2 hostiles in suits with, looks like M16s. They're moving up to the next floor." Tate faced me.
"Nice guess."
Sure it was.
"Okay, we're going to the 2nd floor. 2x2 formation."
Tate looked at Hux.
"You Navy boys use that?"
"We invented it." Hux moved to the stairs, stopped on the right side. "Ready." Briggs slid behind him. Tate stepped to the left side and waited for me to fall in line with him. We took the steps quickly, aiming our weapons up the stairs as we went. I had already worked up a serious sweat inside my uniform. The weather had cooled dramatically over the past few weeks, but I had about 4,000 layers of body armor and stylish paramilitary clothing covering every inch of my body. Sweat would have poured into my eyes if not for the mask sopping it up. Tate stopped at the next landing, glanced out the window. He asked Manning,
"You got us?"
"Affirmative. The hostiles are on the 4th floor now." Tate hustled to the door.
"Benson, are you telling me that there are 2 men still on this floor?"
I quickly double-checked. The voids the men had for mines were still there. Yep. The way he hesitated before entering the 2nd floor made it plainly obvious that he still didn't believe me. I'd nailed the 2 men moving to the stairwell, though, so he knew better than to ignore me again, even if he didn't understand how I'd come up with that information. He thought I'd pulled it out of my ass. That was actually pretty close. We skirted down another dark hallway in the same 2x2 formation. No one came out to greet us. When we neared the end of the hall, Tate glanced back at me. I gestured to an apartment 3 doors down on the left. We continued in complete silence, our footfalls masked by the stained, worn-out carpet. "Officers down!" Drew shouted into our ears. I understood why he wanted us to move faster. Drew was a cop, after all, and his brothers in blue were getting lit up by the sound of it. But we couldn't rush in there and get our faces shot off. That wouldn't help anyone. The door I'd pointed to was closed, but the wood around the handle and lock was splintered. A dirty boot print was visible beside the handle. I held up 2 fingers and pointed at the door to signal that both men were inside. Normally we would have breached the apartment hard and fast. If a door was locked, there wasn't any time to dick around. If we wanted the element of surprise, we wouldn't have time to try to pick the lock or any of that spy movie nonsense. But the door had already been compromised, so Tate put his left hand against the wood and eased it open. His right hand held the shotgun against his shoulder. The door opened to a dingy apartment. Clothes were scattered everywhere. Dust bunnies rested along the baseboard. Fist-size holes were punched in random sections of the walls. Stains covered the lone couch that sat on the far side of a small living room. A dead body was sprawled across the floor in front of the couch, blood pooling under the torso. The apartment looked like the kind of place I'd spent the better part of the last decade living in, minus the cooling body, of course. Tate went first, then Hux, Briggs, and me. "Freeze!" Tate shouted as he rounded into the living room. 2 men stood by a shattered window, aiming rifles at something outside. They both wore gray suits that I'd seen before. Why in the hell these guys always had on suits, I didn't know. It was weird. The men didn't freeze. Instead, they dove in different directions as they spun their weapons our way. Tate pumped 2 rounds into the bro on the left. Hux and Briggs shot the shit out of the dude on the right. I didn't even fire a shot. Hell, I barely got in the room before it was over. "That's all of them in here," I said. "You 2 search the other rooms," Tate said, ignoring me. "Uri Geller and I will check the bodies." Har har. I almost laughed. It was a decent joke, much to my surprise. Uri Geller was a dude in the 70s who got famous for bending spoons and other miracles. Hux and Briggs disappeared into a kitchen. I moved to the body on the right and bent down to check the man's pulse. That was when I saw the hole in his temple. Not much point in checking to see if he was alive when his brain was oozing out onto the carpet. "Asshole down." I looked at Tate. He shook his head as he bent over the other guy. I checked out the window they'd been standing in front of. A parking lot stretched behind the building. A police cruiser was idling against the side of a truck. Bullet holes riddled the entire car. They must have put 2 or 3 magazines into the damn thing. A body slumped over the wheel. Another was sprawled behind the trunk. And yet another lay face down 10 feet away. Damn it. The officers are down. This place is going to get real hot, real fast. Tate touched his mic. 2 hostiles down. 3 cops are hid in the parking lot. Moving to the 4th floor to clear the rest. No sign of the woman. "Hold," Drew said in a sullen voice. "We're having issues with the drone." "Perfect." Tate walked to the door and watched the hallway. Briggs and Hux came back in. "Clear," Hux said. He gave me a suspicious glance. "How did you know?" I shrugged. We didn't have time to get into another argument. "We've lost communication with the drone." Drew sounded as if he wanted to punch faces. "You're on your own until we can get it back online." "Figures." Tate turned to me. "So, Uri, can you tell us where the girl is?" I tried to find Christy Talbert's consciousness amidst the myriad of minds surrounding us, and couldn't. Too many frightened tenants filled the apartment building for me to pinpoint anyone other than Smith's men. I might have found her on a normal day, but it would be impossible with the streets teeming with pissed-off rioters. Even if I had all morning to sift through the thoughts and emotions, I might not be able to pinpoint her. And for all we knew, she might have already fled the building when the firefight broke out. I frowned. No, there are too many people around us. "Convenient. You know where the hostiles are, but not the target." Tate hit the mic. "Manning, keep an eye on the top level. We're moving up." "Roger." Even though I wanted to slap Tate for his little dig, I almost chuckled at all the mixed-up lingo everyone used. We'd worked in too many branches of the military and law enforcement to all be on the same page. If we ever worked more missions together, we'd have to unify the way we communicated. Tate led us back to the stairwell, and we reformed before heading up 3 more flights. The presence of frightened tenants on each floor bombarded against my defenses. I had a lot of stamina, but I wasn't sure how long I could keep my physical exertion at a high level while also protecting my mind. I felt as if I were in the middle of a football stadium and everyone in the stands was shouting at me. Tate stopped outside the entrance to the 4th floor. He looked back at me. I nodded, held 3 fingers up. We moved through the door single file before splitting to each side of the hallway as we entered. I went down the left side with Tate. We made it halfway down the hall when we spotted an open door on the right side. And then I got shot in the chest. 25. Bureaucratic incompetence. Drew paced the length of the room behind Namie. She pattered away at a keyboard, cursing under her breath. Nelson sat beside her, watching the screen she worked on. "You think Smith is causing the interference?" Drew asked. "Possible." Nelson didn't take his eyes from the screen. "But his reach would have to be much longer than we could have ever imagined." "Well, if not him, then what?" Drew continued walking back and forth at a rapid pace. "We were told we'd have access to that drone, and now it's gone." "It could be bureaucratic incompetence. Maybe the Pentagon decided they needed it more than we did. The nation's capital is in the middle of a massive riot, after all." "Jesus Christ." "I'm not sure what he has to do with it." Drew stopped for a moment and stared at the back of Nelson's head. He'd never heard the man crack a joke before, let alone at such an inappropriate time. Perhaps he'd spent too much time around Ash. Their entire operation, their first operation, was rapidly turning into an unmitigated disaster. The plan had been to assemble a team, spend a few weeks getting them trained and prepared, and then quietly go after Smith. They didn't want him to know what they were up to. Instead, they'd slapped everyone together and sent them out into the middle of a riot, and then they'd lost their eye in the sky. Drew hated everything about it. He'd spent too much time researching the members he'd recruited for the psych ward. The weeks he'd used to gather information could have been spent training. "Bunch of dick lickers." Namie slammed her tiny fist on the desk. "No one is telling me shit. They don't know why the drone flew away and cut off its video feed. Or at least that's what they're telling me." Nelson had attempted to reach President Thomas, but his call had been refused. The disorder in D.C. and the immense media scrutiny over the attack in the subway had Thomas's full attention. And judging from what Nelson had said earlier, the psych ward was already on the president's hit list. "We should pull them out." Drew stepped beside Nelson. "They're at a huge disadvantage because of the protesters." Nelson cocked an eyebrow, but said nothing. "If the crowds start attacking them, our guys aren't going to fight back. They won't kill innocent civilians. But Smith's men will. Jesus, what if they use the weapon they had on the subway? They could turn hundreds of people into savages in a matter of seconds. And then what? We lose all our people? We lose Ash?" "We have our orders, Detective." "Our orders are to destroy everything we've built in our first goddamn mission?" "We're to stop Smith at all costs, immediately. Everything else is secondary. If we don't stop him here, then we'll be shut down anyway and all will be lost." Drew wanted to punch Nelson. The man was casually describing the death of his best friend as if he were just a tool at the government's disposal. Nelson might not care if Asher died, but Drew sure as hell did. "Screw that!" Drew leaned over the desk and grabbed the microphone on it. He decided to order them to abort the mission and beat feet out of there. That would be the end of his career. Might land him in prison. He didn't care, but he didn't get the words out. Tate's voice came over the speakers in the room. Benson is down. We're under heavy fire. 26. Ouchie. I collapsed to my back, the wind knocked out of me. My lungs refused to cooperate. Not even a sip of air could get in. Agony erupted throughout my torso. It felt as if a bus had hit me. Paralysis froze my arms and legs. I could blink and groan. That was about it. The thousands of voices around us bombarded me at once. A mountainous wave of noise washed over my mind, drowning out my own thoughts. I couldn't focus, couldn't think amidst the turbulent sea. Tate laid in front of the door and ducked down on the other side of the frame. He pumped a handful of shells through the drywall beside him as he continued to move down the hall. Hux and Briggs unloaded into the wall I'd been shot through. The roar of the guns reverberated throughout the building. Smoke filled the cramped space. Whoever was in the apartment returned fire in short bursts. Tate shouted something I couldn't hear over the bedlam around us. I finally managed to force a gulp of air in, and the feeling of drowning slightly abated. I focused all of my willpower on walling off my mind again. My ability to think slowly swam up from the depths of my consciousness. Movement returned to my extremities, and I struggled to a seated position against the wall. The fabric of my vest had a hole in it. I ripped the vest open and looked at my body armor, praying it hadn't penetrated. My whole torso hurt so severely I was convinced they'd hit me with a high-powered round that had penetrated the armor. The location of the shot could have killed me. But it hadn't. The bulletproof vest had stopped the round. I wasn't bleeding out. My lung hadn't collapsed from a puncture. My liver would still be functioning. Thank you, Jesus. The shot had just kicked my ass and knocked me down. Maybe broken a few ribs. Nothing I couldn't handle. Ash! Drew roared in my ear. Ash! There wasn't any time for a chat. I grabbed my rifle, which hung from the clip on my vest, and raised it. More holes punched in the wall opposite, just a few inches above my head. The rifle bucked against my shoulder as I put round after round through the wall. The gun clicked empty a few seconds later. I popped the mag, jammed a new one home. The gunfire coming from the other room had ceased after I stopped shooting. A fresh wave of hell coursed through my chest as I rolled to my side and got up. Hux and Briggs stood a few feet away, guns trained at the destroyed wall. Tate communicated with Drew, telling him I wasn't dead. A ringing in my ears dampened everything else around me. We'd fired a lot of rounds in a very tight space. Tenants in the other rooms on our floor were losing their minds in their apartments. Their panic hammered on me. I doubled my mental defenses as I took a staggering step forward. My legs felt like rubber. I'm good, I croaked. Tate inspected me from head to toe in a flash and then turned his attention to the door. He inched toward it, and then an explosion knocked all of us back a step. A deafening roar blasted through the entire floor. It took me back to the day in Iraq when all of my problems had begun. The intense flashback threatened to consume me emotionally, but I shoved it aside as I staggered into the wall behind me. For a moment, I thought they'd thrown a grenade at us, but the shot-up wall in front of us remained intact. The explosion had come from inside the apartment. Tate lunged forward and disappeared inside the door. The explosion had knocked me off guard, but Tate had much more experience in those kinds of situations, and he used the distraction to his advantage. Hux was hot on his heels. Briggs glanced at me, his eyebrows arched in a "you good" expression. I nodded I was before following him inside. Smoke filled the tiny apartment. Debris littered the floor of the living room we stepped into. Chunks of drywall were everywhere. A television and couch were torn to pieces, their innards scattered about. We were the only people in there. A smoking hole cut through a wall to the right. Tate ran over and placed his back against the wall beside it. He tentatively glanced through the hole. Soot and drywall dust covered his mask as he took another peek, this one longer. From where I stood, I could see through the hole a bit. A bed, comforter disheveled and covered in wood and plaster, was visible on the other side of the wall. The bastards had blown their way through to the next apartment. We'd thought we had them cornered in Christy Tolbert's apartment, but they had other plans. And explosives, apparently. Tate lunged through the hole in the wall. Knowing Smith's men had to get to the stairwell to escape, I ran back to the entrance of Tolbert's apartment. I stuck my head out and checked the hallway, only to have 3 bullets whiz by my face. They were so close, I actually heard them slice through the air. I jerked my head back, cursing myself for almost getting my beautiful mug shot off. But I had spotted all 3 of them running down the hallway toward the stairwell. The man in the back was shuffling backward, his rifle aimed in our direction. He'd popped off a 3-round burst when he saw me. The son of a bitch in front wore a black suit. I knew who that was. He and I had a score to settle. A lot of scores to settle. My knee still hurt at the end of a long day from when he'd stomped on it. They'd pinned me down. If I jumped out, there was no chance I could get a shot off before he put me down. But I couldn't let them simply run away from us. "Sit rep," Nelson called in my ear. Even in the midst of the gunfight, I questioned why he'd taken over the comm line from Drew. Was my friend so caught up in losing the officers and thinking I'd been killed that he couldn't continue operating the communications equipment? I grabbed the mic, said, "We're in a world of shit. 3 of them are on foot, heading for the stairs." I remembered Bree had a good angle. "Manning, watch the landing. Take a shot if you've got it." "On it," she answered. Nelson asked, "Do you have the device?" "What about Christy Tolbert?" "Negative on both. Smith's men aren't the primary objective. Get the device." That was easy for him to say. They hadn't just put a pill in his chest and knocked him on his ass. I considered going after them anyway. Nelson thought the device would be our best bet in fighting Smith, but I figured differently. Given time, I knew I could eventually pry some information out of one of their heads, assuming they would even allow themselves to be captured, or that they even knew anything of consequence. If any of them could help me find Smith, it was the man in black. I stood there for a moment, conflicted over whether to follow orders or to race down the hall and bounce their heads off the stairs a few times until they talked. Over the comm system, Hux said, "I've got a destroyed computer here. Looks like they smashed it on purpose. Should I grab it?" "Fuck yeah," Namie said in the background. It sounded as if she wasn't in front of the microphone but had shouted over Nelson's shoulder. "Grab that shit." I chanced a peek down the hall again. The men were gone, the door at the end still swinging shut behind them. Tate exploded from the next apartment down and looked both ways. "Damn!" "No shot," Manning breathed heavily. "They're heading down to the next floor." From inside the apartment behind me, I heard Hux and Briggs tearing through the living room. I turned around, saw them flipping over the furniture and kicking pillows out of the way. Hux said, "I don't see a thumb drive, but it could be anywhere. Either those men have it or it's hidden somewhere. We can spend all afternoon searching this place. We need to find the woman so she can tell us where it is." "Let's move." Tate stayed in the hall, his eyes fixed on the door. He pulled shotgun shells from a pocket on his vest and fed them into his shotgun. When it was full, he racked one into the chamber. The 4 of us reconvened in the hall and sprinted for the stairwell. 27. Handy. Bree only caught flashes of the besuited men as they ran past the windows in the stairwell. The timing for an accurate shot was too small. By the time she saw them, she couldn't squeeze a round off in time to hit the target. Even as the crowd underneath her grew more intense, their volume escalating to a dull roar, Bree heard the explosion that rocked the apartment building across the street. It had silenced the protesters for a moment before infuriating them even more. They were incensed over the lack of security they perceived in the country, so gunshots and explosions only amplified their rage. Bree aimed her rifle to the front door, hoping Smith's men would exit the building there rather than going out back. She would have them dead to rights if they did. She waited. 3 seconds went by. Then 5. The front door burst open and 3 men in suits spilled out. The one in front wore black, the other 2 gray. Each held a rifle. They slid to an abrupt halt when they saw the large gathering of protesters in front of them. The street had filled while they'd been shooting the building up. They aimed at the people, but didn't shoot. With a crowd that large, the men wouldn't have enough bullets to put more than a dent in it. Bree aimed at the man in black, figuring him to be the leader. She sighted his chest. Her finger hovered over the trigger. She called to Tate. "I've got them out front. Should I engage?" "Fire away," Tate huffed. Bree's finger pulled the trigger back. She paused when she saw one of the men in gray fish an object from his pocket. The man held it up. It was the device they'd used in the subway that morning. She sucked in a harsh breath when she thought of what an insane crowd the size of the one below her could do to the city. It would make Arthur's Creek look like a day in the park. She adjusted her crosshairs, aimed at the man in gray. As she watched, all 3 of them jammed earbuds in. Bree held steady for a moment, struggling with what she should do. If she shot the man with the device, one of the others might be able to pick it up and activate it before she could chamber another round and fire again. She was fast, damn fast, but she didn't want to risk it. Instead, she moved the rifle left and up, sighting the small object in the man's hand. She squeezed the trigger. Felt the rifle buck against her shoulder, heard the bark of the gun. She looked through the scope, praying her aim was true. It was. The device was gone, blown to pieces by the high-velocity round. So was most of the man's hand. A bloody stump with bits of flesh and bone jutting in random directions remained where his hand had been. He gaped at it in shock. Blood spurted from the exposed end of his wrist. The man in black's head snapped around as he searched for the shooter. His eyes locked on Bree as she worked the action of her rifle. He raised his own, loosed a volley of rounds in her direction. Chunks of concrete chipped away from the small wall in front of her. Dust puffed around her rifle and scope. She ignored the incoming fire as best she could as she moved the crosshair in his direction. The other man in gray followed his lead and shot at Bree. The combined gunfire was too much, so she dropped down behind the wall. "Damn!" She grabbed the mic. "One of them is wounded. The others are firing at me. Can't get another shot off." No one responded. The gunfire chipping away at the railing behind her stopped. Bree scooted along the wall, staying under the edge. She moved in a hunkered-down stance for 15 meters, then glanced over the top. All 3 of the men were gone. The crowd surged toward the open front door. "They're inside," Bree said into the comms unit. "The rioters might be following. Get out of there." 28. Trapped. How long Christie stayed behind the wheel of the cruiser she didn't know. The gunfire peppering the car had abated a few minutes ago, and she considered running for it. But then she heard more and decided to stay put. The officers who weren't shielded by the car had died immediately. She didn't dare stick her head out while those men were there. The last few shots hadn't punched through the car, as best she could tell, though. Were they shooting at something else? Fear petrified her. She sat on her butt, back against the filthy wheel, and wept. Just a few hours ago she'd been slinging drinks at the bar and fighting off come-ons from the drunks. That had annoyed her, as it always did, but she now realized that anything was better than where she was right then. She swore she wouldn't take anything she had for granted again if she could just get away safely. There was so much she wanted to do, so many places she desired to see, that the thought of dying in that dirty, cracked parking lot forced her to keep fighting. Christie wiped at the tears coursing down her cheeks with the back of her hand. She spun to her knees, hands gripping the top of the tire. Her fingers slid into the tread. Slowly, carefully, she peeked over the top of the trunk. The window the men were shooting from was empty. Was it a trick? Did she dare expose herself by running for the street? An explosion rocked the building. Christie jumped, almost fell over. A burst of smoke and debris shot out on the left side of the building. It looked as if it had come from her floor. Even worse, she thought that it might have come from her apartment. Christie realized then that the thumb drive the man in the subway had given her had caused the mayhem happening all around her. It had led to his death. The men chasing him had thought it valuable enough to do something as daring as murder police officers in broad daylight. They would obviously do anything necessary to get it back. But she'd left it in her apartment. If they were in there now, did that mean they'd found it? Wouldn't they leave her alone now and flee with their prize? She didn't plan to find out. Christie searched the parking lot for the best path to escape. An exit to a side street stood to her right, about 50 meters away. If she could get to the crowd shambling slowly by it, she might be able to blend in and slip away. Staying low, she crawled along the length of the police cruiser on her hands and knees. Tiny bits of glass bit into her palms, but she ignored the pain. She could deal with a few cuts and scrapes later. When she reached the front end of the car, Christie paused and looked back at the building. The men still weren't in the window. She slid behind the Silverado that the cruiser had rolled into. It stood higher than the car, giving her a bit more room to move around behind. She got to her feet and scooted down the side. A torrent of gunfire erupted from somewhere by her apartment building again, causing Christie to duck down behind the engine of the truck. Her eyes squeezed shut, a fresh tear forming in the corner of each. The sounds were further away than before, though, more a series of rapid-fire echoes than anything. Were they moving away from her, engaging the protesters out front? Christie glanced at the window again. All was clear. She jumped up, sprinted to the next car, and ducked down again. No one shot at her. The firing she couldn't see ceased, leaving the parking lot eerily silent for several seconds. And then the crowd roared. Christie wondered if things were about to go from bad to worse. The men chasing her could turn the entire mob of people out front into homicidal maniacs. She scooted to the end of the next car, knowing she had to move faster, had to get away from there. The back door of her building burst open as she slid under the windows of a Toyota. A man screamed in pain. His voice cracked at the end of the roar. "Keep it together," someone hissed at him. "Oh, God," Christie whispered. "Oh, God." Footfalls approached. From the sound of it, Christie assumed there were at least two, maybe more. They kept coming as she lowered herself even further. "Where's the woman?" one of the men asked. "Burke and Hunter went after her," another man answered, his voice an octave higher. "Looks like they got the pigs, but I don't see the woman anywhere." The footsteps came closer. Christie flattened herself to the pavement and looked under the Prius. She saw 3 sets of boots jogging toward the police cruiser. They'd almost reached it when the first man moaned in pain. As quickly as she could, Christie slid sideways, trying to get under the car. Her chest and thighs scraped across tiny bits of gravel. She knew her movements were making noise, but if she didn't get under the car by the time they reached the cruiser, they would discover her. Her head passed under. Shoulders. Hips. "Got her!" The men broke into a run. "No!" Christie screamed. "Someone help me! Someone!" A hand grabbed hold of her ankle and yanked. She kicked wildly, trying to break free of the strong grip. The man pulled even harder, and she slid almost an entire foot backward. Her fingers searched the pavement for purchase, but she couldn't find anything to grab onto. Another yank pulled her free of the car. Fingers twisted into her hair and tore her head back. "Get up, bitch!" The man with his hand wrapped in her hair dragged her to her feet. She felt roots detach from her scalp. The pain brought fresh tears. "Please, I didn't do anything." No one responded. She was manhandled to her feet. 3 men stood before her. One of them held a hand under his armpit. Blood drenched his gray suit. Sweat poured down his face, his neck. His mouth was twisted in a grimace of misery. Another man dressed in black stared at her impassively. Her head was yanked back as the man who had hold of her wound his hand even further into her hair. He lifted a rifle with his other hand, jammed the barrel against her cheek. The hot metal burned her skin. "Wait," the man in black said. "Not yet. We can use her as a shield. When they come..." The back door of the building, which had swung shut, burst open again.
4 men dressed all in black and wearing ski masks ran outside, weapons trained in Christie's direction. 29. Dildos. We exited the rear of the building and instantly spotted Smith's group of dildos. They had Christie Tolbert standing between them, a rifle jammed against the side of her face. I skidded to a stop, my gun aimed at the man in black. The son of a bitch smirked at me. Bouncing his head like a basketball would feel so good. "Mr. Benson, I presume," the man in black said. "Nice to meet up with you again. The masks are an interesting touch." I didn't respond. Tate swept to the left, taking partial cover behind a red car. Briggs and Hux sidestepped toward the right side of the parking lot. "Easy now," the man in black watched me. "We wouldn't want Miss Tolbert's brains splattered all over the place, would we?" "If you let her go and give yourself up, I won't kill you." I took a step forward, keeping my aim center mass on the boss man. "I'll just rough you up a little. And maybe a lot." Anger rose inside me.
"That's it," Sammy whispered. "Let it out."
"That's an awfully nice gesture." He stepped behind the flunky holding Christie. "I think we'll pass. Follow us, and she's dead." The third dingleberry whimpered. My eyes cut to him quickly, and then back. The guy was missing his fucking hand. How long had we been running down those stairs? When I'd seen them in the hallway, all 3 of them were in one piece. Less than a minute later, they were dropping body parts like lepers. Bree Manning was a super badass. "Last chance, asshole." My aim turned to the man holding Christie. The door behind me flew open, slamming off the rear wall of the apartment building. I spun on my heels, bringing my weapon around. A sea of people flooded out of the door. The rioters had dealt with enough of our nonsense. They pressed forward, the ones in front hesitant to engage me because I had a gun pointed at them. The people behind them either didn't see my rifle or didn't care, because they continued pushing forward. I walked backward, hoping the 3 dickwads holding Christie wouldn't shoot me in the back. "Move!" Tate yelled. The crowd surged. I twisted around and ran. My teammates were already sprinting across the parking lot. Smith's men were gone. An exit near the spot they'd been standing ran to a side street. I made a split-second decision to try and cut them off. I turned hard left and ran with everything I had toward a small gap between the apartment building and an unmarked business of some kind. It wasn't wide enough for a car to fit through, but my ridiculously broad and muscular shoulders would just barely squeeze through. Tate, Hux, and Briggs kept going straight. "Benson!" Tate glanced over his shoulder at me. "To hell with them! We have to abort!" That was easy for him to say. He'd been on Smith's heels for a few days. It wasn't personal for him like it was for me. Tate and the rest of them wanted to catch a bad guy. I wanted to catch Sammy's murderer, the killer of Arthur's Creek. It wasn't just personal for me. It was a war. Asher's War. Sounded pretty badass to think of it that way. Just like me. Beyond my personal vendetta, the man in black had a hostage, and human life didn't mean diddly squat to him. He'd execute her in a millisecond if it would help him in any way. I had to get my hands on him. The crowd hollered behind me. They were ballsy, I had to give them that. Chasing armed men dressed all in black had to be frightening. I plunged into the tiny alley and vaulted over a cardboard box with a smiley face on the side. The space smelled of piss and mold, just like home. At the other end of the alley, more of the protesters walked by, chanting something I couldn't quite make out. They didn't seem quite as pissed off as the people chasing me, so I hoped I could push my way through, or at least scare them with my big gun. By the time I reached the end of the alley, I had Tate and Nelson hollering into my ear. I grabbed the wire of the earbud and yanked it out. Then I unclipped my rifle, knowing I would need to move it freely to get through the crowd. As I exited the alley, I cut right, bumping into a teenage kid holding a sign that said something about the patriarchy, whatever in the hell that was. He stumbled backward into an Asian woman in her 50s. It was a diverse group. America. I slowed to a jog as I pushed through the horde and looked over the tops of their heads, scanning the street for Smith's goons. Nothing stood out. My anger grew. They couldn't get away. Not again. "He's got a gun!" someone to my left screamed. I finally spotted the gray and black suits a block down, disappearing behind the corner of a building. Lowering my shoulder, I shoved against the crowd even harder. Some of them jumped out of the way when they saw the rifle, but others reached out and tried to tear it away from me. As more of them became aware of my presence, the fight to get through grew harder. If I didn't get clear soon, they'd pull me to the ground and stomp me to death. The people chasing me burst from the alley and screamed about me murdering people. Shit went south in a hurry. I raised my gun and jammed the butt of it into the face of a large man who lunged at me. He fell backward, big paws covering his smashed nose. As he fell down, he took 3 or 4 people with him. Using the opening, I pushed and shoved my way to the other side of the street. The sidewalk, ironically, had less foot traffic, and I was able to accelerate. Tate's tiny electronic voice chirped against my chest. The pissed-off crowd closed in on me again. Pistoning my legs as fast as they would go, I reached the spot where Smith's men had disappeared and turned the corner to follow them. They were 30 yards ahead of me on an even smaller street. The road was clear of rioters, giving them free passage. Christie stumbled along behind one of the gray suits, leaning forward as he yanked on her hair. The man in black took the lead, running with a smooth stride. The guy sans one hand staggered like a drunk as he tried to keep up. Blood loss had relegated his movements to that of a toddler. I pointed my rifle at them as I ran, but my gait had my aim swaying too much. Only in the movies could you accurately shoot someone while at a dead run. Instead of firing, I lowered the weapon and pushed my legs to their absolute limit. All the workouts I'd slaved over lately were in preparation for that moment. My body wouldn't fail me now. I caught the wounded man quickly. "Hey, Stumpy." He slowed and turned around. My fist connected with his temple. I didn't even have to break stride. His body flew forward from the momentum of his strides and the power of my mega punch. He stumbled forward 2 steps, and then tumbled face first onto the pavement. Fresh blood poured out of his mangled hand. The man dragging Christie heard the commotion and glanced back at me. I was still 10 yards away when he stopped and spun around, bringing his gun up. Christie didn't get the memo. She kept running forward and rammed into the guy's chest. He staggered back a step, and the 2 of them tangled together. The gun faltered for a moment as he shoved up against her, trying to extricate his arms from her body. The distraction gave me enough time to close the distance. There still wasn't a clear shot because of Christie's struggling against the man, so I kept running. My long strides got me there before they could separate, and I aimed the stock of my rifle at the man's face. He was fast. Before the stock could crush his nose, he slipped to the left and my blow zipped past his ear. He caught me in the ribs with the barrel of his gun, sending a stinger through my torso. I drove my elbow into his temple. The weapon fell from his hand as he stumbled to his left. Christie's hair finally detangled from his fingers, and she collapsed to the side of the street. "Run!" I roared. Christie jumped up and sprinted back the way we'd come, without a word. Behind me I could hear the crowd swarming down the road, moving closer to us. At that moment I didn't care if they caught me or not, as long as I could take those 2 clowns down with me. I brought my rifle around to give him a lead dessert, but he recovered quickly and grabbed the gun with both hands. He tried to wrest it from my grip, but the dude had no idea who he was tangling with. All of my weightlifting had me Arnold Schwarzenegger strong. Rather than fight for control of the gun, I charged forward, pushing him in front of me. He slammed back against the building behind him. Our eyes locked as I jammed the rifle under his chin, cutting off his air. My anger reached new heights. I saw Sammy in his eyes, her life slipping away as I held her. I wrenched the rifle even harder into his throat. Gags escaped him. I let go of the stock with my right hand and reached for the pistol strapped to my leg. It slid free of the holster. Before he could reach out, I had the barrel shoved against his forehead. The safety clicked off. My finger tensed against the trigger. A flash of white burst through my vision. Pain blossomed in the back of my head. I couldn't hear any sound. Everything was white. The bright veil slowly dissipated as I blinked rapidly. Turning my head sent a fresh wave of agony through my neck. I was on the ground, staring up at the man in black. He frowned down at me. Then he kicked me in the face. 30. Escape. "We've lost Benson," Tate yelled. Bree lifted her rifle from the ledge and folded the bipod against the underside. The crowd beneath her had swelled. Their anger reached a fever pitch after the gunfight, and they were destroying everything in sight. Rocks went through windows. Cars were flipped and set on fire. "Do you have a visual on Benson Manning?" Tate asked. "Negative." Bree had seen the crowd to the left of the building react to something, but she'd never seen who or what had caused it. "I can't see any of you." Bree moved along the length of the ledge, looking down at the people below. If Benson were down there, she would have spotted him. It wouldn't have been difficult to see a giant man dressed in black from head to toe, and the crowd would have swarmed him already. Jack Shea said, "I can't stay here much longer. The natives are getting restless." The op had unraveled quickly. Bree didn't know what to do. Her teammates had left the apartment building, and she didn't have an angle on anything behind it. She wanted to run across the street to see if she could locate them, but that meant braving the crowd below, and she knew that wouldn't work in her favor. They were looking for someone to take out. A disguised woman holding a rifle was a big target. "We're on foot." Tate's voice came in quick huffs. "The protesters are chasing us across Hood Street." Nelson finally responded, his voice calm and calculating. "Can you circle around to find Benson?" "Negative. There's no chance we could get around these people even if we engage them." Manning's stomach twisted. If Benson were caught by the mob, they'd likely kill him. If Smith's men got to him, they'd probably kill him. She struggled to imagine how he'd become separated from the others. "Regroup with Shea and await further orders." Nelson said it in the matter-of-fact tone of a man reading baseball statistics. "No," Detective Lloyd's voice sounded distant as if he wasn't standing by the microphone. "You can't leave him out." The feed cut off. Bree stood there for several seconds, waiting. Nelson had given the order, but the horrific idea of leaving a man behind cemented her feet. He hadn't outright said they were pulling out, but if they fled even a few blocks, they might lose Benson for good. "Regroup with Shea," Nelson repeated a moment later. "We're getting our surveillance back online to see if we can locate him." Hearing that, Bree turned and ran for the stairs. She hoped she wasn't abandoning Benson to torment and murder. 31. In the buff. I slowly came out of a fog. My thoughts were jumbled and sluggish. Heavy weights hung from my eyelids, keeping them from opening. The back of my head and the side of my face throbbed every time my heart beat. My tongue and throat were parched. Dehydration had taken hold to the point that I couldn't even swallow. It took several minutes before my faculties returned enough to realize I was sitting up. My ass and back were cold. I couldn't be sure, but it felt as if I was sitting in a metal chair. Naked. Normally that'd be what I considered a fun Saturday night, but I had a feeling my company wasn't a tall, sexy blonde. My chin rested against my chest, my neck so weak that the idea of lifting my head seemed impossible. Silence surrounded me. All I could sense was the cool metal of whatever I sat on. Slowly I raised my head, straining against a fresh burst of agony at the base of my neck. My eyes opened next, the lids stuck from dried eye goop. White light forced me to squint for several seconds until my sight adjusted. I sat in a small room with plain walls and a smooth, shiny floor. A door was cut into the wall in front of me, a tiny window placed in the upper third of it. Bindings held my wrists, ankles, and waist to the chair. A bright light sat above 5 feet in front of me, shining directly into my face. And, yeah, I was stark naked. "Watch out, ladies." My tongue resembled sandpaper as I ran it over chapped lips.
Where I was and how long I'd been out, I didn't know. My brain felt like mush as I tried to recall what had happened in the street. I remembered hitting Stumpy and then tussling with the guy holding Christy. And I woke up here. You would think that being tied to a chair with big Asher Benson hanging freely would scare the shit out of me. But I felt strangely emotionless. It was as if I'd overdosed on antidepressants. I tried to let my consciousness wander out to feel around for other minds, but my ability had been retarded. Sorting through my own thoughts proved difficult enough at the moment, let alone wrangling with someone else's. Smith's clowns had obviously captured me. That much I could deduce with my mashed potatoes for brains. Where they'd taken me and what would happen next were the real mysteries. The bindings around my hands and ankles held tight as I struggled against them. My strength hadn't fully returned yet, but I hoped I could wiggle my way free. They didn't even budge. The odds of me getting loose were slim to none. A wide strap ran around my stomach, holding my back against the chair. I swiveled my head around, grimacing at the massive headache river dancing in my brain, and inspected the metal I sat on. Looked like plain old stainless steel, maybe iron. I couldn't see anything important about it, but the entire back of it was hidden from my view. I wasn't sure I wanted to know what monstrosities they had hooked up to the rear of it. Off to the left of the chair, I spotted a tray. Tin snips, knives, and other assorted pleasantries sat atop it. That didn't look good. And yet I wasn't too worried about them. My blood pressure went up a tick, but that was all. They must have dosed me with the good stuff. To the right of the cutlery sat an odd object. It appeared to be an all-metal helmet of some kind. It had wires attached to it at various points that combined into a large cable jutting from the back. The cable ran to a machine on the second shelf of the cart. Whatever it was didn't have any flashing lights on it or whirring fans inside. It might have been a computer, but if it was, no one had turned it on yet, as far as I could tell. Then again, I could barely tell the difference between a computer and a banana. Beside the helmet thingamajig was a cordless drill. I had a feeling that my day wasn't going to end in the most pleasant way. Thinking about what would probably happen to me when someone opened that door made a butterfly flutter in my stomach. Just a single one, but it was more emotion than I'd had since waking up. The drugs might have been wearing off a bit. I couldn't decide if that was a good thing. Having full use of my faculties would help me get out of there, but it also meant I would be completely aware of the horrible things that were likely to go down soon. A security camera was installed in the upper right-hand corner of the room. I gave it the best smile I could, chapped lips and all. Hopefully, someone had noticed I'd woken up, because I had to piss like a horse. It took nearly 20 minutes for the door in front of me to open. Smith stepped inside. It had been a long time since I'd seen old Scarface. He looked every bit the asshole I remembered. Like the rest of his posse, he wore a suit, though his was more of a navy blue. Very fashionable. "Mr. Benson, glad to see that you're awake." He stood a few feet in front of me, leaving the door open behind him. "Are the drugs wearing off yet?" I opened my mouth, tried to speak. Only a grunt and a whisper came out. I licked my lips. "Water," I managed to eke out. "Water." "Oh, yes, of course. My apologies." Smith stepped back to the door and stuck his head out. "Roberts, bring a bottle of water when you come in here." For some reason, the casual manner in which Smith spoke freaked me out more than anything else had. I was tied to a chair in front of him, naked as a newborn, and there were torture instruments laid out beside me, but Smith might as well have been ordering his morning coffee. Nothing seemed to get his dander up. We would see how calm he stayed when I was punching a hole in his chest. Smith came back, frowned down at me. "We lost some men today. That's quite unfortunate. It's difficult to recruit good soldiers when you're wanted by almost every major government in the world. We can't exactly put out ads for mercenaries." his eyes focused on mine. "But getting our hands on you changes the game, doesn't it?" I stayed silent, hoping the water was actually coming. The dryness in my throat bothered me more than anything else at the moment. "Things didn't quite go as planned this morning." He walked over to the cart and picked up a pair of tin snips. "The betrayal we suffered almost undid everything we fought so hard for. That thumb drive would have been our downfall. We weren't even aware he had stolen it until the Tolbert woman actually tried to use it. The device phoned home when she plugged it into her computer. We knew that our man had defected, but we didn't know he had confiscated information with him." Smith put the snips down and gently touched the helmet thing. "And imagine our surprise when you showed up with a team at the same time we were recovering our property. We expected resistance from you at some point, but not so quickly." Not being able to speak was probably the best thing at the moment. With any luck, I hoped he'd keep talking and spill his master plan, just like a moronic Bond villain. My penchant for a snark might have gotten in the way if I could have replied. Instead, I attempted to latch onto his thoughts, to pry everything the bastard knew out of his stupid, scarred head. Unfortunately, whatever they'd given me didn't allow that to happen. Not having my ability for a little while almost made me feel like a normal person again. A normal person strapped to a chair while naked, with instruments of torture beside him. "We're going to need to know everything about your operation, of course." Smith turned back to me. "But we have some other research to do first. By the end of that, you'll be much more willing to cooperate." I glared at the man I hated more than I hated anything. Even more than light beer. "I understand your contempt for me, Mr. Benson. You think I'm evil. In your eyes, I'm a monster, a mass murderer. You truly have no idea what's going on, do you?" He leaned forward, his face less than a foot from mine. "Of course you don't. You wouldn't be working with them if you did. Is Thomas keeping you at arm's length? Starving you of the information and resources that would really help you find me?" I would have nailed him with a headbutt, but he stayed just out of range. "They want you to kill me, of course, but they don't want you knowing the true scope of their machinations. I imagine your orders are to assassinate me, not to capture. Correct?" He nailed that one. I'd gone along with the directive willingly, wanting revenge for all the horror he had caused. For Sammy. Even if I could have spoken at the moment, I wouldn't have given him the satisfaction of telling him he was right. "You have to die," Sammy whispered. "That's the only revenge that matters. You killed me, Asher. You." I shifted uncomfortably. My abilities wouldn't work, but of course I could still hear Sammy. Life was a real kick in the nads sometimes. A man walked into the room, a bottle of water in one hand, a large battery in the other. He didn't even look at me. Having naked men tied up at his job site must have been a normal occurrence around there. He had the same wiry, strong build as most of the other men under Smith's employ. Like the rest, he wore a suit, but he didn't have the jacket on at the moment. "Give Mr. Benson a few gulps of water. He'll need his strength." Smith moved by the door and faced me. "We'll begin shortly." The man nodded, placing the battery on the cart. He opened the water bottle and held it toward me. "If you try anything, I'll take one of your eyes." I gave him a small nod. After placing the mouth of the bottle against my lips, he tilted it back. Cool water filled my mouth, coated my throat. It tasted like heaven. I guzzled as much of it as I could, not knowing when I would get another chance. The whole bottle was empty in a matter of seconds. He pulled it from my mouth and stepped back, looking at it with mild surprise. I licked my lips with my wet tongue, relishing the feel. The expression on the guy's face almost made me laugh. If there was one thing alcoholics were good at, it was chugging drinks. I could hang with the best of them. "Better?" Smith asked. "Much." I turned my attention to him. "Do you mind undoing the shackles?" I need to use the little boy's room. Always with the quip. Things will get messy soon if you don't. My back teeth are floating. Smith said, I have 2 offers for you, Mr. Benson. There are 2, because I'm sure you'll refuse the first. Seemed kind of stupid to even offer it then. Join us. That shocked me to the point of silence. It took a lot to do that. Of all the things I expected him to offer, a job wasn't one of them. He might as well have told me that everything I'd experienced wasn't real and that the Matrix had me. Maybe he'd offered me a couple of colored pills next. After the surprise wore off, I laughed. Hard. Guffawed is probably more accurate. Are you out of your fucking mind? I came here to kill you, asshole. You murdered an entire town, and you think I would help you? My laughs slowed to chuckles. I knew you were crazy, but this is just too much. I did what I had to do. Smith's expression never changed. One small town is better than an entire nation. I stopped laughing. What? Did you ever step back and think about the true consequences of Arthur's Creek? The consequences. Hundreds of families were wiped out. Kids were slaughtered. I looked at the ceiling dramatically. Let's see here. What else happened? Oh, yeah, the entire nation went into a full-blown panic. The economy tanked. People stopped using technology for a while. And now they're destroying half of Washington, D.C. I guess you could say I thought about it a bit. I expected better from you. Sorry to disappoint you. For a man of your unique talents, you somehow only observed the surface. Yes, what had to be done was awful. But to make an omelet, you have to break a few eggs. The entire cell phone network from coast to coast will soon be protected against just such an attack, will it not? You must know about the work done by CAIS. Namie had tested the newest work by that government contractor just that morning, and it had worked. The signal Smith had used in Arthur's Creek couldn't be broadcast over cell phone networks once everything was in place. I know about it. It'll keep everyone safe from your psycho ass. Not from me, Mr. Benson. Smith watched me intently. A fire had finally lit in his eyes. We didn't invent the weapon. We found it and stole it from a foreign entity. Unfortunately, our nation was wide open to it. The men you now work for had zero interest in setting up a defensive network to protect against its effects, so we had to provide a little test. I squirmed in my seat, pulling at the bindings around my wrists. Veins bulged in my arms from the strain. You're telling me that you did that to protect us? Screw you! You can't talk your way around the fact that you killed thousands of people. I'll have to live with that decision for the rest of my life. Of that there is no question. But we've now provided an incredible blanket of security for everyone else. The nation is secure from a massive attack. The crap spewing from his mouth made me sick. I didn't believe for a second that he hadn't developed the weapon. But even if he had found it, there were better ways of getting the government's attention than killing an entire town. You really don't get it? Perhaps I should have made my offer to your detective friend. He seems much more observant. Smith pushed away from the wall. President Thomas, Senator MacArthur, and everyone else who knew of the psych ward wanted the weapon for themselves. They didn't want to protect anyone from it. They wanted to wield it. By using it against them, we forced their hand. We shined a light on it for the world to see. Bullshit. Is it? Did you ever wonder why they attempted to shut us down? Why they left Murdoch in that hellhole? They did it because you're a power-hungry megalomaniac. Smith frowned, shook his head. I knew that you would refuse, but I hoped that wouldn't be the case. I can't believe you actually think you're the good guy. He stayed silent for a moment, looking down at the floor. I turned toward the other man who had put the battery into the electric drill on the cart. I really do have to take a leak. I'd hate to get your shoes all messy. Neither one of them responded to me. Tough crowd. The second offer is one of mercy. Smith moved over to the cart. If you cooperate with our tests, your suffering will be greatly minimized. If you refuse, well, you're going to have a very rough time. I didn't hear an offer in there, just a threat. The hard way it is. You're defiant even in the face of indescribable pain. I truly wish we'd discovered you a few years ago. You would have made a great ally. Seriously, guys, my bladder's about to rupture. I turned to the security camera in the corner of the room. If the janitor is listening, I just want to apologize. I had asparagus for dinner last night, and I doubt it's out of my system yet. With a sigh, Smith plucked the helmet off the cart. He pulled on the cable hanging from the back of it, creating a few feet of slack. Is that one of those futuristic-looking hair dryers they have in salons? My mouth was really going. The drugs were wearing off by the second, and the hopelessness of my situation was setting in. They meant to do something awful to me. So I yammered. It was what I did. Can I sew his mouth shut? The other man asked. He's annoying. Smith brought the helmet to me. He won't be saying much in a few moments. Turn the system on. The man bent down in front of the computer thing on the cart. He hit a button on the front and then fiddled with something on the side that I couldn't see. Oh, wait, I said. That's from the X-Men, right? It's that thing Professor X wears so he can do whatever it is he does. You're not as far off as you might expect. Smith circled behind me, disappearing from my field of view. This monitors your brain activity, in a manner of speaking. You see, Mr. Benson, you've demonstrated a telekinetic ability that we haven't encountered before. We're quite excited to run some tests on you. I heard him shuffling around back there. A strap wrapped around my throat, tightening instantly. My head snapped back against the metal chair. The airflow in my throat died. I gasped, afraid to fight. The more I struggled, the worse it got. Relax. Smith's voice came from directly above me. You'll pass out if you don't stop struggling. I'll release the strap when the helmet is secure. We can't have you squirming while we're attaching it. I stopped fighting, though something he said hit me like a kick to the old boys. He said attaching, not placing or putting it on. No, he said they were attaching it to me. No one ever accused me of being the sharpest knife in the drawer, but that sounded less than appealing. My face was hot from struggling, my throat already sore from the strap. I focused on staying calm, sucking in what little air I could manage. I tried to speak, but I couldn't get out more than a croak. The man beside the cart stood and picked up the cordless drill. Oh, shit. I panicked. My arms and legs bucked against the restraints. I flexed my quads as hard as I could, hoping to pop the bindings around my legs. It didn't work. I wasn't getting out of that chair unless someone untied me. Smith said, We had to wait for the drugs to wear off or else the readings would be compromised. That, and we had to know if the helmet's other functions work on your telekinesis. You see, it not only gives us information about your abilities, but it also should confine them. It has worked on other telepaths we tested on. It nullified Murdoch's mind control as well. In theory, it should work on your telekinesis. Let's find out, shall we? Even though I shook my head back and forth, Smith managed to slip the helmet on. My range of motion was severely compromised by the tire on my neck. The helmet bathed me in darkness. It had no eye or ear holes. A small space was open for the mouth, allowing me to breathe, but no light made it up to my eyes. The inside was covered in a harsh rubber that sat flush against my skin. I bucked against it, but I didn't accomplish a damn thing. Smith did something to the back of the helmet that sucked it even closer to my face. All the spaces between the rubber and my skin disappeared as it squeezed tight. It closed so snugly around my features that it felt like a custom fit. "Can you hear, Mr. Benson?" Smith asked, his voice distant and muffled inside the helmet. "Eat a dick," I grunted. "This is going to hurt. A lot." I heard the other man trigger the drill beside my head. A vibration started on the left side of my helmet. I paused, listening, waiting. The drill sped up. Excruciating pain ignited above my temple. The speed of the drill slowed as a screw pierced my skin and twisted into my skull. I gritted my teeth, fought with everything I had not to scream. Agony beyond words ground throughout my head. It was blinding, all-consuming. The drill stopped for a moment, the only sound in the room the staccato of my pulse in my ears. I shrank into the chair, gasping in air. The white-hot pain didn't cease. The screw was hot inside the bone. Warmth ran down the left side of my face, arching along my cheek and dripping from my chin. "Only 4 more to go," Smith crooned. I didn't scream as they secured the second screw into my skull, or the third. But the fourth broke me. 32. Licking wounds. "That's it?" Drew asked. He stormed around the conference room. "That's all we have. A victim with no valuable information and a blown-to-hell laptop." Tate unzipped his tactical vest and pulled it over his shoulders. "That's it." "So in our first mission, we lost the hardware we were after, the men who could lead us to Smith, and my best goddamn friend." "Yeah." Briggs slumped into a seat in front of Drew. "They worked us over." "You don't even realize what just happened here," Drew continued pacing. "Smith has Ash." "We realize that," Huck said. He stood in the corner, arms crossed over his chest. "Believe me, we know we got our asses kicked today. But we didn't greenlight that stupid op. We're lucky the mob didn't tear us to pieces." "You have no idea." Drew stopped and pointed at him. "Ash was the last piece we had in a chess game you didn't even know we were playing. Without him, we're all screwed." "What do you mean?" Bree asked. She wiped her sweaty brow with the back of her hand. They'd barely escaped the city. Bree had fled down to the bottom of the parking garage and ran back to the SUV. The crowd wasn't as thick back there, but it had filled in significantly since they'd arrived. A couple of men had attempted to grab her, but she fought them off with a few motions of her rifle and one really solid throat chop. Shay had moved the vehicle onto the side of the street, the engine idling as he waited for her to jump in. He'd watched the crowd following her in the rearview mirror as she slid into the back seat. "We're going to meet the rest of the team halfway." Jack had driven them down a few side streets and then stopped in the middle of an intersection. Tate had relayed their locations as he, Hux, and Briggs ran from the rioters. They popped out from behind a barber shop and leapt into the SUV. They'd quickly abandoned the area while Nelson re-established a connection with their surveillance drone. After scouring a several-block radius around the parking lot where they'd lost Benson, they couldn't come up with any sign of him. The police had arrived in full force, a battery of shield-carrying cops, slowly forcing the crowd away from the apartment building. When they discovered 3 of their own laying lifelessly in the parking lot, things went from bad to worse. Helicopters flew overhead. Shots were fired. The number of protesters swelled. A legion of cops fought back. More people died. Nelson ordered his team home, knowing there was nothing else they could do amidst the chaos. The ride back to Aberdeen Proving Ground had been a silent one. Bree didn't know about the men around her, but she couldn't help but mull over the craziness of what they'd just done. Could things within the government truly be so corrupt and insane that a small clandestine outfit was forced to send an untrained team into the nation's capital? It all seemed like a bad dream, and on top of it all they'd lost a teammate. While it was true they didn't really know Benson, and actually believed him to be a con artist, they'd still gone into battle with him. None of them ever wanted to leave a man behind. Christy Tolbert had popped up at a local police station shortly thereafter, hysterical but otherwise unhurt.
Under orders from Nelson, she was removed to an undisclosed location until everything blew over. She'd been questioned, but she didn't know anything of significance about the men trying to kill her or the hardware they'd recovered.
We're an agency operating entirely in the shadows, using the only known telepath in the world, and we lost him. Without Asher, there is no reason for us to exist. We'll be lucky if they don't disappear, all of us.
Drew's entire head had turned a light red.
For your sake, we need to get him back.
Bullshit.
Tate pounded his fist off the large rectangular table in the middle of the room.
We didn't make the decision to send us down there armed to the teeth and dressed like terrorists. And Benson split off from the rest of us, not the other way around. None of us asked for this. You came to us, remember? That doesn't matter anymore.
Drew stopped pacing and put his hands on his hips as he inspected the floor.
Look, I know this isn't your fault. We were put in an impossible situation, all of us.
He looked at a television mounted in the corner of the room. Images of the riots flashed across it, hysterical headlines plastered on the bottom half of the screen. The dead officers had sent everything into an uproar. The appearance of a handful of armed people dressed in all black had blasted the situation into the stratosphere. The talking heads on all the news stations were working overtime as they attempted to tie all the events of the morning together.
We have to get him back. Smith's men must have him. He would have contacted us by now if he could.
Drew paused, turning his attention back to them. His voice cracked when he spoke again.
God only knows what they're doing to him right now.
33. Eating lightning. Now that we have that unpleasantness out of the way, we can begin. Smith's voice moved from behind me to directly in front. Is there anything you want to say?
If I were being honest, I wanted to cry like a little child. They'd just screwed a helmet to my head. Metal screws didn't mesh well with skin and bone. Blood soaked my hair, coated my neck and shoulders. Head wounds bled like a bitch. I couldn't see myself, but between the blood, science fiction-styled helmet and nakedness, well, I probably looked kind of funny. I didn't feel funny, though. I felt like the bottom of a shoe after a marathon. What are you going to do to me? My voice came out small and pathetic. Nothing good, I'm afraid. We have 2 known instances of you using telekinesis. Both of them revolve around pain, stress, and anger. You're going to inflict the pain to trigger the stress and anger responses we're looking for. My shoulders trembled as I fought against the fear gripping me. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing me panic, but it was kind of hard to stay calm after someone had screwed a helmet onto your head. With any luck, we'll get some interesting readings from this. Smith's voice moved further away as if he'd walked across the room. You should have taken my offer. Do you think they care that you're going to suffer? They'll be happy when you're gone. You could have unearthed their secrets, fought against their corruption. But now you're here. And for what? What have you done? A warm tear spilled from my eye. I've gotten people who care about me killed. I could feel the soft touch of Sammy's lips on mine. I could see the way her eyes had dimmed as I'd held her during her last moments. Smith was right. I hadn't accomplished anything. My telepathy had always been a curse to me. I should have used it for something more than an excuse to get drunk and wallow in self-pity. Everything that had happened to me was because I refused to step up. I'd been reactive instead of proactive. Then help us, Mr. Benson. You know what I'm saying is true. You saved President Thomas from Murdoch that day, and what has it gotten you? What has he done with it? Nothing. The system grinds on. You think I'm a monster, but I'm the only one who has done anything to protect this country. Okay. I swallowed a lump that formed in my throat. Before we go any further, I need a guarantee from you. Yes? Smith's voice moved closer. He sounded hopeful. Promise me you won't tell anyone I peed myself when we get this party started.
I'd hate to have my manly illusion shattered by a little bit of torture and urine." Smith exhaled gruffly right in front of the helmet. "Have it your way. We'll see how sarcastic you are in a few minutes. Don't be mad, Smithy. You have to understand how important my tough guy image is." "He should have let me sew his mouth shut," the other asshole said. "Goodbye, Mr. Benson." Smith's voice was even quieter, as if he'd moved back to the door. "I'll be seeing you soon." I straightened out in the chair, squared my shoulders. "Yep, And then I'll kill you." The door closed, and silence enveloped me. The only sensory perception I had was the feel of the chair underneath me, and the pounding in my head from the screws. I couldn't see anything, not even a sliver of light. The helmet had my nose mashed down, making it difficult to breathe through. Not that there was anything worth smelling just then, anyway. I'm sure I reeked of sweat, blood, and fear. The machine on the cart beside me beeped. I'd be lying if I said I didn't jump a little. As the drug they'd given me continued to flush from my system, my thoughts cleared. I tried to reach out with my mind to feel the presence of Smith and the man who wanted to practice being a seamstress with my face. Nothing. Either the drugs still had enough of a hold on me that I couldn't use my ability, or the helmet really did work the way Smith had said. If they'd figured out a way to nullify telepathy, then I was little more than a helpless dude strapped to a chair. A jolt of electricity zapped into my back, ass, and legs. Rigidity froze my body. All of my muscles contracted. Lightning flashed through me, my nerve endings on fire. My teeth clacked together. And then it was gone. I slumped back into the chair, gasping. The whole thing had lasted just a few seconds, but it felt like an hour. I'd never suffered through any kind of electrocution before, save a taser a fellow officer had zapped me with in Iraq on a dare. And that had sucked. The chair was on another level. It made sense to me, then, why the chair was metal. Another current zapped me. I yelped and bucked against my bindings, tearing at them like a wild animal. It didn't help. The torture stretched for 5 seconds, and then 10. When the misery finally relinquished its grip on me, I almost passed out. Cramps racked my calves and feet. My fingernails had bit into my palms, drawing blood. My jaw ached from clamping shut. A mouthguard would have been nice. If I wasn't careful, I could bite off my tongue or a lip. Talking shit would be difficult because of that. They electrocuted me again. And again. I screamed. A lot. I braced myself for another jolt, but it didn't come right away. My body shook in anticipation of the pain as I waited with bated breath. The waiting was almost as bad as the electrocution. Almost. Rage blossomed during the lull in torture. I knew that was what they wanted, and I tried to fight it, but I failed miserably. Knowing I was succumbing to Smith only made me angrier. Unlike the other times when fury had overtaken my thoughts, nothing vibrated around me. Nothing moved. The contraption covering my head prevented me from doing anything. Gritting my teeth, I slammed the back of the helmet off the chair. A fresh wave of misery ran through my skull, but I didn't care. I slammed it off the chair again. They zapped me then, and all voluntary movement ceased. Spittle flew from my mouth. Blood poured down my neck. The chair grew hot under me, though I could barely feel it. Just as I slipped toward unconsciousness, the electricity released me. My bladder let go. I sat there, slumped over, chest heaving. Can someone bring me an adult diaper? 34. Digital wizardry. Namie flipped the laptop over on her desk and inspected the back. Roughly a third of the computer was either gone or mangled beyond all hope of repair. Hux had told her that Smith's men had tried to blow it up. "No shit, Sherlock," she'd said. Drew had told everyone to leave her office, which she'd begun calling her forensic palace of digital lovemaking.
He'd explained that the busted piece of crap in her hands was the only hope they had of finding Ashley. The despair in his voice had twisted Namie's gut. She loved to give Ashley a hard time, almost as much as she loved anime, and that was saying a lot. The big bastard had a soft spot in her heart, though she would never dare tell him that. Knowing Smith had him made her want to bawl. Being the oddity that she was made it difficult for Namie to make friends. Her sharp tongue and lowbrow vocabulary didn't help. Ashley treated her like a friend, like one of the guys. That meant more to her than she would have ever admitted to anyone, let alone his gigantor ass. He didn't see her as a super weirdo. Well, he did, but he was even more bizarre, so he didn't pass judgment the way everyone else did. He gave her a hard time, sure, but that was why she liked him. Ashley was her friend by gods, and that cockholster Smith wasn't going to hurt him. Not on her watch. The hard drive bay on the back of the laptop was empty. They'd taken it before attempting to destroy the rest of the computer. If the Tolbert woman had connected the thumb drive to her PC before Smith's men had arrived, then any files she'd opened might have been recoverable. Without the hard drive, however, the odds of getting any actionable evidence on it were almost non-existent. Balls! Namie reached for a small case on her desk and slid it in front of her. She opened it, revealing a screwdriver set. The tips ranged in size from small to ridiculously tiny. They had Phillips, hexagonal, straight, and everything in between. After wiping dust and soot away from the back of the computer as best she could, Namie leaned close to it. A handful of screws on the back remained in place, keeping the remnants of the cover attached. Namie grabbed an appropriately sized screwdriver and worked at loosening the screws. The damage done to the case had wedged them in place, making them difficult to remove. Fuck it. Namie dropped the screwdriver and grabbed part of the case that stuck into the air. The plastic had cracked and warped from the explosion. She pulled as hard as she could, attempting to pry it away from the motherboard and chassis. The screw in the middle popped out, and the case yanked several inches back. She stuck her hand under it and pushed up. The plastic creaked and popped as it slowly pulled away. As she peeked inside the computer, Namie noticed there appeared to be minimal damage to the internal components. So minimal that she stopped yanking on the case for a moment and thoroughly examined the edges of the motherboard. There were a few singe marks, but nothing appeared to be melted or even chipped. The external shell and the screen of the laptop had taken the vast majority of the damage. Chunks of the LCD screen had fallen free as she'd carried the laptop to her desk. That, combined with the condition of the case, made her assume the thing was totaled. But maybe not. Afraid that tearing the back cover off could actually cause damage, Namie stopped pulling and grabbed the screwdriver again. Removing the screws without stripping the slits in the head proved difficult. The tool kept slipping. Grunting, cursing, and sweating, Namie worked at them carefully, applying as much downward pressure as she dared. Her fist pumped in the air when the final one came free. That was the easy part. She removed the back cover, tossed it to the floor. With the guts of the computer exposed, she could see the motherboard, DC power jack, memory card reader, RAM, cooling fan, and the RAM! Namie bit her lip as she stared at the tiny chip of memory. While she considered herself a super-mega boss in the wonders of digital forensics, she specialized in software more than hardware. She was competent in the space, but not as proficient as she was at working around encryption and finding backdoors into operating systems. Grabbing the information from a hard drive was relatively easy. A hard drive, solid-state drive, or flash drive's data was mostly static. A novice could do it. But extracting data from DRAM, or dynamic random access memory, which was used by consumer laptops, was a different ballgame. DRAM was volatile memory that lost its information almost instantly when a computer was powered down. The data usually disappeared in seconds to minutes. She'd heard about a few techs being able to extract information from RAM by freezing the chips and then removing them from a computer quickly. If they could keep them cool while inserting them into one of the forensic machines, they could sometimes see what the user was working on before the computer had been shut off. Freezing the memory chips could retard the process by several more minutes at best. It had been more than an hour since Tate and Company had acquired the mangled computer. But Namie had a hunch and a hope. If Christy Talbot had put her computer to sleep rather than turning it off, and the battery in the laptop had a full charge, then the RAM might still have power running to it. When an operating system went to sleep, most of the power-hungry components were shut off and the machine's state was stored in the RAM. A small amount of juice applied to the RAM kept the data contained there from erasing so the computer could wake up quickly. So if Christy had opened a file from the thumb drive on the laptop, and if she'd put it to sleep and it hadn't suffered too much damage from Smith's men, then Namie had a chance to find something. But that was only if she could find a way to keep the memory chip cool while she extracted it from the motherboard. That was a lot of ifs, and a dearth of hope. Namie cracked her knuckles as she stared at the open computer. "How do I freeze your bitch ass?" Ice wouldn't work. Electronics had a rocky relationship with water. She drummed her fingers on the desk as she inspected the office. A tall fan sat in the corner, blowing into the open side of a desktop computer. She had 2 graphics cards in there, hammering away at a distorted surveillance video. The image quality of the video neared that of something recorded by a sponge, so Drew had asked her to clean it up a bit. The extensive computing had the tower churning out a ton of heat. The fan wouldn't be cool enough for freezing the RAM. She needed something frigid. 3 cans of compressed air sat atop a safe where she stored the remnants of the hard drives recovered from Smith's old computer servers. "Yeah!" Namie hopped off the chair and skipped to the safe. She could just reach the top of it and grab one of the cans. She used these for cleaning dust out of the fans in the computers and for cleaning sandwich crumbs from her keyboards. When held upside down and sprayed, the air and liquid coming out got damn cold. She hurried back to her desk and kicked the chair out of the way. It rolled on the plastic mat, smacking into the far wall. One of the computers she used as a forensic machine sat at the corner of the desk. She mostly used desktops because of how much more powerful they were, but she kept 2 laptops on hand for when she had to use equipment not easily compatible with desktops. She slid the laptop toward her, flipped it over, and removed the back cover. Because of the purpose for the computer, she never put the screws in the case so she wouldn't have to waste time removing them every time she had to try something. With a quick glance, she verified the components were compatible with the smashed laptop. That was the first in a series of hurdles. If this would work, she had to move quickly. Even with the RAM frozen by the compressed can of air, the data would degrade faster than made her comfortable. There was one shot at getting this right. She pulled the RAM sticks out of her forensic laptop and placed them on the desk. After opening a case that held the physical disks of all her forensic software, Namie grabbed a DVD she'd made with a tiny Linux tool. It allowed her to boot a minimal operating system that she used for dumping the contents of hard drives from suspect computers. She'd never used it for copying data off RAM, but she knew it had the capability. Namie put the disk in the optical drive of her forensic machine. She looked to the ceiling. "Please, gods, let this work. Ashley is a tool bag, but he's my tool bag. I want him back." Namie flipped the can in her hands and held the nozzle toward the RAM. "Come on, you wanker, give Mama some sugar." She sprayed the air back and forth over the RAM stick. A film of frost covered it as she continued to coat it using her left hand while covering her right with the sleeve of her shirt. Without stopping the spray, she reached down with her covered fingers and plucked the stick free. As she quickly moved the component to the next computer, Namie chewed on her lip and hoped that all the ifs required for her plan to work would fall into place. 35. Who is the Queen? Bree sat with the rest of them in the conference room and watched video of the escalating riots in D.C. Officers with giant shields and heavy-duty helmets pushed back against the violent crowds. She dwelled on the image of the mangled hand of the man she'd shot. Knowing he was about to use a weapon against a crowd of people justified her actions, but it didn't entirely wash away the guilt of having crippled someone. The detective went in and out of the room several times, making calls to officers he knew in Washington. He had every acquaintance of his in the city keeping an eye out for his missing friend. Bree thought they were all full of shit about the whole telepathy thing, but she could clearly see how distraught Lloyd was at losing his friend. And regardless of whether the psychic nonsense was true or not, the men they'd gone up against in the apartment building were real. They'd handled themselves like pros and had inflicted some serious damage. Nelson had disappeared 20 minutes ago to take a call and hadn't come back. Bree couldn't help but consider the repercussions of what they'd done this morning. The news thought a bunch of terrorists had run around the city with guns, even though that obviously wasn't the case. If they were terrorists, they would have emptied their weapons into the crowds of protesters. But what would the final narrative be? Who would take the fall for their failure that morning? If Bree knew anything about the government, it was that shit always rolled downhill. The higher-ups rarely took the fall for anything. People like Bree were hung out to dry. Tate lounged in a chair on the other side of the room, his feet propped up on the conference table. He had ignored her outright since they'd returned. That was fine with Bree. She couldn't stand the asshole and didn't want to deal with him unless absolutely necessary, particularly at a time like that when the man was obviously pissed off over their failed mission. Everyone else was in a sour mood over the debacle. Tate was furious. "Yo, Manning." Briggs sat on her side of the table at the far end. He got up and slid his chair toward her. "What happened when those guys ran out of the apartment building? We heard the shot and saw the cowboy with the busted hand. Why didn't you put him down?" "Because she's soft," Tate said without looking over. He kept watching television, his scowl as deep as always. Even though he was pissed off, he seemed to be relatively relaxed in his chair. To Bree, it looked as if he'd just returned from a few rounds of golf rather than a massive shootout. "The girlie doesn't want to kill anyone, even pieces of trash like those men today." Hux sat in front of the television, watching the events in Washington unfold. He remained quiet, absorbing everything coming across the screen. Shay sat behind Bree, eating a slice of pizza. He'd picked up a couple of pies for everyone after they got back. All of them ate greedily except Bree. She was seeing the man's destroyed hand. It was hard to work up an appetite after experiencing something so grotesque. "I ain't buying that." Brick sat down beside her and leaned forward. "I ain't buying that for a second." Bree had only known him for half a day or so, but she respected Briggs immensely. Though he was physically hard just like the rest of them, he didn't carry the same gruff manner as Hux or the asshole mentality of Tate. He was about to use the same device they had at the subway this morning. If a crowd as big as the one in front of the apartments went insane, then we all would have died. I was afraid that a shot to the chest might not kill him instantly, and that he would still initiate the weapon. Bree inspected her hands, lowered her voice. So I took his hand and destroyed the device. There wasn't time for a second shot. "Well done, Manning." Briggs nodded in approval. "Well done." Coming from a seasoned vet like Briggs, that meant a lot to Bree. He extended a meaty paw toward her. She took it in hers, feeling his thick fingers wrap around the back of her hand and squeeze. The gesture of respect raised her spirits. Tate merely grunted. "You don't agree?" Briggs asked, releasing Bree's hand. "You would have done something differently." "Yeah." Tate finally peeled his eyes from the television and glanced at Bree. "I would have brought a real soldier into the fold, not some glorified target shooter. She didn't do a damn thing to help us out there today. If she'd been inside with us, they never would have escaped in the first place." "You know what, Dickless?" Bree exploded to her feet, knocking the chair over behind her. "I'm getting really sick of your shit. Just because I didn't spend any time overseas doesn't mean I have nothing to offer. I kept your ass from turning into a psychotic murderer today, didn't I?" Tate raised his eyebrows. Didn't stand. Shay dropped a pizza crust to his plate and grabbed another slice. He watched them with a slight smirk on his face. "Sit down, Manning." Detective Lloyd walked in behind her and put a hand on her shoulder. "We have enough to worry about without more fistfights between you two." Bree opened her mouth to argue before deciding it wasn't worth it. That prick Tate was just trying to get under her skin. And he'd succeeded. Again. "What's the word?" Hux asked over his shoulder. "Any sign of Benson?" "No. The whole goddamn city's in chaos, and I'm hearing that a few protests are starting in Philadelphia soon." Drew put his hands on the table and leaned over. "Smith is going to start a civil war in this country if we don't catch him soon." Bree wanted to walk away from everything. She wished she'd never climbed into that damn helicopter at the range. She could have been lifting weights at the gym right now rather than being caught in the middle of the insanity unfolding around them. If not for what she'd witnessed on the subway surveillance footage, she would have. There were still terrorists out there capable of driving an entire city mad in an instant. If there was even a remote chance that she could help put a stop to them, then she had to hang in there, even if it meant dealing with Tate's constant jabs. She picked her chair up and sat down. Her stomach grumbled as she watched the television with the rest of them. She turned to Shay. "Got a slice for me?" "On the house." Shay slid a half-full pizza box in her direction. As she reached for it, Nelson shuffled into the conference room. His shoulders were hunched, his hands stuffed in his pockets. He didn't look at anyone as he came in and moved to the head of the table.
"We're shut down."
"What?" Drew spun toward him. "We're what?"
"I just got a call from President Thomas. He wanted to personally inform me of how screwed I am. He's shutting us down, effective immediately."
Hux muted the television. Everyone gaped at Nelson.
"You're telling us that we went on one insane op and now we're all toast?" Tate asked. "Just like that?"
"I'm afraid so. Some high-ranking intelligence officers are on their way here now to make sure we're handled appropriately. The Secretary of State is assuming all of our responsibilities, and she's not someone we want to cross." "What does that mean?" Bree asked. Her stomach had ascended into her throat and was lodged somewhere around her jawline. Was she going to prison for this? Guantanamo Bay? She knew those ideas were ridiculous, but were they?
"I don't know."
Nelson stared at the table.
"I apologize for getting each of you involved. Things wouldn't have been run this way normally, but we were in an unwinnable situation."
"What about Ash?" Drew stood in front of Bree, his hands clenched into fists. Nelson shook his head.
"I don't know. He didn't tell me any of their new plans, just that we aren't a part of them. Knowing Smith might have Lieutenant Benson sent President Thomas into a rage. If I had to guess, they're going to burn all of this down and pretend it never happened."
"I can't accept that," Drew growled. "We can't just walk away."
"We don't have a choice. If we do anything but sit here and wait to be relieved of duty, we're committing an act of treason. They might hit us with a treason charge anyway."
Bree wanted to vomit. Speakers crackled in the ceiling. Namie cleared her throat from an intercom system that Manning didn't even know was there. "Anyone in the conference room?"
"All of us are," Nelson said. "You need to come up here, too."
"The Queen is a bit busy, my minions. I have something you might be interested in, however."
"Miss Williams, I am not in the mood for—"
"Who is the Queen?"
"Just tell us what it is."
Nelson glared up at the ceiling.
"Who is the Queen?"
Drew sighed.
"She won't stop until you say it. You're the Queen, Namie. What do you have? We're busy here."
"That's better, Baldy. I thought you might like to know that I managed to get a little something off that super-fucked laptop you brought me, and it just might help us find Gigantor, because I'm the Queen."
Drew gaped at the ceiling for a moment. Then he sprinted out of the room.
"Did you hear that? The Queen, bitches!"
36. Todd. I startled awake. Darkness entombed me as I waved my head around. That was when I remembered I was strapped to a torture chair, getting electric jolts in the ass. Sweat covered my naked body. Soreness and fatigue wrenched my muscles. The agony in my head continued to throb. "Welcome back, Mr. Benson." Smith's voice came from somewhere off to my left. "You passed out." "Just taking a little nap." I turned my head toward him. "You were boring me." "Defiant to the end. Admirable. It means a lot to have your approval." Smith paused for several moments, said, "You remind me of a younger version of myself. I used to believe I could change the system from the inside. Politics bored me, however, so my delusions of grandeur didn't last long. I saw everything in black and white, right and wrong, good and evil. That's not the way things work, however. Sometimes evil can bring about good. If you want a garden to flourish, you have to get your hands dirty." Having a conversation with someone while you were naked, covered in blood and urine, and blinded because of a helmet was an odd experience. To say that my life had seriously derailed at some point would be an understatement of hilarious proportions. Then again, I was sure someone in Thailand would pay serious money for an experience like that. First of all, I didn't even want to play the game. I didn't want to change anything. All I've wanted since my discharge was to be left the hell alone. The system sucks, and I didn't want any part of it. You dragged me into this. And second, Smith cut me off. "Is that true? Did I force you to expose yourself during a bank robbery? Did I make you stick your neck out for others?" "Helping someone in the heat of the moment isn't the same as getting involved with a bunch of government dickbags such as yourself." "And yet, here you are, captured while working for an agency of government dickbags, as you so eloquently put it. You say you want to be left alone, yet you joined the military after 9/11. You stopped a bank robbery. You stayed in Arthur's Creek to help rescue survivors, and you joined up with Albert Nelson to find and eliminate me." I recoiled at the mention of Nelson's name. No one was supposed to know about his involvement with the new version of the psych ward except for a handful of people in Washington. We knew Smith had gotten to several high-ranking members in the intelligence community, but his knowledge of Nelson meant something much worse. He might have someone in President Thomas's cabinet in his back pocket. The magnitude of what I'd gotten myself involved in was mind-boggling. "Surprised I know his name?" Smith asked. "You've been playing the game for weeks, Mr. Benson. I've dedicated my life to this." "What's your name, anyway? Your real name, not this Smith crap." "Does it matter?" A metal ting came from the cart to my left. It made my heart flutter. There were knives, tin snips, and other horrible instruments on that cart. The electricity was bad, but I still had all of my fingers and toes attached after a few jolts. I just figured it'd be good to know the name of the man I'm going to strangle to death later. I shifted in the chair, felt blood squish under my butt. Nasty. Is it Doug? Jim? Steve? You never stop, do you? Todd. I bet it's Todd. You seem like a Todd. Do you really think that killing me would fix anything? What would happen to you if I were gone? Do you truly think they wouldn't eliminate you as well? We're threats to the power structure of this country. Threats to the system are eradicated. You're useful to them as long as I'm still operating. To be honest, Todd, I haven't thought that far ahead. My plan only involved 2 steps. The first one was killing you. The second one was to drink myself stupid in celebration. I've never been much of a long-term planner. Something cold and metallic touched my left pinky toe. I shifted my foot as far away as I could, but with bound ankles that only meant a few inches. A strong hand grabbed hold of my foot and straightened it out. I wanted to beg, but to hell with that. I understand why you blame me for everything. To a coworker, the CEO always appears malevolent. Smith's voice came from directly in front of me, but much closer to the floor. But you can't blame me for loss of your friends, your soldiers, for Samantha. Sharp blades touched each side of my little toe. I barely felt the pressure they applied. Fury gripped me again. "I'm going to kill you," I hissed. "Will that bring back the soldiers you lost in Iraq? Will that absolve you of your failure to protect them? Don't mention them, you son of a bitch." I bucked in the chair again, even though I knew I couldn't force my way out of the bindings. "You don't get to." "I didn't kill them, Mr. Benson. You did." The throbbing in my head multiplied exponentially. I could barely think straight as anger consumed me. If I could have freed just one hand, I would have throttled him to death. "Samantha didn't die in my hands. She died in yours. If you hadn't involved yourself in her life, she would still be here." Smith's voice had quieted to barely more than a whisper. "Everyone you love dies." "He's right," Sammy said. "You're the problem. You." I focused all of my willpower on the restraint on my right wrist. If I could destroy an entire park bench I'd been tied to in Arthur's Creek, I damn sure could work on a single strap. All I would need was an inch of leeway to pull my hand free and get the party started on Smith's face. Nothing happened. Not even a vibration ran through the chair under me. The machine on the cart to my left beeped. Smith grunted, and the pressure on my toe vanished. "Thank you, Mr. Benson." "What?" I took deep breaths, working to up my mental intensity even more. But nothing moved around me. All remained silent and still. "The electrocution didn't work as well as we'd hoped. Fortunately, a little mental workover is giving us some stellar readings. We still need more, though." I gulped. "You're just screwing with me." "Oh, no, I was speaking the truth, just in a way that would get you riled up. You are a failure. Of that there is no doubt. You have all the power in the world, and yet you destroy everything you hold dear. It's quite sad." "Fuck you, Todd." The snips or shears or whatever he had wedged around my toe clanged on the cart. The machine whirred away on the second shelf. Smith moved to the door, his footfalls barely audible inside my helmet. "If electricity didn't bring your telekinesis to the surface, perhaps heat will. They say fire is the great purifier. Let's find out." 37. Just a touch of treason. Drew stooped over Namie's desk, squinting at the blueprints on her monitor. He zoomed in and out with the mouse, shaking his head and mumbling to himself. "What is this for?" he asked. "How would I know? I'm the queen, not the architect." The rest of the team slowly filed into the forensic center behind them. Namie spun in her chair. "Come on in, guys. Don't bother knocking or anything. It's not like this is a secure room."
"Now isn't the time, Miss Williams." Nelson stepped beside her. "None of this matters. We've been shut down."
"What?"
Namie's head snapped around as she looked up at him. One of her pigtails slapped across her cheek.
"What about Ashley?"
Nelson merely shook his head.
"I don't understand. Why we shut down when we just lost a guy? This isn't—"
Drew cut her off.
"This is some kind of underground structure."
He jabbed a finger against the monitor.
"It looks like they tied into a really big power line. Some kind of industrial grid, maybe."
"Detective Lloyd," Nelson grimaced, "there is nothing we can do right now. We have to wait for the agents to arrive and escort us from the premises." Bree and Tate stood by the opposite wall, a healthy space between them.
"What am I missing here?" Namie asked. "Who is shutting us down, and why?"
"Is this all there is? Just these blueprints?"
Drew fumbled with the mouse.
"Don't touch."
Namie snatched the peripheral from him and moved the cursor to the bottom of the file.
"See these tabs here? That means more. Gods, I thought Ashley was the only technologically illiterate one around here." "What is going to happen to us?" Bree asked. Mamie swiveled in her chair. "Seriously, what the hell happened while I was in here kicking that computer's ass?"
"I don't know what they're going to do." Nelson turned back to them. "Hopefully they'll debrief you and send you on your way. I can't promise that, however. President Thomas was furious." "What is Woodsland?" Drew asked, still ignoring the rest of their conversation.
"The adults are trying to talk here, Mr. Clean." Mamie swatted him on the hip. "Stop interrupting us when we're speaking."
"This says Woodsland."
"It's an old amusement park I went to as a kid," Bree said.
"An amusement park? Never heard of it." Drew straightened out, still inspecting the screen. "You know anything about it? Is it still open?"
"It closed down 10 years ago or so, I think. It's in central Pennsylvania. They called it Woodsland because you had to drive deep into the forest to get there."
Bree shrugged.
"We loved going there with my cousins. It was really remote for an amusement park. Probably why it closed."
"Whoa, whoa!" Drew spun around, looking at everyone wild-eyed. "I think we have something big here." "I don't get it," Briggs said. He stood by the door with Hux and Shay.
"Short round here just recovered a file from Christy Tolbert's laptop. We believe the file came from the thumb drive given to her by the man on the subway this morning. By the looks of it, that guy was running from Smith's men. It's safe to assume he actually was one of Smith's guys who decided to switch teams. That's why they hunted him down and killed him."
Drew pointed at the monitor behind him.
"That file has blueprints for an underground structure with enormous electrical requirements. It also mentions an old abandoned theme park in the middle of bumfuck Pennsylvania."
Bree's eyes widened.
"Woodsland would have more than enough electrical capacity."
"Bingo!"
Drew looked down at Mamie.
"Find out if anyone purchased the theme park in the past few years."
"On it."
Mamie spun around and faced her computer. She brought up the internet browser, but received an error.
"What the hell?"
"What?"
Drew asked.
"I lost my internet connection."
Nelson said, "They're likely removing our access in preparation of shutting us down."
"Screw it."
Drew turned his focus on Nelson.
"I'd bet anything that Woodsland is where Smith is. The man this morning was bringing us all the information we needed to find Smith, but they got to him first. They killed him, recovered the thumb drive, and tried to destroy Tolbert's computer. They probably think they dodged a bullet."
"Those pussies didn't know you had a cyber queen on your side," Mamie beamed. Hashtag winning.
No one responded for several seconds. Mamie looked over her shoulder, found all of them staring at her.
"What?"
she asked.
"None of you has ever heard of Charlie Sheen?" "That was like a decade ago," Bree said.
Mamie paused, her face scrunching.
"Oh, crap. I'm turning into Ashley with the old-timey references."
"It all fits," Drew said to Nelson. "The location meets their requirements. It explains how they were able to operate in D.C., Baltimore, and Arthur's Creek. Central Pennsylvania is within driving distance of them all."
"Maybe." Nelson set his jaw. "But even if we did find him, there's nothing we can do about it. We're shut down."
"The hell with that. They have Ash."
"Detective."
"I don't know any of you all that well, and I'm not sure I even want to."
Tate stepped forward.
"But we can't leave a man behind. Benson screwed up by splitting off from us, but he held his own today. If we know where he is, we gotta go get him."
He looked at the three men standing by the door.
"Right?"
Briggs shrugged his big shoulders. "I didn't sign up for this gig to run back to Texas with my tail between my legs. I'm game for another ass-whooping." Shay and Hux both mumbled in agreement. Tate didn't ask Manning what she thought. That made Mamie want to get up and punch him in the wiener. What a butt plug. But he was advocating for saving Gigantor at the moment, and she didn't want to break that party up. "I understand the sentiment." Nelson held his hands out. "That doesn't change the fact that we've been ordered to stand down. It's over."
"What would happen if we told the men coming to relieve us about Smith's location?" Mamie asked. "They'll go and save Ashley, right?"
"Yes, but probably not in a manner you'll find acceptable." Nelson clenched his jaw. "Judging from the conversation I just had with President Thomas, they'll likely blanket the area with drone strikes, assuming the area is as remote as it sounds."
"But what if Ashley is there?" I think they view the lieutenant as more of a liability now than an asset. Namie's mouth dropped open.
They'll kill Ashley? We have a chopper, Drew said. We have men, we have guns, and we have the element of surprise. Let us go in there and pull Ash out.
Nelson said, We can't just.
You're right, Drew interrupted. They'll kill him. If they can get Ash and Smith at the same time, they'll do it and wipe their hands of the entire mess. If we leave now, we might be able to get him out of there before they start dropping bombs.
Everyone watched Nelson as he mulled it over. After several seconds, he looked around at all of them. This is treason. You all realize that, right? Everyone nodded except Manning. She fidgeted beside Tate.
What does that mean for us?
Could be death. Nelson glanced at Drew. Or they could disappear us. You willing to risk that?
You said it yourself, Drew said. They might do that to us anyway. If the clock is ticking, then I want to make one more play before this game is over. We have to try.
So that's it? Manning inspected her boots. We either sit here and wait to be taken down, or we go up there and kick some ass, then get taken down? Pretty easy decision.
Damn it, Nelson mumbled. Prep the chopper. Ms. Williams and I will get as much information on this Woodsland Park as we can. Tate, get the team ready. You have to take off before the officers from D.C. get here.
Namie gulped. Her cute little behind couldn't possibly survive in prison. She'd be someone's bitch within 5 minutes of arriving. And beyond that, the idea of being incarcerated for the rest of her life was horrifying. There were so many anime shows she hadn't seen yet. And yet she knew she had to go along with their plan. Ashley was out there, and he needed her help. They'd gone through too much together for her to abandon him now. He would owe her big time for this. Maybe they could send each other cards from federal broom-handle-in-your-ass prison.
"We'll hold them off as long as we can," Namie said. "I won't tell them shit when they get here."
"Grab the lieutenant and then get out of there." Nelson jabbed his finger at the floor as he spoke, for emphasis. "Don't worry about Smith. Just get Benson. The bombs will likely fall once the officers figure out where you are. It won't take them long."
38. Rationalization. "Hold up a second, Todd." I bobbed my head in a come-hither movement. It had to look ridiculous with such a weird contraption on my head. I wanted to talk to him a little more for several reasons, the most important of which was my desire to not be burned. That would suck. I also wanted a few answers, though that was merely secondary to not wanting to resemble Freddy Krueger. Smith seemed to truly believe his actions were justified, so I would pull on that thread. A bit of the sweater might unravel if I were lucky. "Before you break out the blowtorches, I need to know something." "What is it, Mr. Benson?" "Since we're on a first-name basis now, Todd, I'd prefer it if you'd call me Ash. It just sounds cooler that way. My parents didn't leave me with much, but they did give me a righteous first name." Smith let out a loud, exaggerated yawn. "Okay, moving on." I shifted my shoulders and felt the dried blood on my skin crack. "What's your end game here? You've got the entire federal government searching for your ass, and you're sitting here in—" I swung my head around as if I were inspecting the room. "Where are we, anyway?" "You bore me." Smith stepped closer. "I'm not going to give you any vital information, so don't bother with the games. As for my end game, isn't it obvious? I'm willing to protect this country at all costs." "So you said. You killed thousands to save millions, and all that happy horse shit. But what now? You've protected us from the weapon only you possess, which takes some serious mental gymnastics for you to rationalize, but I'm still following along. So now what? Why do you have my sexy ass strapped to this chair with a helmet drilled to my head? We can't defend ourselves against that which we don't understand. I don't understand how your mind works, so I'm going to dissect it and learn. Your very existence means there could be others like you out there.
If and when another telekinetic shows up, we must be prepared to nullify him. I would have thought that obvious. It was obvious. I just wanted to push back the dissection start time a bit. As it turns out, I'd grown quite fond of my mind being just where it was. That, and if I was truly being honest with myself, some of the things he said rang true. The government that I loathed, and now worked for, had given me very little information or support. They held us back while telling us how important our mission was. We weren't given access to the resources we required. There were times when Drew flat out asked me if I thought they wanted us to succeed. I couldn't answer that question at the time. I still didn't know if I could. Some things were run so poorly at the top levels of government that it was nearly impossible to tell if the stupidity was deliberate or just inherent in the system. I get that you want to understand how my weird mental stuff works, but what I can't figure out is why you're here personally taking care of this. Don't you have flunkies who can look at readouts? If you're really trying to protect the people, then why are you babysitting me? You know I'm no threat to anyone except you. You really are narcissistic, aren't you? Smith asked. You're the least of my concerns right now. We're tracking a potential chemical threat at the moment. Your data is purely secondary objective for me. Chemical attack. Come on now, Todd, let's drop the act. You're doing this because you're pissed off that the government burned you, and now you want revenge. This whole saving the country nonsense has to stop. Smith sighed. I would have left the country long ago if I was only concerned with revenge. Staying inside our borders makes me particularly vulnerable, doesn't it? He had a point there, though it really didn't prove anything. I already told you that we found the weapon we used in Arthur's Creek and had to protect the nation from it. We're doing the same with other threats as we speak. Now, if you'll excuse me, Smith said, we have to get back to work. Good luck, Mr. Benson. You're going to need it. 39. Woodsland. The helicopter sped over the forest, the bottom of the bird less than 50 feet above the treetops. Shay kept them low to minimize the odds of them being spotted from miles out. He had them moving at a fast clip, knowing time wasn't on their side. Everyone else sat in the back, facing each other. The early evening sun glinted off the windshield. Within an hour, night would arrive. The entire flight took only 30 minutes, as the theme park was less than 50 miles away by air. Driving there would have taken significantly longer and made the mission nearly impossible to pull off before the men from Washington arrived and took over. They found a small field in the middle of the forest that they determined would be a good place to land before they'd left the psych ward. Shay put them down in a hurry and killed the engine. The team hopped out and moved 20 yards away. They congregated in a small circle as they all performed a final check of their weapons. We're all going to fry for this. Briggs pulled the black ski mask down over his face. We might have got a slap on the wrist for being involved with this outfit, but now we're toast. Ain't no way they'll see this as anything other than treason. Too late to turn back now, Huck said. Bree struggled to maintain her composure. Just that morning, her primary concern had been the result of an investigation into her shooting someone in the line of duty. Now she stood on a precipice of a lifelong stay in Guantanamo Bay. She'd gone from being a cop to being a traitor in the matter of a single day. Only the knowledge that their actions were just kept her going. Asher is our golden ticket. If we get him back, we might get a reprieve. Detective Lloyd lifted his M4 rifle to his shoulder. He's our best shot at getting out of this. And we're his, Tate said. He eyed Lloyd. You sure you're up to this? That wrist of yours doesn't look too strong. I'm fine. Not that I have much of a choice. Hux and Shay stood beside Bree, their attention fixed on the forest wall to their north. Neither said much as they rehashed their plan. In the blueprints, Tate and Lloyd had zeroed in on the power lines running to the former amusement park. The plan they'd devised consisted of 2 of them cutting the power, while the rest positioned themselves around the area where they believed the underground facility to be. When the electricity went out, they would press forward as quickly as possible. There appeared to be backup generators in the plans, so Lloyd estimated they wouldn't have long before they kicked in and the power came back on. Getting inside and extracting Benson would be tricky. They didn't know how many men Smith had, or where they would have Benson imprisoned. All the dominoes would have to fall perfectly in place for them to pull the search and rescue mission off. Bree didn't feel too confident that everything would go smoothly. But if anyone could accomplish such a task, it was the men surrounding her. They were good. Damn good.
"Remember," Lloyd said, "take down any targets you see when I give the signal."
Hux motioned at the woods. "We need to move. If they saw us land, they'll be on us in a hurry."
"We'll meet you there as soon as we can."
Briggs looked to Lloyd.
"Ready for this?"
Lloyd clicked the safety off his rifle.
"Payback time."
The two of them set off to the west, running at a fast jog. Because the odds of them encountering resistance at the point where they planned to cut the power lines were low, the decision had been made to only send 2 of them. The other 4 would head straight for the amusement park and search for targets. After they were in place and ready to fire, Lloyd would cut the lights, and it would be go time. The rest of the team would eliminate the hostiles they'd targeted. Those first shots would bring the cavalry down upon them. Bree's rifle in particular would reverb through the grounds when she fired. It wouldn't be long after she popped off a few rounds that they would find her. Tate jabbed 2 fingers to the north, and the 4 of them set off. Bree brought up the rear of the group, focusing on her breathing. She needed to be calm and relaxed if she was to survive the next few minutes. Her shots had to be true, her nerves icy. There was little doubt that the resistance at the park would be worse than anything she'd ever encountered during her time with SWAT. These weren't strung-out crackheads they were taking down. They found a deer trail and followed it, moving at a rapid pace. The helicopter sat roughly a mile outside of their objective. Getting there would be easy. Grabbing Benson and hoofing the mile back after a shootout was their biggest concern. And they had to get the hell out of Dodge before the first drone strikes hit, assuming that would even happen anyway. Nelson and Lloyd had made a lot of guesses about what the government would do when they found out what was happening. Their assumptions were educated, but they were assumptions nonetheless. After several minutes of running, Tate dropped to a knee and motioned forward with his hand. The rest of the group knelt beside him. Bree brought her rifle up and scanned the forest through the scope. With daylight failing, it was difficult for her to spot much through the foliage and the shadows of the trees, but then she spotted a small roof with missing shingles. She traced the edge of the building and saw a sign signaling that the structure used to be a restroom.
"Do you remember any of this?"
Tate whispered to her.
"Not yet."
Bree shifted the rifle to the right.
"There's no telling how much of this place is still intact."
"Shay, you're with me."
Tate pointed to the left.
"We'll clear that first building. You 2 circle right, find a good vantage point."
Without a word, Hux moved quickly along the path. Bree got up and fell in line behind him. They moved in relative silence due to the worn-down nature of the deer trail.
"We're almost in position,"
Lloyd said in Bree's earpiece.
"Hold,"
Tate replied.
"Advancing now."
Hux slowed as they approached the edge of a clearing. Just beyond the line of trees sat the remnants of an old ride. Dozens of rusted swings hung from an old circular structure. A vivid memory hit Bree as they angled behind it. Her father had sat in one of the swings behind her, laughing as the machine lifted them off the ground and then spun them around in a wide circle. It was one of the first rides she could ever remember going on. Though it moved at a leisurely pace, she'd felt as if she were flying. She'd made her father take her on it twice in a row. It also jogged a few memories about the layout of the park. When Hux stopped behind a large tree, she eased down beside him.
"The bumper cars will be straight ahead," she whispered. "A roller coaster is further in."
"And the Ferris wheel?"
"I think it's off to the left, but I can't quite remember."
During their rapidly assembled plans, Drew had identified some wiring in the blueprints that mentioned the Ferris wheel. That seemed as good a place as any to focus the search for the underground facility.
We're going to move behind this ride and then wait. When the power goes out, we'll fire on any hostiles we find. If we don't see any, then we'll hoof it up to the roller coaster." Hux kept his attention forward as he whispered to her. "Signal to me if you see anyone. Don't shoot unless I'm in position, unless they don't give you a choice." "Got it." Bree squeezed the heavy rifle in her hands. "Moving." Hux hustled to the swing ride and stopped at the base, hiding by the small control station. Bree stopped beside him and took a knee. She peered around the side of the rusted ride. The remnants of the old park had deteriorated immensely since Bree had last seen the place. Rust attacked the metal rides. Tall grass covered the small lawn areas where families used to sit and relax. The paved walkways had cracked, weeds poking their way through. A refreshment stand was toppled over a dozen meters away, shards of glass littering the area around it. Peeling paint covered small food stands and mini-games, their treats and prizes long gone. The bumper cars stood farther out, the inside bathed in heavy shadows. Silence blanketed the area. It didn't seem like the location of an international terrorist ring. As if reading her mind, Hux said, "They're here." "How can you tell?" "Security camera on the corner of the spider ride." Bree leaned out a hair further and spotted a dirty, faded car attached to a long metallic arm. More than 20 cars were attached to several arms, some of them close to the ground, others nearly 20 feet in the air. Bree remembered riding that one as it whirled around and thrust them up and down. In the middle of the machine was a green cylinder that housed the engine and hydraulics. On the top right corner sat a small black object. As she stared at it, the thing moved. "How did you see that?" she asked. "I see everything." Bree rolled her eyes. Hux barely spoke, and when he did, something smart-assed came out. Working around men all the time had its positives, but sometimes she wanted to smack all of them upside their heads. Hux reached over her shoulder and pointed past her face. "See all the buildings? No graffiti. An abandoned place like this should be covered in it." The sides of the buildings, though weathered and deteriorating, didn't have any of the spray paint art usually found on the sides of abandoned buildings in cities. So much of Philadelphia's rougher neighborhoods, where Bree had grown up and worked, were tagged to a staggering degree. Much of the street art was so well done that it had become a kind of minor tourist attraction. "Ready," Tate said in her ear. Hux grabbed his mic. "Ready. We're in position." Lloyd paused a moment, rustling coming over their connection. "Go in 5. Bree got to her feet, prepared herself for the sprint to come. With the power out, they hoped any security measures the facility had in place would go down. Depending on how high-end the backup generators were, they would only have a short amount of time to move forward. The 5-second wait had her heart racing. "Moving." Hux ran forward, rifle up. They sprinted toward the bumper cars, Hux in the lead. Though they'd suffered through an incredibly long day, Bree felt no fatigue as she followed him. Adrenaline and fear coursed through her system, overriding everything else. Her head turned on a swivel, surveying everything around them. Nothing moved. If Smith's men really inhabited the former amusement park, then they didn't bother with a large security force. They ran past the fallen refreshment stand and ducked under a canopy of trees between rides. Hux kept going, Bree hot on his heels. When they reached the bumper car building, Hux put a hand on a small railing used for organizing the line of waiting riders and leaped over it. He plunged into the dark shadows and disappeared from Bree's view. She vaulted the railing with ease, dove into the darkness. Her eyes adjusted, and she spotted Hux ducked behind a red bumper car. The antenna stretching to the ceiling was bent in the middle, the tip jutting sideways. Hux aimed over the top of the car. Bree dropped low when she saw him sighting something and slithered forward. "2 men by the pirate ship," Hux whispered. Following his aim, Bree picked out 2 men in gray suits about 50 meters away. They stood to the east of another ride, this one a large pirate ship that swung high into the sky when in operation. Each had an M4 slung over his shoulder, the barrels hanging freely by their hips.
Seeing the armed men made Bree's stomach clench. Though she truly wanted to find and free Asher Benson, part of her had hoped that the early signs of Smith's men were just misreadings on Huck's part. Knowing that another gunfight was imminent made her nauseated. Bree raised her rifle, inspected the man through the scope. Neither of them seemed to be alerted to anything suspicious. They spoke to each other casually, their bodies relaxed, eyes not scanning the park around them. "They're just shooting the shit," Bree whispered. Beyond them, stretching above the tree line, Bree saw the top of the Ferris wheel. One of the cars dangled from its station, appearing as if it could plummet to the earth at any moment. A spoke was missing underneath it. To get to there, they would have to either take out the guards or circle around them. Further to their right, another 100 or so meters deeper into the park, sat the entrance to the roller coaster. It was an old wooden ride that had creaked and rattled 20 years ago when Bree had last ridden on it. She couldn't imagine the condition it would be in now. "See the coaster?" she asked. "Yeah. I think I'll have a clear line of sight to the Ferris wheel from there." "You sure?" "No, but what option is better?" Hux ground his teeth as he inspected the park around them. "That'll have to do. We have 3 hostiles by a Wild West section," Tate said. 2 by a pirate ship, Hux replied. "We're just now entering the park," Drew huffed. Bree remembered the Wild West attraction of Woodsland. It had a saloon, stable, jail, hotel, and general store. There used to be an odd attraction situated in the middle that you could walk through. The rooms were constructed in a way that canted everything at sharp angles, making you feel like you were going to fall over when you walked in. There were a few other buildings in there, but she couldn't quite recall what they had been. Hux glanced behind them. "The camera is moving again. The generators have kicked in." Bree looked around the area before them, but she didn't spot any other security equipment. There were so many hiding places around the park that she doubted if they could spot all of them, even if they'd spent an entire week searching. "Lead the way." Hux glanced at Bree. "I'll cover our 6 and keep an eye on those 2. We'll take them out when we get in position by the coaster." Bree took a deep breath through her nose, and she slinked her way through the bumper cars and exited the attraction. 40. My ass burns. Smith didn't use a blowtorch on me. Instead, his flunky heated the metal chair they'd strapped me in. He placed some kind of heating element underneath the seat and then stood in the corner of the room. The temperature had risen rather quickly. It wasn't sizzling my flesh yet, but the heat was rapidly approaching a temperature that would become unbearable. I squirmed in the seat, shifting my weight from one butt cheek to the next, trying to minimize how much time my exposed skin spent against the hot metal. My legs didn't have much play, so I couldn't lift them high enough to make much of a difference. After 2 minutes, my lower body felt like it was on fire. Sweat slicked every inch of my skin. My teeth were grinding. It got hotter and hotter. It felt as if someone had placed a giant cigarette lighter from a car against the underside of my legs. And I knew while I was strapped in that chair, roasting like a Thanksgiving turkey, Smith was watching a readout from the machine strapped to my dome. His subordinate stood a few feet away and watched me fry. I fought to block out the agony radiating through my body, but failed. My mind succumbed to the torment engulfing me. "Going to kill you," I managed to hiss between gritted teeth. "Save your strength, buddy. You're going to..." The whirring coming from the machine beside me died. "What the hell?" the man in the corner said. "What happened to the lights?" My mental abilities instantly roared back. I could sense the man in the room, his mind a blank void that I couldn't read. Dozens of others surrounded me at varying ranges and angles. Some were above me, others to my left and right. The bridge formed in my mind, a telepathic connection I'd only experienced one other time when I first met Murdoch. There was another telepath nearby. A tiny voice blossomed in the middle of my head. "Who are you?" In the several years that I'd fought with the gift, or
curse, depending on your perspective. I'd only ever run across one other person who could understand what I'd dealt with. That man had been a psychotic mass murderer, so we hadn't exactly shared beers and discussed our feelings. Finding someone else to relate to should have excited me more than a lottery win. Unfortunately, I was turning into a human barbecue. It was hard to get excited about meeting new people when your ass was on fire, especially when it was in a non-sexual way. Even through the pain, I knew that the lights going out and my telepathy roaring back meant the power had failed. That gave me the smallest of openings. Without the machine running juice to the helmet, it couldn't disrupt my abilities. Harnessing all the rage surging through me, I focused on the strap cuffing my right wrist to the chair. I flexed my arm with every ounce of strength I could muster while I visualized my wrist breaking free. And then it happened. With a snap, the binding popped and my arm ripped away from the chair. I reached behind my head and grabbed hold of the cable attached to the helmet. The only chance I had to escape meant getting the device disconnected before the power came back on. If the power returned before I could get loose, I was as good as dead. That and my ass really burned. Steeling myself against the pain that would undoubtedly jolt through my skull, I yanked as hard as I could on the cable. My head snapped back. Bolts of agony wrenched into my dome as the screws securing the helmet tugged against my skull. It felt like someone was twisting molten hot nails into the bone. The cable didn't come free. I yanked on it again. It still didn't work. Tears flowed from my eyes. Mind-numbing heat consumed my lower body. "What is that sound?" the man asked. "Someone turn the goddamn generators on. I can't see anything in here." I roared and tore at the cable with everything I had. With a minuscule pop that didn't signify how hard it had been to tear free, the cable finally gave way. I dropped it and reached for the binding around my left wrist. My fingers searched the leather, exploring the underside until I found a metal buckle and a flap. It was essentially a belt that had me tied down. I grabbed the flap and pulled it until I felt the buckle give way. My left arm tore free. As I reached down to undo my legs, hands grabbed hold of my shoulder and neck. "Benson is getting free!" he yelled. The man shoved me back into the chair. His fingers wrapped around my throat. My windpipe constricted under the immense pressure of his hands. The dude was strong, damn strong. But he didn't hold a candle to me. I grabbed both of his wrists and twisted them outward as I pulled them away from my throat. He grunted as I slowly moved his hands apart. Then I thrust my head forward and slammed the helmet off his nose. The cartilage crunched against the metal, and he cried out in pain. A fresh wave of hell penetrated my skull. More blood ran down my face, neck, and chest, though I could barely feel the sensation above the sensory overload coursing through my system. The man's arms went limp in my hands, and I released him. A muffled whump came from the floor directly in front of me, followed by more groans. The machine beside me whirred back to life. Light bulbs overhead clicked as they came back on. At least that was what I assumed the sound was, since the helmet still blocked my vision. I could mentally feel the dozens of men in the area scrambling around. I hoped they were panicking. They would have a lot more to worry about once I got loose. "Please help me." The voice I'd heard earlier repeated the same mantra 3 more times while I worked at the straps around my ankles. "I'm a little busy right now." "Please." My right leg tore free, then my left. Then I worked on the final straps around my body. The heat underneath me had reached unbearable levels. Murder ran through my veins as I exploded to my feet. The burning pain in my lower extremities ebbed a bit, but the throbbing remained. My hands instinctively felt my hamstrings and glutes. Blisters had formed on my skin from the heat. A few had popped. Clear fluid running down my legs. That only infuriated me more. Metal rattled on the cart. The chair shook behind me. I could feel my anger fueling my power. There was some serious X-Men shit going on all around me. The man at my feet groaned. Even though I couldn't read his thoughts, the void his mind left in my pseudo-telepathic radar signaled exactly where he was. I reached down and found his face with my hands. I punched him in his mangled nose. He cried out and swatted at my hands. "Kill me." The bridge that had formed between my mind and the other telepaths was still there, but the man's inner voice registered as barely more than a whisper. It sounded as if he stood at death's door. The fact that he'd just asked me to kill him probably hinted at that, too. I should have been a detective. "Hold tight. I have a few people to kill, and then I'll get back to you." If I could have closed off the connection our minds had naturally created, I would have. There were a lot of mercenaries around who were probably on their way to murder me, and I didn't need to be distracted by a guy who should be on suicide watch. My fingers wrapped around the man's tie, and I yanked him off the ground. "Get this fucking thing off my head, or I'll stomp you into goo." "Kiss my ass," he spat. Literally spat. I felt a glob of nastiness splatter against my chest, which was already covered in other filth. As usual, I was disgusting. The spitting incident didn't help my rage. Grabbing hold of his shirt, I lifted him to his feet and then hurled him against a wall. I reached toward the void that signaled where he was. His body had crumpled in the corner of the wall and the floor. I wrenched him to his feet again. "Last chance. Get this off my head, or—" The blank presence of another mind moved toward the door of the room. I slammed my fist into the man's stomach and doubled him over. Reaching for the cart, I quickly felt around until my fingers brushed against the blade of a knife. It nicked my middle finger, though the pain barely registered. My hand wrapped around the handle as I slipped behind my doubled-over torturer. I reached down, felt the back of his head, then grabbed hold of his face and yanked him back against me. I put the blade of the knife against his neck. The door of the room burst open. 41. Engage. Bree stayed low and tight while hustling behind a small shack. The tiny structure could have been a ring toss or some other kind of scam to get kids to throw dollar bills at nearly impossible games. Pausing at the corner, Bree peeked at the men by the pirate ship. They hadn't moved. Hux slid in beside her. "All clear." "Moving." Bree pushed away from the wall and ran to the next attraction. Though she constantly focused on her conditioning, the strain of moving in such a low crouch burned her quads. It wasn't a common movement. Rather than approach the entrance to the roller coaster, Bree turned east and hopped a low fence. She passed through a cluster of trees and slowed as she approached the run-down ride. Once white pillars had darkened from age and filth. Wood planks were missing from the weave of supports crisscrossing skyward. Several sections of the track had collapsed, their broken remnants splintered on the ground. Tall grass covered the area around the attraction, standing waist-high. Bree plunged into the grass, Hux following close behind. She inspected the area for a good vantage point to cover the others as they approached the Ferris wheel. Climbing to the top of the ride would give her the best shot, but it would also make her a sitting duck if they discovered her position, and even if the men Smith hired were only half as good as she expected, then they would most certainly locate her after the second or third shot. A train of 4 cars rested a quarter of the mile up the first incline. The chain used to pull them rusted in place from years of neglect. Bree guessed the cars to be a solid 30 feet off the ground, high enough for her to get a good angle on the action, but not so far up that she wouldn't be able to climb down in a hurry. Bree knelt in the tall grass and pointed at the train of cars. "That'll do. I'll cover you. When we fire, I'll take the guy on the left. You get the asshole on the right." Hux moved to the edge of the overgrown lawn and watched in the direction of the guards they'd left behind. He keyed his mic. "We're moving into position." "Ready," Tate said. "Good to go," Drew replied. 2 more hostiles by us." Bree ran to the roller coaster and stopped underneath the track. She glanced around, didn't see anyone nearby. If someone saw her climbing up, they'd have an easy session of target practice. She slung her rifle over her shoulder and looked up at the horizontal post above her head. Ascending the supports wouldn't be easy, but the angle of the track wouldn't allow her to quickly run up it. She could use the chain to slowly pull her way up, but she would be exposed for anyone looking at the coaster to see. If she climbed up from underneath, the supports would at least offer her a modicum of cover. She jumped up and grabbed hold of the horizontal wooden beam. Her feet dangled momentarily as she pulled herself up and hooked an elbow over the support. Pull-ups had never been her strong suit, particularly not when she had several pounds of gear strapped to her, but she managed to heave herself up easier than expected. After swinging a leg over, Bree reached out to a post running vertically up to the track and pulled herself to a standing position. She glanced around again. The area appeared clear. The rest of the climb was easier as supports crisscrossed each other to the track above. She pulled herself along the angled beams as rapidly as possible, doing her best to stay close to the vertical support so it would hide a portion of her body. She didn't know if that would actually help, but it made her feel more concealed. In less than a minute, Bree grabbed hold of a railing that ran alongside the track and pulled herself over. Sweat soaked through her ski mask and the back of her shirt. Bree slid into the last car and took the rifle off her shoulder. It took a few seconds for her to get the bipod set up on the back of the car and her eye up to the scope. Hux glanced back at her. She stuck a thumb in the air, signaling to Hux that she was ready. The new vantage point gave a clear line of sight to the base of the Ferris wheel. From that angle, she could see that several cars were missing, along with an entire section of the wooden slats. A few more rides were visible, all of them dwarfed by the monstrous size of the Ferris wheel. Its long shadow fell over a building beyond it. The sun had nearly set behind Bree. The angle of the dying light would give her a distinct advantage when the shooting began. Smith's men would struggle to spot her against the glare. Every handful of seconds the setting sun bought her would allow her to crack off another round. Strategy at its finest. Even if it hadn't been intentional, she'd have to tell Tate to kiss her ass if they made it out of this. Bree aimed at the building bathed in the shadow of the Ferris wheel. The paint on the side, like most of the other structures in Woodsland, had cracked and peeled. The walls were made of cinder block. A metal door sat in the middle of the side facing Bree's direction. It appeared much newer than the rest of the structure. She swung the rifle back at the two men by the pirate ship. She grabbed her mic, whispered, "Ready." Tate said, "Engage in 3, 2. 42. A little upset. "Drop the gun," I growled. The man coming through the door answered by shooting my hostage. My plan had been to barter my way out of the room using my torturer as a bargaining chip. His dying put a slight crimp in that plan. As bullets punctured my hostage's torso and arms, he performed an unintentional cha-cha. I released his face and shoved him toward the shooter. Performing all of that while not being able to see a damn thing made it a tad harder. More shots boomed in the room. The firing ceased for a second, interrupted by a grunt and the muffled thump of something collapsing to the floor. I launched at the shooter with a snarl. Aiming my forearm at the mental void before me, I connected with the shooter's fleshy throat. He gagged as I drove him backward. His shoulders slammed against the door jamb with a thud. I thrust the knife forward as hard as I could. It slid home with little resistance. The man let out a wet scream. I reciprocated, then tore the knife free and jammed it into his gut again. The gun went off beside my helmet. He struggled against my forearm, his strength already waning. His muscles slowly relaxed after a pathetic shove against my shoulder. Warmth ran over my fingers, the knife handle. I yanked it free and tossed it to the floor. As the man collapsed, I retracted my forearm and reached for his gun hand. Since I couldn't see it, I had to trace his arm with my hands until I found it. He fell to his knees as I pried a warm pistol from his grasp. How many shots had he fired? I couldn't remember. Counting spent rounds in the middle of a firefight had never been my forte. The whole near-death experience thing usually distracted me. I bent down and searched his pockets. A ring with half a dozen keys was in his right pocket, a cell phone in his left. I took both. His jacket held 2 more mags for the pistol. I grabbed those too. Being butt naked was a problem. My hands were full and I didn't have any way to store my lifted loot. I considered stripping one of the men of his bloody clothes, but I didn't want to waste the time. If anything, I needed to get the damn helmet off my head before grabbing a pair of pants. The man I'd stabbed groaned. A warm, wet hand grabbed hold of my ankle. I aimed the gun at the area where I felt his mind and fired. His grip went slack. The casual way in which I executed him should have horrified me. But I was far beyond the point of no return. I'd compartmentalized any compassion I might have felt for the lives lost. They'd taken everything from me. They'd murdered Sammy. I planned to return the favor. The other men in the building continued to buzz around. It wouldn't be long before more of them came back to check on the naked stud they'd tied to a chair. I groped for the door to the room and found it ajar, the back resting against the wall. When I tried to close it, the edge caught on one of the dead men at my feet. I dragged both of the bodies a few feet into the room and then eased the door closed. Next, I moved to the corner and reached out blindly for the security camera. When my fingers found the lens and tiny body, I smashed both of them to pieces with the handle of the pistol. I staggered toward the other side of the room, stubbed my toe on the ridiculously hot chair, and nearly fell onto the assortment of torture devices on the cart. I must have looked like Frankenstein's freaking monster as I stumbled around like a drunken fool. My hands roamed across the top shelf of the cart. It took several seconds for me to find what I needed, the electric drill. My fingers danced over the helmet until they touched the screw by my left temple.
Please, you have to kill me.
Grabbing the drill, I tried to place the screwdriver bit into the screw in the helmet. It took several attempts as the angle was weird and I couldn't see a damn thing. I clearly wouldn't have done well as a blind man.
What's your name?
I finally asked the man on the other end of the bridge.
Jamie Welsh.
The drill paused beside my head. Jamie Welsh. I knew that name. Namie had discovered it while attempting to recover data from Smith's old servers for the psych ward. We didn't know much about him other than we believed Smith had figured out a way to weaponize Welsh's ability. We weren't quite sure what he could do, but it was a safe assumption that driving people temporarily insane was part of his repertoire. Finding him in Smith's employ didn't surprise me. Having him ask me to kill him did.
Yes, help me.
The voice faded away, and the bridge dissipated. That could mean any number of things that happened to Welsh, including death, unconsciousness, or having a helmet screwed to his goddamn head. I didn't have time to consider any of them at the moment.
Just another person dying around you,
Sammy whispered.
Stop all of this and come to me. Let go, Asher. Be at peace with me.
My jaw clenched. I fought to quiet her voice as I anchored the screwdriver into place. My finger squeezed the trigger. The drill spun. A volcano erupted above my temple and my knees buckled. I collapsed to the floor, landing hard on my hip. My vision would have blurred if I could have seen anything. Fresh tears moistened my eyes. I reached for the screw in the side of the helmet and felt that it had barely moved. The desire to curl up and bawl in the corner was damn near overwhelming. Removing screws from my skull hadn't been high on my bucket list. I scooted past the cart and put my back against the wall to brace myself. The bit went into the screw again. I triggered the drill, bellowed in fury and pain and willpower. The screw wound out of the bone, heating up rapidly. When it finally popped out, I slumped to the floor, dropping the drill. Blood poured down my temple and face. It dribbled from my chin, pattering my chest and stomach. I couldn't hear much beyond the hammering of my heart and the freight train whistle of my heavy, labored breathing inside the helmet. Until an alarm blared. 43. Weapons free. Bree placed the crosshair directly over the guard's forehead. Tate didn't say 1 in her ear. She fired. The guard's head snapped back. Blood splattered the control panel of the pirate ship right behind him. He dropped an instant later, collapsing to a heap on the pavement. Just as Bree's shot found its mark, Hux dropped the man beside him with a 3-round burst to the chest. The second guard took one shaky step away from his fallen comrade before sprawling face first to the ground. As he lay there, the man slowly slid his arm along the pavement, moving his hand close to his mouth. Bree aimed at him, looking through the scope to see what he was doing. A small white object was attached to his wrist, a cable snaking inside the sleeve of his jacket. It was a communication unit similar to what Bree had seen Secret Service agents use. The man was trying to radio for help. Bree shot him in the top of the head. Echoes from the high-powered rifle reverberated through the park, the forest. "Clear," Hux said. Everyone else radioed in the same. Bree had just shot 2 men in cold blood. She was a police officer by trade, not a soldier. The others might be used to that sort of non-defensive killing, but she wasn't. Cops were meant to protect people, not kill them. Soldiers were bred for war, not peace officers. The dead men hadn't even known they were being engaged. "Moving," Tate said. "Moving," Drew replied. Hux glanced back at her. He motioned toward the Ferris wheel. Bree nodded. He slid from his hidden spot in the grass and advanced in the direction of the large ride. The former Navy SEAL paused behind a tree to scan the area before him, and then kept moving. Bree closed her eyes for a moment and struggled to remove the image of the man's head popping like a balloon from her mind. She kept seeing the blood splatter, the lifeless way his body had collapsed. She knew the men she'd killed were responsible for countless deaths over the past year, but she wasn't prepared for the visceral reaction overwhelming her. With a deep breath, she suppressed her emotions as best she could and refocused. Her eyes popped open and she looked through the scope again. Regardless of her feelings at the moment, Hux needed her cover. She would deal with everything else later. Bree scanned the area, searching for other hostiles. None were visible. Into her mic she said, "There's a building by the Ferris wheel with a new-looking door. It's a possible entrance into the facility." Gunfire from the west was the only response she received. 44. Skewed. Briggs paused beside the saloon and inspected the cracked street before them. Drew stood behind him, rifle at the ready. 3 bodies of men they'd shot were on the other side of the street, sprawled in front of a building fashioned to look like an old bank. Drew, an avid reader of novels set in the Old West, appreciated the details of the saloon, but not much else. Most of the set pieces had a cartoonish, childlike quality. They'd put all 3 down in a hurry, Drew taking the man on the left, Briggs dropping the other 2. More shots had come from deeper in the park, including the boom of Manning's high-powered rifle. "Moving." Briggs crossed the wooden sidewalk and stepped into the street. Drew followed. He'd made it 3 feet when gunfire erupted from the other side of the road. Briggs broke right. Drew left. While running, Drew popped several shots down a small alley beside the bank. He'd seen muzzle flare from the shadows back there. The setting sun made it increasingly difficult to see in the dark places of the park. Briggs dropped down in front of the bank. He glanced at Drew and frowned before firing around the corner. Drew cursed himself as he slid in front of an attraction of some kind. He'd moved the wrong way. Splitting up from Briggs was the opposite of what he should have done. Too many years had passed since he'd retired from the Army. He stepped toward the big Texan, but jumped back when bullets whizzed between them. The alley running between the attraction and the bank was only a few feet wide, but it might as well have been a mile. Moving around 2 rows of rusted railing used to form a line, Drew put his back against the building. He whistled lightly to get Briggs's attention, and then motioned toward the door beside him. Briggs nodded. Drew plunged through a dark door and entered the building. His balance instantly skewed as he took in his surroundings. Everything inside was canted at an aggressive angle, tricking his mind into thinking that he was leaning to the side. A rocking chair sat in the corner of a dark room, nailed down so it wouldn't slide across the angled floor. The same applied to a corner cabinet and a table with dishes sitting atop it. Even the walls were off. Taking a step forward, Drew had to put his bad arm up against the wall to keep from falling sideways. Of all the buildings he could have taken cover in, he had to pick the one that threw his equilibrium off. More shots fired from behind the bank. Keeping his hand on the wall, Drew crossed the room, aiming his rifle at a door at the far end of the hall with his good arm. If he had to fire, the odds of him successfully shooting the weapon with one arm were low, but his compromised balance didn't leave him with many options. Small reports came from the hard soles of his boots as he walked across the hardwood floor. A kitchen stretched behind a door on the left side of the hall. Plates, cups, and other kitchenware were all nailed to the countertops. Dust flitted through the air. Drew moved past it and approached the end of the hall. As he reached out to open the closed door, the handle twisted in front of his hand. Drew yanked on the trigger of his M4 and put a volley of bullets through the wood. The reverb in the tight hallway pounded against his ears. The stink of charred wood and fired rounds assaulted his nose. After a momentary pause while he listened for movement, Drew grabbed the handle and yanked the door open. The body of a man in a gray suit was sprawled on the floor in the next room. Blood poured from holes in his stomach and chest. The man glared at him, though his eyes had a glassy, distant sheen. Drew stepped through the door and entered a bedroom, his rifle trained on the man's head.
"Where's Smith?" "Go to hell."
Bloody spittle flew from the man's lips. With his toe, Drew kicked away the man's gun and knelt beside him.
"Where is he? Tell me, and I'll call for help."
The man grinned at him. Footfalls clomped on the hardwood floor from another room off to the right. Drew spun in that direction and brought his rifle up. He left the man lying on the floor and skirted over to another door as quickly as the canted room would allow. The entire house made him dizzy, a sensation that his body had never appreciated. Any kind of spinning ride had made him sick as a child. Being in a sideways house was a real kick to the gut. Drew paused at the doorway. He needed to get outside and flank the man behind the bank. Briggs hadn't returned fire since Drew had entered the balance-skewing attraction, and he hoped the big man hadn't been hit. He zipped through the door. A hand snaked out, grabbed hold of the barrel of his rifle. Drew instinctively squeezed off a shot that splintered the floor. A pistol flashed toward Drew's face. He ducked down as it barked fire beside his ear. His hearing exploded, followed by a high-pitched ringing filling his head. The hand holding his gun yanked back, pulling Drew into the next room. One of Smith's men stood beside the door, holding Drew's rifle with one hand and a pistol in the other. He stood 3 inches taller than Drew and had at least 40 pounds of weight in his favor. He sneered at Drew. With his weak hand, Drew reached up and grabbed the man's wrist, trying to force the pistol away from his head. Panic streaked through him as the bigger man out-muscled him, slowly inching the muzzle toward Drew's face. Even before he'd nearly degloved himself, Drew didn't think he would have had the strength to fight against someone so much larger than he was. He grunted through clenched teeth as he pushed with all of his power against the man's wrist. It wasn't enough. The muzzle continued to lower until it was nearly in line with the top of his head. Knowing that he didn't have a choice, Drew let go of his rifle and swung a haymaker punch at the man's temple. His knuckles connected perfectly. The man staggered back, the pistol falling from his grip. Drew didn't give him time to recover. He lowered his shoulder and rammed it into the man's chest, driving him backward like a linebacker tackling a running back. They tumbled over a nailed-down end table and slammed into the hard, angled floor. A gunshot cracked from the alley on the other side of the wall. Neither of them acknowledged it. The big man got his arm under Drew and heaved him into the corner. He drove a fist into Drew's chest, knocking the air from his lungs. A grin spread across the man's face. "Let's see who we have under the mask. You aren't Benson's little butt-buddy, are you? The detective?" The man pushed his way from the floor and towered over Drew. "I heard you were tough. Color me disappointed." Drew kicked him in the side of the knee. The man bellowed and collapsed to his side, his hands reaching for the damaged joint. Drew scrambled to his knees and lunged on top of the man. He threw a leg over the man's torso and sat on his chest. As fast as he could throw them, Drew dropped punches on the guy's chest and face. His knuckles split. The man's teeth lacerated his lips. Blood spattered both of their faces, their clothes, the floor. Drew cocked his good hand back to throw a power punch. A sharp pain stabbed him in the side. The man bucked his hips and tossed Drew aside. He rolled to his knees as Drew fell to the floor, one hand groping at the intense pain above his right hip. The man held a bloodied knife as he struggled to stand up. "Good punches," the man slurred. He coughed, hacking blood and phlegm to the floor. "That's more like it." Drew's fingers explored his side. A small inch-long gash sat just above his hip bone. Blood ran from the wound, but its position gave him hope that no vital organs had been nicked. His right side burned from the cut all the way down to his toes. He staggered to his feet with a groan as the man spat out the shards of a broken tooth. They glared at each other as they recovered from their trauma. Drew considered giving him an Asher Benson-styled quip, but decided to lob another punch at the side of his attacker's face instead. The blow lacked any significant strength or speed, and the man dodged it with ease. He counterattacked with the knife, slicing the underside of Drew's arm. An icy sting lit his nerve endings, followed by the warmth of fresh blood. Drew hissed as he pulled back from the man. His right foot felt clumsy, disconnected, as he backpedaled toward the door. He was losing limb functionality by the second. He realized he'd stumbled into quicksand and would soon be pulled under if he didn't get out of there fast. The man's grin widened as he sensed Drew's weakness. The big bastard stepped closer, a lion stalking a wounded gazelle. "That was a good warm-up." He spit out another glob of blood. "Got me all excited. Maybe I'll go find that ex of yours. What's her name? Melissa? We've been watching her, you know. Hot little number. Nice tits." Drew knew that the man was trying to goad him into attacking out of anger. If he rushed forward, the blade would undoubtedly find its home, and that would be a wrap for Drew. Even still, knowing the man was aware of Melissa at all made him furious. She'd left him several weeks ago. Even though their split had stomped on Drew emotionally when he was at a low point, he knew leaving her would keep her safe. He'd never try to win her back or convince her that everything would go back to normal soon. If she got away from him, her life would be simpler and safer, and that was what he truly wanted for her. If the human piece of filth across from him knew all about her, then his assumptions had been wrong. Drew spotted his rifle in the corner of the room. His foe's pistol was near the door. The man followed Drew's eyes to the rifle. "Let's race for it. See who makes it first. Winner gets to live."
"You talk too much."
Drew feigned to his left for the rifle and then dove for the pistol. It didn't work. His evil grin never leaving his face, the man lunged at the pistol, swiping the knife out in a wide arc. The tip of the blade sliced into Drew's tactical vest, barely missing his ribs. Drew fell to the floor, his nerve-damaged hand fumbling for the pistol. Just as his fingers wrapped around the handle, steel-toed boots slammed into his bad wrist, sending the gun spinning across the room. The blow to his ruined joint locked Drew's body in agony. His muscles refused to respond even as his attacker loomed over him. He tried to get to his knees, but collapsed fully to the floor instead. Turning his head, he saw the tip of the blade pointed at his eyes. "Guess I brought a knife to a gunfight and won. How about that?" The man moved closer, bringing the blade within inches of Drew's face. "Maybe I'll blind you before..." 2 shots boomed inside the small room. The man tumbled sideways, the knife slipping from his grasp. The floor shook as he collapsed to the dusty hardwood. He slowly rolled to his back, his face twisted in bewilderment. Briggs stood in the doorway, his M4 trained on the dying man. A wisp of smoke trailed from the muzzle of the gun. He stepped into the room and circled around until he was by the man's chest. Drew managed to get an elbow underneath him and pushed himself to a seated position. His entire body ached. The stab and slice wounds pulsed in agony with every heartbeat. He looked at the big man in the middle of the floor, watched as the tension eased from his muscles.
"What an asshole."
Drew grabbed the end table and used it to stand. He leaned against the wall, inspected his bad wrist. The scarred skin was an angry red, but he could wiggle all his fingers and rotate his wrist. His other arm worked, though an incision on his triceps hurt like a son of a bitch. A numbness wormed down his leg from the stab wound. That concerned him the most. "He's KIA." Briggs looked at Drew. "Can you walk?"
"I think so."
Drew tested his leg. It held his weight. Barely.
"Good enough to keep going."
"I got the other guy behind the bank, but I don't know how many others are around." Briggs bent down and picked up Drew's rifle. "We need to move."
"I can make it."
Briggs let his M4 hang from the clip on his vest and opened a pocket over his chest. He pulled out a small white package and tore it open. "Lift your shirt up." Drew hissed as he opened his vest and pushed it aside. The bottom of his shirt was tucked into his pants. He slowly pulled it out and inspected the stab wound. Blood seeped from the nasty gash. "Hopefully this'll hold until we get out of here." Briggs placed the bandage over the cut, carefully pressing the adhesive edges to Drew's skin. "Hard to tell how bad that is."
"I'm okay."
"It's getting hot up here," Manning said in their earpieces.
Briggs gave Drew a nod. "Let's get your friend." 45. Jamie. All the strength ebbed from my body as the final screw twisted free from my skull. I slumped against the wall, fighting against sobs. They would have been the manliest sobs ever uttered, of course, but I swallowed them down all the same. With palsied hands, I reached up and carefully slid the helmet off. Blood gushed from the bottom of it as it cleared the crown of my head. Scalp wounds bled like hell, but usually weren't life-threatening. As the blood poured down my shoulders and chest streaking along the floor, I was more than a little concerned. I didn't think I'd lost enough to die, but my ability to fight and think could be seriously compromised. Between the bodies by the door, the torture chair in the middle of the room, and the blood covering every surface, it looked like I'd stepped onto the set of a horror film. And not one of those classy horror flicks, but one of those terrible torture porn movies. I tossed the helmet to the floor and forced myself to get up. Judging by the blaring alarm, something big must have been going on. Only one other guard had come during the beginning of my escape. If the alarm had been for me, I would have expected a bit more action. I could only hope that Drew had found out where I was. I bent down and picked up the pistol before staggering over to the bodies. Another gun was holstered to the waist of the guy who liked to burn my ass. I took it, checking the mag and chamber, and moved to the door. Dual-wielding pistols was the kind of nonsense you saw in bad action flicks and video games. But I didn't have a waistband to jam the second pistol in, so I had to carry both. There was a dick joke in there somewhere about having 3 guns. I wiped blood from my eyes with the back of my hand before sticking my head out the door. A hallway stretched in either direction. Dim overhead lights showing a few doors and little else. Most of Smith's men were above me somewhere. A few scampered around off to my right. If I was going to find out where I was and how to get out, I needed to get my hands around the throat of one of them to do a little negotiating. Then I had to find Smith and ventilate his head. Breaking into a painful jog, my blistered and raw legs protesting every step, I headed for the blank mines on my floor. There were 3 of them, all close together. I passed a handful of closed doors, but I didn't bother to check them. I didn't sense anyone behind them and didn't have time to search every nook and cranny of the place. Bloody footprints trailed behind me. If anyone came looking, it wouldn't take a genius to figure out which way I'd gone. The hall turned left. I followed it to a closed door at the end. The light above it dimmed, then regained its brightness. No sound emanated from the other side of the door as I paused in front of it. It felt like Tommy Lee was pounding on his drums inside my head. I expected him to shout at the devil soon.
The 3 men inside weren't moving. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell what they were thinking or what they were doing. For all I knew, they were aiming at the door, waiting for me to burst through it like the Kool-Aid man. Just as I stepped back to kick the door in, the bridge reformed in my mind. I paused, foot cocked back, and tried to clear my thoughts. It was difficult to stay focused when your mind was connected to someone else like that.
I need...
Yeah, I know. You need me to kill you. If you don't stop breaking my concentration, I might take you up on the offer.
Please.
I booted the door in and burst inside the next room. A man in a suit stood in front of a desk, hunched over a keyboard, his fingers dancing across the keys. His head snapped around at the crash of the door.
Oh, yeah,
I yelled. I shot him in the back. 2 more men stood on either side of a large metal and glass rectangle of some kind. One of them manipulated a touch screen on the side of the box. He tried to duck down behind the weird object, but I put 2 rounds in his chest before he could. The third guy, also wearing a gray suit, raised a pistol and popped off a few shots. I dove behind a workbench with wires and electrical parts of some kind atop it. Debris showered down around me as the guy unloaded a full mag into the counter behind me. Holes carved through the wood, forcing me to crawl away from the fire. He stopped shooting for a second, and I could hear the ruckus of him jamming a new magazine home. I popped up and returned fire, spraying bullets at the other side of the room. He wasn't there anymore.
What's happening?
Keeping both pistols trained on the rectangular contraption, I slid along the edge of the bench, moving toward the rear of the room. If I flanked around the shooter's location, I could pick him off with ease. Hiding might have worked against a normal man, but I had some lovely brain damage working to my advantage. His blank mind flashed in the room like a lighthouse. As I approached, the man popped up from behind the box and ripped off 2 rounds. The bullets zipped over my shoulder. I returned fire, catching him in the chest. He stumbled back to the wall behind him. I lithely ran around the bench and reached the man as he slid to the floor. Blood bubbled from his lips. "Don't die on me." I kept the pistols trained on him. "I'm not done with you yet." I knelt in front of him. The only way to get the information I needed was to beat it out of one of Smith's men or to worm my way through their mental defenses. Either one was fine by me. They'd electrocuted and burned me to get what they wanted. I didn't mind returning the favor. The man slumped against the wall, his eyes glassing over. I opened my consciousness, focusing my anger and willpower on the void. He was circling the drain, so I needed to work quickly. At first, nothing happened. Even as he died, he fought against my mental intrusion. An emotion slipped through. Fear. I worked even harder, prying at the crack in his defenses. He groaned, throat bobbing rapidly. An image of Smith's face popped into my head. He stood before the rectangular object behind me, peering at the top of it. I grabbed hold of that thread of memory and pulled. I saw a handful of men chasing down a teenage boy in an alley. Trash and puddles of filthy water dotted the concrete. Graffiti colored the walls and a dumpster. The boy had a deep tan and raven-black hair. His pursuers grabbed hold of him by the neck and jammed a needle into his arm. He fought in their grasp before the tension drained from his body, and he gaped at the man with the needle. The man jerked as if a spasm ran through his muscles. He turned and rammed the needle into the eye of the goon holding the boy. And then I lost the memory in a flash of white and a rush of pain. The man in front of me exhaled for the final time. Damn! I exploded to my feet and then slammed the handle of the pistol against the wall. I didn't manage to get anything that could possibly help me before the guy had died. I hit the wall again.
"Mister, I hear..."
The pleading in my head was the last straw. I felt like a pot on the brink of boiling over. The tools and electrical wires vibrated on the bench. A soldering iron fell to the floor. My anger teetered at the precipice of falling into a full-blown rage. No one could fight effectively in a rage. That would get even the best soldier killed. I had to channel my emotions toward something constructive and re-exert a semblance of self-control. I wheeled around, looking for something to destroy because nothing said self-control like smashing shit. Atop the rectangular object, a window was cut into the metal near one end. Even though I could barely contain my anger at that moment, curiosity still tugged at me.
Moving closer, I leaned over the edge and peered into the window. My jaw dropped. The boy I'd seen in the dead man's memory lay inside. His dark skin had taken on a sallow, unhealthy hue. The flesh at his temples and cheeks had sunken in. Both of his eyes were closed. Straps secured his arms, chest, and forehead. His neck and arms had atrophied to the point where I doubted he could have sat up even if he wasn't secured down. A feeding tube ran through an incision in his stomach. A breathing tube to a hole in his throat. Cracks split his lips. I recoiled at what I saw above the strap over his brow. Part of his head was missing. Wires snaked into the skin that had healed over the crater where skull and brain should have been. Surgical scars crisscrossed his scalp. Some of them were fresh, the cuts not quite healed. The wires ran to the end of the coffin-like container imprisoning the boy, disappearing inside the white mesh covering the walls. As I gaped in horror through the window, the boy's eyes slowly opened. He stared straight ahead for several seconds. Then he blinked a few times and sluggishly turned his gaze to me. We watched each other in silence for what felt like an eternity. I didn't move. I couldn't. "It's you." I almost fell over. The voice coming through the bridge was from the boy in front of me. My mouth worked as I tried to say something, anything, to comfort him. "You're all bloody. Did they hurt you, too?" A tear formed in the corner of my eye. "Yeah, buddy, they hurt me, too." He blinked. "I hate them. They keep me here, won't let me die." I wanted to pick him up and carry him out of there, but something about the wires in his head, the missing chunks of skull and brain, told me he wouldn't make it more than a few feet after I removed him from that metal and glass prison. "How long have you been here?" "I don't know. Years?" I placed my hand on the window. "What's your name, big guy?" "Jamie." "Jamie Welsh?" "Yes." He blinked slowly, very slowly. "So tired." "I'm going to get you out of here, Jamie." "No, please let me go." "No." I shook my head. "We can help you get better." "They crippled me. Can't move." Staring down at the remains of what had once been a healthy boy, I raged at the abomination they'd twisted him into. Beyond the waist to his muscles and skeletal system, the missing chunk of brain and skull had likely removed his ability to survive outside of his mental tomb. "Hard to think, so hard. Tired, so hard to think, so let me go. Let me." His thoughts jumbled together as I watched his eyes close again. The bridge between us crumbled. I removed my hand from the window. A bloody, grimy handprint remained on the glass. I bent down, searching the metal monstrosity for some kind of clue as to what I could do to help young Jamie. On the back above the top of his head was a control panel. A button marked T field blinked rapidly. Several other switches and buttons were scattered about the panel, some blinking, some a solid yellow. Though I didn't know what any of them did for certain, I wondered if the T-field thing had kept Jamie from reaching me telepathically. When the power went out, perhaps the defenses of the coffin-like containment system had gone down. The same had happened to my helmet, after all. I resisted the urge to empty both guns into the body of Smith's man behind me. What kind of monsters could do that to a child? It was inhuman. I went back to the window and watched Jamie again. His eyes rolled under their lids. What did someone in his position dream of? Or were his dreams nothing but nightmares? Tears rolled down my cheeks. A machine beeped behind me. A series of medical machines stood in the corner, monitoring Jamie's heart rate and God knew what else. I didn't know much about that stuff, but a beeping sound couldn't be a good thing. And then I realized what was happening. When the power had gone out, it wasn't just the machine that contained his telepathic abilities that went down, but all the machines connected to him. I doubted he could survive long without the life support systems running. That was why the men were in here. They were trying to get everything operating properly again. And I showed up and killed them. The beeping turned into one solid tone. I whirled around, saw Jamie's eyes had stopped rolling, his breathing had arrested. Oh, God. My fingers fumbled over the machines as I frantically searched for anything I could turn on or switch over that would help, but I didn't understand any of the crap I saw. The tone continued. I went back to the window and stared down at the dead boy. My breathing was ragged, my vision red. "Smith!" I bellowed. Then I stalked from the room, looking for a scar-faced man to kill. 46. Party poopers. A fist rapped on Amy's door. She kept working, copying files she'd managed to restore from Smith's destroyed hard drives. She knew the men coming to take her away wouldn't let her ever set foot in the forensic palace of digital lovemaking again, so she needed to take as much with her as possible. Copying information classified so highly was an enormous crime that would carry a ridiculous penalty, but she figured it couldn't be any worse than the treason charge coming her way. That, and she didn't trust anyone to do the right thing with the files except Ashley, Mr. Clean, and herself. The rest of the assholes in Washington could sit on it and rotate. "Open the door," someone shouted. "Now!" The hammering ratcheted up. "1 minute," Namie said sweetly. "Now!" Namie watched the progress bar as the last of the files finished copying to a thumb drive. She yanked the device from the USB port and then pulled the collar of her shirt open. "Thank the gods I wore a padded bra," she whispered as she placed the thumb drive under her breast. The hard edges weren't comfortable against her skin, but it wasn't too bad. She stood and placed a hand on each boob, feeling for a major difference. The hard plastic was barely detectable. If someone really searched her, they would find it, but otherwise she hoped no one would notice. A nice perk with looking so young was that security forces and guards weren't as likely to feel you up while searching you. The files she'd copied had just finished a lengthy recovery process that Namie had started several weeks ago. The damage to the hard drives was so severe that she feared they were unrecoverable. But she'd managed to find a relatively untouched platter in one of the last drives she'd opened and had been able to slowly pull files from it. Because of the craziness of the day, Namie hadn't checked to see what she'd recovered yet. "You have 5 seconds to open up or we'll break the door down." Good luck, Namie thought. That mafia is metal. She was about to go to the door when she remembered that Tate had told her to radio them when the men from Washington showed up. She grabbed the microphone atop her desk. "The party poopers are here," she said into it. "Roger that. Radio silence from here on out," Tate replied. Namie slid the microphone behind her monitor, hoping to conceal it a bit so the men wouldn't notice it right away. She killed the power to her forensic machine and then went to the door. "Who is it?" she called out. "Open the goddamn door!" "If you're here to introduce me to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, then I'll have to—" The door shuddered in the frame. "Don't get your panties in a twist, for fuck's sake!" Namie undid the heavy lock and opened the door. She smiled at the 3 pissed-off men staring in at her. "Sup?" 47. Cover. Knowing that Namie and Nelson were likely apprehended set an internal timer in Bree's mind. At some point, the men from Washington would figure out where they were, and then things would get really interesting. Lloyd and Nelson thought they would carpet bomb the entire area. Bree would have found the idea of the U.S. government bombing their own soil ludicrous less than 24 hours ago, but a lot had happened since then. She wasn't so sure that they wouldn't dust an entire state to get to Smith now. The door in the building behind the Ferris wheel flew open, and 3 men ran out. Bree sighted the lead man and squeezed off a shot that caught him dead center in the chest. He dropped like a stone. The guard behind him nearly tripped over his body. Bree worked the action on her rifle, never taking her eye from the scope. Both of the remaining men scrambled for cover. One dove behind a bench. The other slid over to the base of the Ferris wheel, disappearing from Bree's view. She aimed at the bench the man hid behind, careful to keep her breathing slow and steady. A tree split the area between Bree's position and the bench, partially obscuring the man in the gray suit. She settled the crosshairs on the lowest slat and waited for him to make a move. His feet were visible along with a portion of a rifle. She considered shooting him in the ankle to see if that would force him to pop his head out, but decided against it. There was only a limited amount of shots she could fire before they would zero in on her position. Hux ducked behind a tree a few dozen yards ahead of her and stopped. He raised his gun, fired off a few rounds toward the Ferris wheel, and then ran to the next tree. Bree swung her rifle in the direction Hux had fired. A bald man peeked around the base of the Ferris wheel. He saw Hux crouched behind the tree and raised his gun. He'd just fired his first shot when Bree dropped him with a bullet to the side of the head. She chambered another cartridge. As she turned her attention back to the man behind the bench, she saw Hux double-tap him in the chest with 2 bullets. She marveled at how methodical and accurate the former Navy SEAL was. Normally, he would have been working with a team he'd spent months or years training with, but now he stormed a castle by himself.
"Closing in on the target,"
Tate said. "Already here." Hux hunched down behind a tiny structure that had cotton candy painted above an open window. The tiny pop of distant gunshots echoed from the west. Bree hoped the detective and Briggs were okay. They hadn't radioed in after Tate and Hux. She understood that Lloyd wanted to save his friend, but she feared his diminished physical condition would hinder the team more than help. Movement beyond Hux caught Bree's attention. She aimed a few feet over his head and saw Tate and Shay break the tree line and run across an open patch of concrete. They passed a rank of dollar games and paused beside a structure that used to house a ball pit. Bree was about to concentrate on the entrance to the facility when she saw a flash of gray behind Tate. One of Smith's men stood just behind a tree, only a gray sleeve and the barrel of a rifle visible from Bree's angle. The muzzle was pointed at Shay and Tate. "On your 6, Bree said into the mic. Tate spun around and popped a few shots off at the man. Shay moved to the other side of the ball pit and fired. Another series of gunshots came from the north, closer to the facility. "Damn!" Bree hesitated, her scope still hovering over the tree with the guard behind it. She finally looked away, hoping they could handle the man without her cover. Off to her team's right came 3 more armed men, all firing at Tate in Shay's position. Dust kicked off the pavement around Tate's feet. He dove inside the empty ball pit. His head popped up a moment later, and he squeezed off several rounds. Jack Shay put a hand on a half wall beside him and vaulted over it. Midway through the jump, he twisted in the air and collapsed out of Bree's view. In a flash, Bree sighted the lead man and dropped him with a round to the gut. He fell to the ground, flopping around like a landed fish. His screams reached her ears as little more than whispers.
"Shay is hit."
Tate had stopped firing and disappeared inside the small structure. Bree aimed at the second man and cut him down with a shot through the heart. She chambered another bullet as the third attacker disappeared on the other side of a rusted, purple children's ride. The man taking cover behind the tree stepped out and quickly advanced toward the ball pit. Bree swiveled the gun on the bipod and aimed at him as he passed behind an overgrown thicket of bushes. Bree paused, waiting for him to reappear so she would have a clear shot. He finally popped out when he was less than 5 feet away from Tate and Shay's hiding spot. With his body turned sideways from Bree's position, she didn't have the clean angle she'd hoped for. She took it anyway. The bullet tore through his rifle, shattering the stock. It punctured his shoulder, spun him around. Tate popped up and watched as the man fell to the pavement. Bree put a second round through his back.
His screams fell silent a moment later. Tate looked back at Bree. He gave her a thumbs up.
Nice shot, kid.
Coming from Tate, Bree recognized that as a compliment of the highest order. She keyed her mic. "We've got a hostile at—" Bullets ripped into the car she sat in, splintering the wood and tearing through to the seat behind her. Bree ducked down as low as she could and checked the area at the bottom of the hill. 2 men ran toward the entrance of the ride, firing up at her. They were close enough that it would be difficult for her to see them through the scope. She dropped the rifle to the torn leather of the seat and skinned her pistol from the holster. With a slow exhale, she aimed at the center mass of the nearest man and squeezed off 2 shots. Neither hit their mark. More bullets smashed into the roller coaster train. The last few hit mere inches from Bree's legs. If she stayed there any longer, one of them was bound to find its home. Bree shot at the men again, forcing them to take cover behind a series of turnstiles. She grabbed the rifle and vaulted over the front of the car, landing on the angled track. Her feet slipped out from under her, and she landed on her ass on the wood shoulder. The steep cant set her sliding down toward the men, picking up speed. Jamming her boots down kept her from spinning, but it did little to slow her descent. Her body shuddered as her butt hit several small gaps between the boards, jittering her aim as she tried to shoot at the men. One of them popped up and put a round right between her feet. A splinter of wood launched into her cheek, almost hitting her in the eye. Bree squinted against it and kept firing as she neared the bottom of the hill. The slide on her pistol locked back as she emptied the mag. Her boots hit the level part of the track, and she leapt over the side, landing on the ground. She tossed the rifle down as she took cover behind a large metal trash can. In a smooth motion, she dropped the magazine from the bottom of her pistol and jammed a fresh one in. Years of practicing for such a moment made her movements quick and precise, though her jangled nerves threatened to betray all of her training. If she paused for even a millisecond, her mind would freeze up on her. Bree glanced around the side of the trash can. One of the men had left his hiding spot and was advancing on her position. His firearm barked, and a bullet ricocheted from the metal in front of Bree. Knowing they would have her pinned down if they got any closer, Bree dove to her right and rolled behind a sign with the name of the roller coaster on it. More rounds dug into the dirt and grass around her as she slid to a stop. The firing paused. Bree jumped up and saw that the lead man had emptied his gun. He was in the process of reloading when she put 4 bullets into his torso. Without waiting, Bree sprinted straight for him, keeping her aim true. As he fell to his knees, the man behind him came into focus. Bree emptied her magazine at him, but he ducked down again. She didn't think anything had connected.
"Manning, what's your status?"
Tate asked. Bree reached the body of the first man and plucked the M16 from his hands. He had just stuck a fresh magazine in when she'd put him down, so she released the bolt and aimed just above the turnstile leading to the roller coaster. When the man peeked over the top, Bree shot him between the eyes. She slumped down, breathing hard.
"Clear,"
she huffed into the mic. 48. Security. The next thing I knew, I was bursting into a small office and pointing 2 pistols in a man's face. How I got there, I couldn't remember. All of my thoughts were consumed in a blinding rage. That poor boy had lived through hell only to die alone in a box. He didn't deserve what had happened to him. No one Smith had harmed deserved it. Bloodlust had taken over, and I didn't even pretend to fight it. Everything that had happened to me over the past year had led to that moment. The man frozen in front of me sat before a series of security monitors. A few of the screens were nothing but snow, though a handful showed people dressed in all black, shooting at men in gray suits. Drew had found me. I didn't know how, but he'd found me. Knowing that my best friend was mounting a rescue attempt, pulled back the veil of red clouding my thoughts and judgment for a moment. There was no telling how many of Smith's men were out there. Drew and his team might not be able to take all of them on. He might need my help if all of us were going to survive. And then I thought of Jamie missing an entire section of his head, and the fury returned. I remembered my last kiss with Sammy.
With that, the majority of my rationality left for Splitsville.
He came to help you,
Sammy sighed softly.
like I did. He'll die in the dirt, like me. Let it go, Asher. Be with me forever.
I shook my head, jammed a pistol against the guard's cheek. Where is Todd? Who? He held my gaze, eyes betraying no fear. His voice stayed calm, relaxed. Todd. Smith. Where is Smith? I don't know. I'll kill you without a second thought and find him myself. Be my guest. I grunted. He'd called my bluff. None of Smith's men deserved to live, but that didn't mean I was willing to kill an unarmed combatant. At that moment, I wished that part of my conscience would go away. Even through my anger, I had that little bit of humanity in there that kept me from pulling the trigger. Movement in one of the snowy monitors caught my attention as I mulled over what to do. Briggs stepped from the rear of a building and plunged through a row of overgrown brush. Drew practically fell out of the building behind Briggs. He hobbled along after the big Texan. One of his legs didn't seem to be cooperating with him. Even though the quality of the video wasn't top of the line, I could still see wet splotches on Drew's clothing. Someone had shot him. The guard sitting in front of the monitors exploded from the chair in a flash. He grabbed me around the waist and lifted me from the ground, driving us out of the room and into the hall. Before I could angle one of the pistols at his back and shoot him, the man pivoted and slammed me onto the floor. The concussive force of the blow sent one of the guns flying from my grasp, skidding down the hall. I held on to the other one, though the shock from the slam froze my muscles. None of my limbs wanted to cooperate. Hell, my lungs had decided to take a coffee break while I bled all over myself on the floor. On his knees beside me, the guard smashed my wrist against the floor until I dropped the gun. He reached for it. The pain from the blows woke my nervous system. I grabbed hold of his forearm and yanked him back. His fingers brushed the grip of the gun before he slid away. He pivoted, struck me across the face with a back fist. My head rocked back, stars twinkling in my vision for a moment, but I didn't let go of his arm. I yanked him closer with my left hand while my right shot out like a piston. My knuckles grazed his ear as he slipped the punch and then drove an elbow into my chest, pinning me back to the floor. He was a good fighter. A damn good fighter. I was better. If he wanted to keep the fight on the ground, I'd happily oblige. He might have a chance to beat me on our feet. But on our backs, I'd strangle him to death with superior jiu-jitsu. I heaved his arm down even further until his hand was beside my shoulder. Then I swung a leg across his face and locked in an arm bar. The back of my legs pressed against his face and chest while I pulled against his wrist with both hands. His arm slowly straightened out as I pushed against it with my hips until his elbow wouldn't extend any further. Then I put even more pressure on it. I felt the joint begin to hyperextend. Even though the pain must have been enormous, the man's face remained calm as I dislocated his elbow. It gave way and all the tension ran out of the hold. The joint bent the wrong way. Rather than give up, the man used the dislocation to counter. He rotated his body against my legs, rolling over until he faced the floor. That twisted his wrist in my hands, even though I squeezed as hard as I could to keep him in place. All the blood, sweat, and grime covering every inch of my body made him too slippery. As he spun free of the arm bar, his elbow popped back in place. He pushed to his knees, then his feet. He worked his arms several times as he stood over me, grinning. I kicked out, catching him on the chin with my heel. His teeth clacked together, eyes glazed over. He fell forward, landing on top of me. If not for the fact that he was trying to kill me, it would have been really awkward having a dude straddling me while I was butt naked. I shifted left, snaked an arm around his neck, and slipped my head behind his shoulder. Squeezing with everything I had, I cut off the blood flow to his brain with an arm triangle choke. He slumped in the hold after less than 10 seconds. A snore escaped his lips. I released the hold and shoved him off me. He landed on his side with a thud. and he snored again. With a groan, I got up and braced myself against the wall for a moment. It had been a long day of ass-kickings and torture. At the end of the hall, I spotted a staircase. "I'm coming for you, Todd." I bent over the man and removed his belt, then lashed his hands together with it. He mumbled, and his eyes fluttered as I hauled him to his feet. The thing about chokeholds that they never show you in movies was that they don't keep someone out for long. Most people wake up after a few seconds. After picking up the pistols, I shoved him toward the stairwell. 49. Rescue Party. The roar of a beefy engine made Bree's head snap around. She hid behind a snow cone stand, feeding bullets into her rifle. Adrenaline had finally gotten the better of her, and the first few attempts to reload had her dropping rounds to the pavement. A black truck skidded around the children's ride a few dozen meters ahead and accelerated toward the Ferris wheel. "Incoming!" Bree shouted. Both of her hands were full, and she didn't want to waste time using the microphone beside her shoulder. She'd moved close enough to the rest of her team that they could hear her anyway. Tate had put Shay down on the bench in front of one of the men Bree had shot. He worked at the pilot's vest, trying to expose the wound he'd sustained. Hux stood a few feet away, gun trained on the entrance to the underground facility. All of them spun toward the racing truck. Hux fired at it. The bullets cracked the windshield and bounced off the hood and grill. Bree ogled at it. She'd never seen a bulletproof civilian automobile before. The Philadelphia SWAT had purchased a partially decommissioned light armored vehicle from the Marine Corps a few years back, but the thing weighed a ton and was designed for heavy combat. The pickup truck certainly wasn't a military vehicle. Tate fired off a handful of rounds and continued to crack the windshield, but did little to slow the truck. Chambering a cartridge, Bree knelt down and aimed at one of the front tires. She exhaled slowly and fired. The bullet hit the panel just behind the wheel. She hadn't compensated enough for the vehicle's rapid acceleration. She worked the action and fired again. The tire popped. Rubber shredded as the rim of the tire crashed against the pavement. Sparks arched from contact. The truck cut sharply to the right, the driver losing control. It collided into the base of the Ferris wheel with an enormous crash that boomed through the park. Glass, metal, and plastic flew through the air. A bloody splotch burst against the shattered windshield. Steam hissed from under the crumpled hood. The Ferris wheel squealed as it tilted sideways over Tate, Hux, and Shay. It teetered at the brink of falling over, but held steady. All three of them stared at it, waiting for the giant ride to collapse on top of them. "Goddamn!" Briggs jogged up beside them. "You almost ate it there." Tate looked over at Bree and gave her a nod. She would have grinned like a fool if she weren't on the verge of a heart attack. That was the second time she'd saved his ass in the last 5 minutes. If they got out of there alive, she'd be sure to mention it a few 100 times. "Hell of a shot," Briggs said. He grinned at Bree. "Good thing we brought you along." "Is Shay all right?" Bree got up and ran over to them. "I saw him go down in the ball pit." "Took one in the ribs," Shay hissed. "Vest stopped it, but I can't breathe worth a damn." "You need an evac." Tate grunted. "He is the evac. He's the only one who could fly the bird." He glanced at the sky. "And we need to get the hell out of here. That woman-child radioed in a few minutes ago. Won't take long for them to find out what we're up to and bomb this place back to the Stone Age." "Not without Ash." Detective Lloyd limped along behind Briggs. The side of his vest and one of his legs had soaked through with blood. He bent over slightly at the waist, as if a sharp pain stabbed at his stomach. "Time's up, and we haven't even made it inside yet," Tate said. "2 of you are hit, and that damn wheel is about to fall on the entrance to the facility." "I'm not leaving without Ash," Lloyd straightened out. "Take him back to the chopper and get it warmed up. We'll meet you there." "You don't even know how many men are still in there." Tate set his jaw. "And you can barely stand. No way you can get him out of there yourself." "I can do it. Besides, even if we get out of here alive, we're all going away without him. He's our bargaining chip," Lloyd said. "They'll toss us in a cage and throw away the key when we get back. If we have Ash with us, then at least we'll have something to show for all of this."
Bree knew that the detective didn't give a damn about having something to use to bargain with the government. He wanted to get his friend back. She admired his courage in the face of such adversity, even as he bled profusely and was in obvious pain. He wasn't a Spec Ops tough guy like the others, but he didn't lack courage or grit. "I'll go with you." She walked over to Lloyd and stood beside him. "I've got your 6. Lloyd put his hand on her shoulder.
"Thank you."
"Don't thank me yet." Tate glared at both of them.
"And which of you's going to carry his big ass out of there if he's wounded? Neither of you has the strength."
"I will," Briggs said. "No point in hightailing it out of here without him."
Hux kept his attention on the Ferris wheel. "We don't have time to argue. That thing could come down and end the party before any Hellfire missiles get here." He turned to the group. "Jack'll need help getting back to the bird. Briggs is bigger than I am, so he should go with Tate and Shay, get the chopper prepped. I'll go with the 2 of them to find Benson." He glanced at Briggs. "I've got a hell of a lot more search and rescue experience anyway." They all looked to Tate. His perpetual frown deepened further as he mulled it over.
"Fine, let's move."
He grabbed Shay under the arms and heaved them off the bench.
"We're taking off in 10 minutes whether you're with us or not."
50. Cut and run. Getting the groggy man up to the next floor took more time than I wanted to delegate, but I needed a human shield for what I planned to do. Most of Smith's men were either dead or gone. I'd felt the presence of a lot of them when I'd first woken up in whatever compound they had me trapped in, but the majority of them had winked out. A few thoughts and emotions had bombarded me momentarily before they slipped away. I took that to mean that most of them were dead. I wouldn't cry into my pillow over their loss. Several of the blank voids of consciousness remained nearby. I hoped at least 2 of them were the men I was looking for. Smith and his number 1 flunky, man in black, had a few things to answer for. The guard I'd choked out had fully woken up as we exited the stairwell. He'd attempted to spin out of my grasp, but a swift rap on the back of his neck with a pistol had adjusted his attitude. I only held one of the guns I'd procured. The other was secured in the back waistband of my prisoner. With his hands tied in front of him, he couldn't reach it, and I didn't have anywhere else to keep it. My bare feet patted on the cool floor as we walked past 2 doors and stopped in front of a closed third. It didn't have any markings on the outside, or even a window to see in. 4 men waited inside.
"Open the door,"
I hissed into his ear. "Fuck you." I gave him another love tap on the back of his head. His knees buckled. I grabbed the back of his jacket and held him up until the strength returned to his legs. "I can do this all day, asshole. Open the door." He hesitated. I was about to brain him again when he reached for the doorknob. I placed the muzzle against the base of his skull and shoved him through when I heard the latch click open. We stumbled into darkness. Flashing lights blinked at us from banks of servers lining the far wall. Tables sat to either side of the room, computer components covering them. The large server towers whirred loudly. 2 men stood in front of the computers, yanking rectangular parts out of them. I didn't know a whole lot about the workings of electronics, but I figured these to be hard drives, because I'd seen Namie digging around with a few of them in her office. They were preparing to cut and run. Another guy stood on the right, a hammer in his hand. Smashed bits of metal cluttered the table in front of him. Homeboy was destroying evidence the old-fashioned way. Smith was on the left, a large stuffed duffel bag slung over his shoulder. He was sliding a tablet into the bag when he looked up and saw me. "Todd!" I shoved my hostage at Smith while pulling the second pistol from his waistband. The evidence destroyer swung around, lifting the hammer up. I put 2 in his heart. Both of the men along the back wall charged forward. Neither made it halfway across the room. One of them veered sideways, hands clutching his bloody chest. He reached toward Smith as he staggered like a drunk. Smith sidestepped the guard with ease. As I spun my guns in his direction, he slid a black pistol from the bag and pointed it at my chest.
You're as industrious as ever, Mr. Benson. Then he shot me. 51. The Man in Black. Hux took point as they entered the front door of the facility. A dark stairwell greeted them a few feet inside. Without hesitation, the former SEAL led them down a full flight before pausing at a closed door. He looked back at Bree. When we go in, you check the right. That's all you cover. Got it? I don't care if 3 people are straight ahead. I'll take them. You've got the right. Bree nodded. She held an M16 against her shoulder. The rifle had belonged to one of the men they'd shot, so she figured he wouldn't miss it too much. Though sniping was her specialty, Bree maintained a high level of proficiency with lower-caliber weapons. The strap held her Remington at an angle over her back. Odds were low that she would need it inside the facility, but she didn't dare leave it behind. Hux glanced at the detective. You try not to bleed to death. I'm fine. Lloyd leaned against the railing for the stairs. Let's do this. After watching him in silence for a moment, Hux nodded at Bree. Ready? Ready. Moving. He pushed through the door and entered a plain hallway. Bree came in behind and peeled off to the right. She checked a corner that was empty, then moved to the first doorway and peered inside. It was an office, though it didn't seem like the kind used to run a business. Some sort of math equations covered a dry erase board. The name Xavier was scrawled in fat letters, a string of smaller print that she couldn't read from across the room. Clear, Hux said. Clear, Bree parroted. Moving. Hux speed-walked down the hall and stopped at the next door. When Bree stepped behind him, he grabbed the handle and pushed it open. A fist connected with his face. Fire barked from the muzzle of his gun as he stumbled backward. The man stood in the doorway, dressed in a black suit. Bree had seen him at the apartment building in D.C. that morning, leading the group who had gone after Christy Talbert. Before she could get her rifle up, the man kicked her square in the chest, sending her flailing backward. A jolt of pain ran up and down her left side as she landed on her ass. Her chest ached from the kick, heart jackhammering from the blow. The gun strapped to her back jammed into her spine. Lloyd fired at the man in black. Bullets destroyed the plaster by the man's head as he ducked down and charged forward. His left hand shot up, knocking Lloyd's gun aside. His right jammed a pistol against the detective's chest and fired. The round slammed into Lloyd's vest, knocking him back to the wall on the other side of the hall. Hux recovered and brought his own weapon up. In a flash of movement so fast Bree barely saw it, the man in the black suit spun and kicked Hux's gun from his hands. Bree had spent some time in boxing gyms and martial arts dojos, but she'd never seen anyone move with such speed. Hux countered the attack with a straight punch. The man dodged it and raised his pistol. Hux grabbed the barrel in his free hand and wrenched it sideways. It belched thunder as their attacker's finger grazed the trigger. Bree rolled to her side and jumped up. She tried to aim at their attacker, but his brawl with Hux didn't give her a clear shot. Her rifle held steady as she drew a bead on both of them and waited for an opening. A grunt came from Lloyd as he bent over, sucking in air as best he could. Dropping the pistol, the man in black caught Hux in the ribs with a short punch. When Hux bent over slightly, the man chopped him in the throat with a ridge hand strike. Hux staggered back, hands going to his neck, choked gags coming from his working mouth. Before Bree could fire, their attacker ducked behind Hux and shoved him in her direction. She sidestepped and took aim. The man batted the muzzle away just as she fired, the bullets veering off into the wall. He twisted it out of her grip. She tried to yank it back, but his hands were too powerful. Bree grabbed her pistol. A perfectly placed punch caught the top of her hand, numbing it instantly. Her fingers spasmed beside the handle of the gun, not responding to her commands. Their eyes locked for a split second before the man drove the stock of the rifle into her chest. It landed in the same exact spot his kick had. The blow made her knees wobbly. Flashbulbs exploded in her vision. She careened backward, slamming against the door, the knob hitting her in the kidney. Enough of her wits remained to realize she was in deep shit. They were fighting an opponent who had run through the lot of them without breaking a sweat. He'd chopped down Hux like he was fighting a drug addict in the parking lot of a fast food joint. In a blur of movement, the man dropped the rifle and freed her pistol, finger cradling the trigger. He jammed the end of the barrel under her chin. His other hand grabbed her throat, lifting her up and back against the door. She choked against his iron-like grip. He stared at her with a chilled gaze hardened from years of dealing death and savagery. "A woman," he grunted. "They brought a woman." Bree struggled to speak against his strangling fingers, her voice choked and gruff. "That's right, motherfucker!" She grabbed hold of her belt buckle and yanked the hidden blade free, jammed it into his side, felt the blade glance off bone and slice through meat. The man groaned. His grip relaxed. Bree snapped her head sideways just as the pistol exploded beside her ear. An all-encompassing tone filled her head, drowning out everything else. If he fired a second time, she didn't hear it. She twisted the knife and drove it deeper into his side. Blood-tinged spittle flew from his lips as he released her and stumbled away. The rifle fell from his grasp as he turned his attention to the knife jutting from his side. He grabbed it and tore it free. Bree collapsed against the door, hands going to both of her ears. A warm, sticky fluid soaked through her mask from the ear the gun had marked beside. The man in black staggered away and disappeared around the corner of the hall. A trail of tiny scarlet droplets snaked behind him on the floor. After several seconds of grinding her teeth and squeezing her eyes shut against the blaring tone in her head, Bree felt the piercing pain ease just a bit. Her thoughts cleared slightly, although the tone in her ears didn't abate. Blood covered the hand she'd placed against her ear. Lloyd shuffled beside her, his mouth working under his mask as he looked down at her. "What?" she yelled. He yanked the mask off, and his mouth moved again, but Bree didn't hear anything above the all-encompassing tone. She pointed at her ear, shook her head, starting to pull her mask off as well. She felt Lloyd's hands against hers. She looked up, saw him shaking his head. Although they had warned her that revealing her identity could cause enormous problems for anyone she knew, at that moment Bree just wanted to be free of the mask. She wanted to breathe air without the covering. A claustrophobic sensation had wormed its way into her gut. And she wanted to check on her ear. While Smith and his men knew who Detective Lloyd was, they didn't know about Bree Manning. With a groan, she left it on and grabbed hold of the hand Lloyd had proffered. He hauled her up, concerned eyes inspecting the bloody side of her mask. Hux had managed to get to his feet, though his hands remained at his throat. He said something to Lloyd, who responded. Bree couldn't make out a damn thing they were saying. Looking from Bree to Hux and back again, Lloyd motioned in the direction the man in black had fled. Bree nodded and then picked the M16 up off the ground. Too loudly, she said, "Let's finish this." 52. Smith. "You fool!" Smith grimaced at the dead men on the floor. "You damned fool! Do you know what you've done?" "Looks like I killed your stooges." I held the bleeding wound on my left arm. The shot had knocked me to the floor, where I sat with my back against the desk. "And brought your whole goddamn organization to its knees." "You might have just killed millions of people." The pain pulsing in my arm added to the myriad of other agonies, stabbing, pounding, and dancing all over my body. The misery made it difficult to focus. I'd fought my way to the main event, but now I struggled to step into the final ring and take the title. Smith moved closer to me, his pistol aimed at my head. "Your conceit won't even allow you to see the big picture. You are of little consequence to us. You're a drop of water in an ocean. Your talents pale in comparison to what we're fighting against." I'd never seen the normally relaxed Smith like that. The other times we'd tussled, he'd remained calm. The man was nearing a full-blown rage as he stood over me. "There are threats out there you can't possibly fathom.
and we were the only ones with the tools and the means to fight against them. If we lose track of the Xavier virus, then all is lost, not to mention locating the other gates." I didn't know, or particularly care, what the hell he was talking about. The man was a delusional psychopath who had committed unspeakable atrocities against mankind. His lies and chest-beating horse shit didn't matter to me anymore. His chest rose and fell in exaggerated breaths. The creases in his brow smoothed. The hand holding his pistol tensed. "Goodbye, Mr. Benson." I braced myself for the end. The man in black staggered into the door and slumped against the frame. Blood soaked through his suit and covered the hand he'd placed against a wound in his side. His breathing hitched. He coughed up blood. "They're inside," he wheezed. "How many?" Smith kept the gun aimed at me, although he turned his attention to his flunky. "At least 3, maybe more." The man in black hacked a bloody gob of phlegm onto the floor. "They're wounded, but still coming. We have to evac." My ears perked up at the word wounded. I could only hope that the team wasn't too badly injured. "Looks like you have a boo-boo. Come over here and let me take a look." Both of them ignored me. "Take this." Smith slid the bag from his shoulder. "We aren't finished extracting the drives." The man in black shook his head. "No time for that." "This will have all been for nothing without that data. Take the bag. I'll fill a second one and be right behind you. Get the vehicle prepped." I glared at the bleeding shithead in the doorway. He stared back. "What about him?" "I'll take care of him." The man reached for the bag and slung it over his shoulder with a grimace. "They're not far behind. Hurry up." "I'll see you soon, my friend." Smith turned back to me as his henchman fled the room. "I can still salvage this." "Eat dick, Todd." I focused on Smith's mind. Knowing he was about to flee the facility meant that he would shoot me in a matter of seconds. "You should know that you've accomplished nothing, except aiding in the death of everyone you know and care for. You were given a great gift, but you squandered it on alcohol and apathy. You're a stain on—" I thought of Sammy's last moments as she died in my arms, her thoughts melding with mine. The vision of a giant man killing a small-town sheriff with an enormous hammer followed. More of Smith's horrors came, rapid fire. Analysts leaping from windows to their deaths. A senator shooting himself. Secret Service agents murdering each other. A boy torturing a stranger in the woods. A severed head planted in a flower garden. Jamie Welsh dying in his metal coffin. My rage boiled over as I faced the man responsible for it all. The pounding in my skull reached new heights as I centered all of my power on the barrier surrounding Smith's mind. Fresh blood flowed from my wounds, covering what little bit of my skin wasn't already crimson-stained. My shoulder bled profusely, though I barely registered any concern over it. Smith pulled the hammer back on his pistol. "Ashley!" Drew's voice came from outside the door. I didn't respond, just kept focusing on Smith's head. The hard drive fragments vibrated on the floor around me. Smith watched them. "What are you doing?" "Ashley!" Drew's voice was much closer. Smith took a step closer, halving the distance between us. He turned his body toward the door. When Drew appeared in the doorway, Smith jammed the pistol against the top of my head. I barely noticed. The room swam in front of me. Sounds became tinny, distant. Copper filled my mouth, coated my tongue. Electrical sensations tingled my extremities. Though my body was weak, almost near death, my mind felt more powerful than it ever had. Sammy's angelic face appeared before me. She smiled. Drew limped into the doorway, a rifle in his hand. His mask was pulled off. Blood soaked through half his uniform. "Drop the gun, asshole!" He stepped inside, weapon trained on Smith. I was only vaguely aware of his positioning in my peripheral vision. 2 more of my masked teammates followed. Hux's voice was clear. Put the gun down. Judging by the size of the other masked crusader, it was Manning. Give up your weapons, and I won't execute Mr. Benson. You have my word. Smith jabbed at the top of my skull with the pistol. Oh my God, what did you do to him? Manning said, her voice oddly loud. Sammy leaned forward, her face inches from mine. Her smile faltered. I reached out, touched her cheek. Don't move, Mr. Benson. Smith twisted the muzzle into my scalp. He knelt beside me, taking cover behind my large frame. We don't want things to end badly.
It's time to end this,
Sammy whispered. My hand snaked out, grabbing the barrel of the pistol and angling it away from my head just as it went off. The vibration ran up my arm, though I hardly noticed. I snapped my head around and stared into Smith's eyes. He cracked me in the nose. My head rocked back. There was no pain. I focused all of my anger, my willpower, my pain, at Smith's mind. The metal bits on the floor shook violently. Smith flinched. What are you? The power inside me surged. His mental defenses cracked. Odd, confusing images flashed through my mind. A dark-skinned man stood before a cage bathed in deep shadow, something unseen inside loosing an ear-piercing shriek. 2 ranks of men in lab coats inspected an enormous, severed tentacle the size of a bus. A beautiful blonde woman hid behind a middle-aged man, whispering in his ear, his mouth repeating her words as she continued. Stop it! Smith dropped the pistol and fell to his ass. His heels slid across the floor as he pushed away from me until his back hit the server rack behind him. Both hands went to the sides of his head. No! Blood erupted from his mouth, his nose, eyes. The scar on his cheek split open. His hands fell to his lap. He gaped at me through rheumy eyes. The sides of his head crunched inward. A loud crack filled the room. Then all fell silent. Death spasms jerked Smith's legs. An indescribable pain tore through my head like something had broken. It blinded me, consumed me. I might have screamed, but I couldn't be sure. Sammy's face evaporated. My brain felt too large for my skull. The pressure was almost too much, as if the top of my head would explode at any second. I vomited, and then toppled to my side. Drew staggered over and knelt in front of me. Ash! Didn't recognize you without the suit. I gave him a bloody grin. Then I passed out. 53. Shrinkage. What in the hell just happened? Bree hollered. She could barely hear herself. Hux stood beside her, both of them gaping at Smith's dead body. They'd just witnessed a man's head get crushed like a grape, but without any external force. When the terrorist had crawled away from Benson, all 3 of them should have lit him up like a Christmas tree, but they hadn't. They'd been too amazed by what they were watching. Even Hux, who had seen things that would horrify the average person, had been transfixed by it. As Lloyd moved to his friend on the floor, the 2 of them kept staring at Smith's body. Hux said something. What? Bree looked at him. I can't hear anything. He just shook his head, finally peeling his eyes from the man's mangled head. He quickly pointed at Benson and Lloyd and then gestured at the ceiling. Bree took that to mean they had to hit the road. She concurred. They'd found Benson and killed Smith. Or something had killed Smith, anyway. She still couldn't wrap her mind around what she'd seen. Regardless, they had to book it out of there if they had any chance of getting out of Woodsland alive. Bree knelt beside Lloyd and inspected the man they'd come to rescue. Blood covered his head, torso, and most of his arms. Small circular wounds bled by his temples. His shoulder was leaking as well, a small pool forming under him on the floor. Popped blisters oozed on the back of his legs, the burns surrounded by angry red flesh. He reeked of sweat and piss and blood, not to mention the fact that he was stark naked. What did they do to him? She asked.
I can't imagine, Lloyd said, loud enough for her to hear.
He undid his belt and pulled it through the loops around his waist. Hooking it under Benson's arm, he pulled it tight over the wound. Hux guarded the door, watching the hallway for more visitors. After digging a finger into her damaged ear, Bree managed to remove a gob of drying blood. While the ringing in her head didn't dissipate, other sounds finally managed to get through. She couldn't hear well, but it was a damn sight better than it had been.
Help me get him up.
Lloyd grabbed Benson under his armpits and hoisted him to a seated position. The detective's face contorted from the strain.
Heavy bastard.
Seeing Benson's thick shoulders and chest, she knew there was no chance one of them could carry the big man out of there unaided. She reached down and lifted one of his meaty arms over her shoulders while Lloyd did the same. After a 3 count, the two of them stood, heaving against Benson's dead weight. The pain in Bree's ear magnified under the strain. Her aching chest pounded as her heart and lungs kicked into another gear as the 3 of them slowly stood up. The idea of carrying Benson up a flight of stairs and through the woods horrified her. 3 seasonal changes would occur before they got him to the evac point. As they turned toward the door, the big man stirred against her. His head rose. He looked around, confusion lining his brow.
We got you, Ashley, Lloyd said. We're getting you out of here. Blood loss, Benson muttered. I got your shoulder tied off. You'll be okay. And cold. What? Shrinkage. Too much blood loss. And I'm cold.
Lloyd winced as they took a tentative step toward the door.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Rather than address the detective, Benson turned his head toward Bree.
It's bigger than that, I swear.
54. Ferris. Manning gaped at me as I removed my arm from her shoulders. Is this guy for real? Hux glanced back at us from where he stood by the door. We're neck deep in shit and he's making dick jokes? I rolled my wounded shoulder, which had a belt around it all of a sudden.
I just wanted everyone to understand that there should be an asterisk beside what you're seeing right now.
Manning continued to stare up at me like I was a crazy man. At that point, I probably was. Though I'd cracked a joke, as I always did, the cloud of misery enshrouding every inch of my body was almost unbearable. Something in my head had snapped. It felt like a migraine on steroids had settled in behind my eyes. Whatever I had done to Smith had pushed me beyond my limits, and I was paying a price. Beyond the pain, my telepathy was severely limited. I could sense the presence of Drew and company, but it felt different, distant, as if the volume of their thoughts had been turned way down.
You'll get used to him,
Drew said, shrugging my arm from his shoulder.
Will we? Bree asked. No, probably not. It's just as annoying now as it was when we first met. You'll be sleeping on the couch tonight if you keep talking like that, I said. My legs were weak, my knees threatening to buckle under my studly weight. I stood in place for several seconds, testing out the flexion of my joints. I took a slow step forward and didn't fall over, so I winked at Drew. There wouldn't be any fighting in my near future, but I thought I could walk my way out of whatever installation we were in. Time to move. Hux glanced down the hallway again. Somebody hand me a weapon. I gestured at a pistol a few feet away. If I bend down to grab that, I might not get back up. Manning groaned as she snatched the gun from the floor and handed it to me. The side of her mask was coated in blood, the black a dark, wet mess. We moved down the hall as quickly as my deteriorating condition would allow. Drew walked with a pronounced limp that grew worse as we ascended a flight of stairs. I didn't like the way his foot dragged with every other step. He'd suffered a lot of damage in West Virginia, and I feared he might have more rehab in his future. The unending throbbing in my dome had me shuffling more than walking. My vision blurred several times, my equilibrium skewing.
Blood trailed behind us as we approached a closed door, light seeping around the edges. Hux opened the door and exploded outside, banking left. Manning followed, moving the opposite direction. Drew and I staggered after them, weapons held in front of us. I doubted either of us could hit a damn thing if another firefight ensued, but we gave it the old college try. As I stepped outside, I almost tripped over myself in shock. A giant, dilapidated Ferris wheel stretched skyward a few dozen yards ahead. It tilted at an extreme angle toward us, casting a dark shadow in the twilight of the evening. The amount of time that had passed since I'd been taken in D.C. shocked me almost as much as the enormous ride. The whoop of a distant helicopter echoed over an overgrown amusement park that surrounded us. Dead bodies and spent cartridges littered cracked, weathered pavement. What in the crap? I ogled at the wheel, taking in its missing carts and structural beams. Did we just step into a dystopian nightmare?
Easy with the big words, Ashley.
Drew lumbered behind Hawks and Manning, who had cut to the right and were moving at a fast clip. But that's a giant-ass. The squeal of rending metal silenced me. My eyes cut to the base of the ride where a smoldering shell of a truck had crashed. A few flames still licked from under the hood. Blackened metal supports had been exposed by the accident, revealing the reason for the tilting Ferris wheel. As I watched, one of the buckled and burned beams shifted. The entire ride shook. Oh, shit. I twisted around as fast as my mangled body would allow and sprinted towards Drew. We were directly under the wheel and would be smashed by the center support that held the entire ride up. There wasn't any particular direction to flee that would shorten the distance. "Move your ass!" I hollered at Drew. He tried. Hux and Bree turned back to us. They were already out of harm's way and shouted for us to run to them, as if we weren't already doing that. I always loved a good cheerleading squad when running for my life, while naked. I sprinted as quickly as I could, which was slightly faster than a turtle at a dead run. Even still, I caught up to Drew in a hurry. His damaged side had caused his leg to drag badly behind him. He'd turned into little more than a one-legged man. The screech of metal giving way grew louder. I could hear the cars of the Ferris wheel shake and rattle. A loud pop, like a muted explosion, came from the base. I glanced over my shoulder and almost tripped when I saw the center support give. The entire wheel tipped even further toward us, its shadow extending with each degree it angled over. The rusted metal locking the cars and spokes into place groaned as it fell over. We were only halfway to safety. "Go!" I turned back and threw an arm around Drew's waist to help him move faster. His weight almost brought me down.
"Leave me," Drew huffed. "I can make it."
"Run, you assholes!" Bree hollered. Hux stepped toward us, but I waved him off. We were either going to make it, or we weren't. There was nothing he could have done except get himself killed. "Get back!" The shadow before us stretched over a toppled ice cream stand with weeds sprouting through its rotted wood sides. Dust showered over us as the ride screamed down from above. I glanced skyward, saw the edge of the wheel straight overhead. As it continued to fall, it would overtake and crush us. We couldn't make it. Drew saw it coming, too.
"Let me."
I removed my arm from around his waist and placed both of my hands against the small of his back. With all of the remaining strength I could muster, I shoved as hard as I could against him. He propelled forward, arms pinwheeling as he tried to keep his legs under him. After stumbling 10 feet ahead of me, his bum leg gave out, and he fell to the pavement, still rolling from the momentum he'd built. The crashing wheel was directly above me. I stopped running and covered my throbbing head with my arms and hands, bracing for the inevitable impact. Metal slammed into concrete. A deafening crash came from all directions. Cool air swirled around me. Dust coated my skin, sticking to the blood. I stood in place, still protecting my head. Slowly I lifted my face and opened an eye. The wheel surrounded me on all sides, the metal supports bent and torn free in places. A car had ripped away during the impact and spun lackadaisically 20 meters away. Rust coated everything. Drew was on his side, staring back at me through the dust and debris. The top of the wheel had missed him by no more than 2 feet. An empty space between the spokes had fallen directly over me. I lowered my arms and looked around. "Well, damn. Are you all right?" Drew asked. "I think so." 2 spokes sat on the ground on either side of me. They'd missed me by less than a meter. For once, luck had been on my side. And boy, had it ever decided that I finally needed a break. The whoop of the chopper grew louder as I climbed over the wreckage of the Ferris wheel. My bare skin and feet didn't appreciate the rusted, rended metal. A tetanus shot would be in my immediate future, along with beer. Lots and lots of beer. Fountains of beer. After working my way around the rest of the fallen ride, I helped Drew to his feet and faced Hux and Manning. They stared at me like I'd sprouted a tail. "What?" I asked. "Is this kind of thing normal for you two?" Manning held a hand to her damaged ear. "I don't think I can take it." "I've seen some shit in my day, boys," Hux said, "but this is getting out of control. If it makes you feel any better, this is the first time a Ferris wheel has dropped on my head." I put my hand on Drew's shoulder. "We have seen a man wear tongues like a belt, though." "Jesus," Manning pulled her mask up. "I need a drink." "My kind of girl." I looked over the abandoned park. "Where in the hell are we?" "Woodsland," Drew said, "an amusement park in Pennsylvania." Just as I was about to say something snarky about finding some cotton candy, our helicopter cruised over the tree line in the distance. It flew fast and low, cutting a hard bank before descending to an empty patch of pavement. The 4 of us slowly walked over as it landed, Hux having to help Drew cover the distance. Manning moved beside me to give me a hand, but I waved her off. No one should have to touch me when I was so grody. I sighed as I approached the chopper. So much for being clean the next time I found myself on the Payne train. Shay sat behind the stick, Payne twisting his usually calm features. Tate was beside him, speaking into a headset microphone. Briggs hopped out of the back and helped Drew climb aboard. He looked at me sideways as I pulled myself into the back of the bird. He mouthed, "What the fuck?" I shrugged and gave him a small grin. It hurt. Smiling hurt. Sitting hurt. Breathing really hurt. As Jack Shay goosed the chopper's throttle and took us skyward, I loosened the belt around my shoulder. The blood flow had slowed enough so that I could take it off, which was great because I'd begun to lose sensation in my arm. We banked south. Everyone in the back stared at me. I put my hands over my crotch, feigning modesty. When we were a mile or so away, a thunderous explosion rocked the forest. I snapped around and looked out of the side of the chopper, fresh hell stabbing into my skull at the suddenness of the movement. Behind us, rising into the sky, was a ball of fire and smoke. It mushroomed as we watched it stretch toward the late evening stars. "Anyone care to tell me what in the crap that was?" I hollered. 55. Alone. The man in black stood in a speedboat, watching the woods behind him. He had a rifle trained in that direction, unsure if someone had followed him. If anyone other than Smith emerged from the forest, he would terminate them with extreme prejudice. His breath came in harsh rasps, his ribs protesting every rise and fall of his chest. Blood had run down his side and leg, pooling in his shoe. It had squished with every step as he cleared the compound, fled down their escape route, and climbed aboard the boat tethered to a dock beside a tiny river. He checked his watch for the 3rd time. Smith should have arrived already. Knowing that his window of escape narrowed by the second, he keyed the ignition. An explosion cracked from the south, the concussive force from the blast shearing branches from the trees, their already colored leaves falling to the forest floor. The boat rocked on the water. The man in black grabbed hold of the wheel to steady himself. He watched as a mushroom cloud rose over the trees. "Goodbye, my friend. I'll finish your work, I swear it." Dropping the rifle to the seat beside him, the man slammed the throttle forward and navigated down the river. Epilogue. I took a long pull from my pint of beer, relishing the taste as it went down my gullet. It wasn't the usual swill I pounded down by the case, but a killer IPA. I dug the hoppy flavor and kick-in-the-pants alcohol content. After asking the waitress to bring us another round, I looked back at Allison Henley. She sat across the table from me, her eyes on the half-finished beer before her. She hadn't spoken since I'd finished spilling my guts about who I was, what I could do, and who I'd just killed. Because of the outright madness she'd experienced in Arthur's Creek, I figured she deserved to know anything she wanted. The truth was a rare commodity in the intelligence field that I'd become embroiled in over the past year, and I wanted to extend her that courtesy. What I'd told her had, of course, blown her mind. Not in the literal sense that Smith's had. Drew had finally managed to call her back during his hospital stay. She'd explained that the threat she'd made to the detective covering Drew's workload had been a bluff. Apparently, she'd been obsessed with what she'd seen me do to a particular park bench, and she'd pleaded for a chance to talk to me. So, there I was. I'd left the hospital 2 weeks ago, my healing wounds itching like crazy. Nelson had practically begged me not to leave the military post, but I ignored him, as I often did. Now that Smith was dead, I refused to be a prisoner anymore. I knew that the government kept me under tight surveillance, but that wasn't going to stop me from stretching my legs every now and then. And that led me to a sports bar in Aberdeen to meet with Allison. She finally raised her eyes and met my gaze. "And he's dead? The guy who killed my town, you sure? I saw it in the news, but I didn't know if I should believe it or not." "Yep, he's dead as a doornail." I told her most of the story, but had kept out some of the gory details. I also held back a lot of what Smith had said at the end about other threats to our way of life. She didn't need to know about the weird shit I'd seen in his head, either. Namie and Drew were working on finding out where Jamie Welsh had come from. They were convinced Smith had been lying about finding the weapon derived from the boy's power, but I'd changed my thinking on that. The men I'd seen capturing Jamie in an alley hadn't looked or acted like Smith's goons. Yeah, I'd pulled the memory from one of Smith's men, but something about it didn't add up. There was someone else out there, acting outside of the purview of our government. We'd already thought that could be the case from what we'd learned of Murdoch's capture in the Middle East, but what I had discovered in that underground facility had cemented the idea in my head. There were still a lot of other questions to be answered. We didn't know how Smith had managed to build a secret compound in the middle of nowhere without anyone knowing. How he even had the kind of cash to pull that off was a mystery. We also had no idea how he'd managed to hire so many mercenaries to work for him. Either he'd pulled off some kind of a heist that we didn't know about, or someone had been bankrolling him. Who or why was a complete mystery.
"You did it? You killed him?"
"I did."
"I'm sorry you had to do that."
"Don't be. I'm not." She slowly nodded, took a sip of her beer.
"Do you know what I'm thinking now?"
"No idea. I try not to invade people's privacy unless I have to."
"How do you handle it, always having to fight against that?"
I raised my beer glass. "I drown it." There wasn't much point in telling her that my abilities had been significantly compromised since I'd crushed Scarface's head like a grape. My telepathy, though still strong, no longer had the same oomph. It was much harder for me to delve deep into someone's head and sift through their memories. My telekinesis shit had disappeared entirely. Whatever had broken inside my head that day had put a stop to my moving things around. That really sucked, because I was finally getting to the point where I could have moved the television remote to my hand without having to get up. We sat in silence for several moments, drinking our microbrews. She'd taken the information I dumped on her rather well. It wasn't every day that someone told you about telepaths, mind control, and telekinesis. She'd known that something abnormal was afoot when she'd witnessed me kick that bench's ass, but she definitely hadn't expected everything I'd unloaded on her. "So you haven't had anyone get close to you since your head injury?" she asked abruptly. "You been alone for that long?" "Just Drew. And now Namie, I guess." "What about Sammy? I thought the two of you were close." I felt a lump form in my throat. I didn't really know her. She was trying to help me, but it got her. I let the sentence trail off, afraid my emotions would get the best of me. Another tidbit I'd held back from Allison and everyone else was Sammy's recent haunting of my cranium. There were some things I just couldn't share. Fortunately, I hadn't heard Sammy whisper anything to me since we'd escaped the amusement park. She could always pop up again, but I doubted it. As I recovered from being shot, yet again, I'd thought a lot about her presence in my head. Sammy wouldn't have said the awful things I heard every day. She was kind and beautiful, inside and out. No matter what had happened to her, she would never have hurt me that way. I was now convinced that her whispers were nothing more than my own guilt, manifesting in a way that would damage me the most. What the hell did that say about my mental health? Christ, I was a mess. Entire books could be written about the nonsense going on in my head. "It wasn't your fault," Allison said. "Her death." "Except that it—" Allison put her hand on top of mine, cutting me off. "You know that I lost my husband a couple of years ago. He died doing something for me. I blamed myself for a long, long time. When I met you, I was such a mess that I wouldn't let anyone even see me outside of work." She chewed on her lip. "It wasn't until that damn cell phone signal that I finally woke up and realized that I didn't kill my husband. Bad things happen to good people. All the time. There's no rhyme or reason to it, no predicting it. All we can do is put our best foot forward and be the best we can be." I didn't quite buy what she was selling, but I did like the sound of it. Rather than respond, I took another drink of beer. Allison kept her hand on mine for a few more seconds before retracting it. I didn't want her to. I wasn't used to other people touching me with anything other than their fists. A compassionate moment was a rare occurrence for me. "Are you going to get in trouble for telling me this?" she asked. "Probably. But if you don't tattle, then maybe no one will find out." "Deal." I didn't really know if Nelson or Thomas or whoever else was involved in overseeing me anymore would find out that I told Allison a few things. And I didn't care. I deserved a little leeway, even if that meant breaking a few of their precious rules. It wasn't like national security was a big deal anyway, right? My shoulder was stiff, so I rubbed at it a bit, doing my best not to tear the stitches. I'd now been shot in the shoulder multiple times. What a lucky guy. Still, I was better off than Drew. By the time we'd arrived at the hospital, he'd lost a lot of blood. They'd given him a transfusion and God knows what else. I was too busy whining about all the needles they were poking in me in the next room to worry about him too much at the time. He'd been discharged and was resting in the compound now, helping Namie with some research. The rest of the team had earned a week-long vacation. Shay and Hux had disappeared for a while before coming back and starting their training together. Tate had stayed behind, helping to organize our system for future ops and anything else that could be thrown our way. He was a real dick, but the man knew how to work a mission. Manning hadn't left either, which didn't translate at the best of times, as she and Tate were constantly at each other's throats. She'd earned a modicum of Tate's respect because she'd apparently kicked all kinds of ass when they were rescuing me. Knowing that he had to give her a little bit of credit only seemed to piss him off even more. Bree had spent a lot of time helping Drew get around the compound. She changed his bandages sometimes, too. I didn't know if she felt sorry for him or if they had a thing going on. I'd been too drunk lately to really care. At first, everyone was worried they'd be arrested when we touched down after my extraction. Apparently, they'd disobeyed a direct order to come and rescue my sweet ass. For that, I owed them my life. But fortunately for all of us, we hadn't been whisked away to some secret prison in South America. President Thomas was so pleased to hear that I'd killed Smith that he granted us all full immunity for our supposed crimes. He'd announced the death of the terrorist behind all the atrocities committed over the past year with great relish. The riots had stopped, the markets had risen, and people weren't as scared anymore. Things weren't all sunshine and rainbows, though. Rumors swirled that impeachment hearings could begin for Thomas soon. A lot of people still wanted his head. Christy Tolbert had become something of a celebrity for what had happened to her. I hadn't checked up on her much, but Drew had said she was doing well. She apparently made several trips around the talk show circuit and was pulling in a bit of coin for her troubles. Allison brushed a lock of hair from her forehead. I caught myself staring at her and had to look away. Her skin had a much healthier hue than the last time I'd seen her. She was attractive then, but she was practically glowing across from me now. After what I'd seen happen to her, I never would have guessed she would have rebounded so quickly.
What are you going to do now? Do you still work for the government?
I don't have much of a choice. They wouldn't let me walk away, even if I wanted to. I nodded at a table of agents pretending to be civilians on the other side of the bar. See those guys? Allison glanced over at them.
Yeah?
They're following me. There are at least another dozen outside surrounding the building.
Really?
Allison hunched down a bit, as if she was trying to hide behind the booth we sat in.
They're always watching you?
Yep. I'm used to it. Polishing off my pint, I gestured for another. I had a good buzz going. It felt nice. And we didn't get all the men who had a hand in the massacre. One of them got away. I have to find him before I even think about how I can get away from all of this. The man in black was out there somewhere with a ton of data that Smith had handed to him. He and I had a rubber match in our near future.
Aren't you scared of going after him again?
I mulled it over. Honestly, yeah, it scares me. I don't particularly want to die. But if I don't do it, someone else will have to. And I don't have anything to lose.
I don't have anything left to lose either.
Allison leaned forward.
That's why I'm here. Knowing what you could do and your involvement with all these crazy things would have scared me away before. But I lost what little I had the day we met.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. All we can do is keep going forward.
She put her hand on mine again.
Could I see you again? Like you said, it's not like we have anything to lose.
I looked down at her hand, shocked. Was she hitting on me? Or just a lonely soul like me looking for companionship? Did I really care which one it was? I'd like that. She smiled at me. A vibration in my pocket startled me. I jumped a bit in the seat. Stupid phone. I fished a small cell from my pocket. Allison laughed.
You get in crazy gunfights, but a vibrating phone scares you.
What can I say? I'm a deep and complex guy. I looked down at the screen and saw that it was Drew calling. I answered. Hey, sweet cheeks.
That's just nasty, Mamie said. Don't get me wrong, my ass is sweet, but I don't want to hear that shit from you.
I thought you were Drew.
And that makes it better?
I mouthed sorry to Allison. Why are you calling from his phone?
'Cause the Queen does what she wants, Gigantor.
Would you get to the point? I'm busy right now.
You on a date or something?
I didn't answer. I considered hanging up, but I was genuinely curious as to why she was calling me.
Amy huffed. Fine. Baldy wanted me to call you because we think we have a hit on that Xavier thing you mentioned. So get your ass back here so we can get to work.
Got it. Nice work, Short Round.
Hashtag eat me.
You've been listening to Asher's War, Asher Benson, Book 3, written by Jason Brant, read by Wayne June. Copyright 2018 by Jason Brant. Production copyright 2018 by Jason Brant.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.